Hello, welcome here, everyone. We are excited for day number 2, and you know what that means. It's going to be a treat. We have a little bit of fun for day number 2 of Raina's Kingdom's November tournament, as we are headed into the semifinals and finals here on the day. The prizing placement, as you will. My name is Orbital. With me is Lori Dory. We'll be your casters for the upcoming semifinal matchup. Lori, how you doing?
I'm good. Super excited to be back. It's been a really, really exciting tournament. Now that we've kind of whittled the teams down to our top four, the games are going to get more exciting. We're going to have more exciting plays, more exciting drafts. I'm super excited for today.
Yes, it's going to be amazing as we go ahead and take a look. We did have one matchup that actually went 2-1, which was Only Ford versus Team Alorum. And Only Ford coming out with a very narrow victory, but I took a look at some of the screenshots. Very powerful game 3 finish. So your matchups here today in the top 5, or top 4, I should say, is Team Only Ford, Evolutions, Team Only 35, and Team Cupid. All the other teams sweeping 2-0 to make it here to the semifinals.
Yeah, this is going to be super exciting today. We are going to focus on Team Only 35 and Team Cupic today. This is going to be really great. We've seen Team Only 35 before, but today we are also going to see Team Cupic, which we haven't seen yet. So this is going to be a very exciting new group of 5 players, as well as some returning players that we've seen before. So this is very, very exciting. Orbital, how do you think this is going to go today?
I think it's gonna be good, and actually, I do have to reverse that because it's Team Cupic that we've actually watched a few times, and Team Only 35 that we have not seen on stream, I believe. Team Cupic was who we watched beat Team Triton just yesterday as well. But as you said, it is gonna be extremely exciting because no matter who it is, we know all of these players are ridiculously good at what they do. I know Only 35, they're running through some of their chaotic measures, I should say. They were very, very thrilling to watch throughout. And now we're into the Fearless Draft, which is also going to be a treat at the end of the day. So no matter what, whether you've seen them before, whether you've seen them not before, you watched maybe one or two of their POV streams, please go ahead and show a lot of love. I know a lot of you are in the chat saying hello, saying all that stuff, and we appreciate it. Not only that, fans of Lori, fans of Risk, no fans for me, unfortunately. But it is a treat to have you all here. So please go ahead and support all the players. And if you want to get into the mix, please go ahead and join Raina's Discord as well. Hopefully, we do more events in the future, and we're always looking for new friends to hang out with and all that fun stuff. Looking into this though, Lori, we got a taste of it yesterday. You were not here for the quarterfinals, but I'm sure you watched a little bit of it. What do you think of the fearless format that we have here? Riss was talking about that it allows a lot of these one tricks to get through, but we did see some sniping here and there. So what do you think will happen here in the semifinals?
Yeah, well, now that the stakes are a little bit higher, I do think we'll see a little bit more of that sniping just to kind of take
Mhm.
away those really, really strong champions that some of the other players in the competing team might kind of try to rely on as a crutch. So that might be a really great strategy here to kind of utilize and take away those power players and take away their power from being able to try to use those champions against them. So I think we'll see a little bit more strategic drafting now that we're, kind of getting closer to the finals. And that'll be really exciting as we get closer to the end of the tournament.
I love the way that you put that. It's more strategic, which is 100% the correct way to put it. Right now, as we mentioned, all top 4 teams have earned their prize money of $1,000. They will each be paid out according to their first, second, third, and fourth. But you never really want to go home with just 250. You want to go home with a full 500. You want the big dog money at the end. So let's go ahead and dive on in. It will be Team Cupid coming out in that first seed, or the upper seed, I should say, not first seed, but Team Only 35 specifically were able to beat the number 1 seed from Group B, Team Fat Pussies. I hate saying that, but they were able to win out there, and so they are coming in as a 4th seed on the blue side. It is looking like a Mel first, though, which has been the hot topic of the entire tournament so far.
Yeah, we've seen Mel in many of our games that we've streamed for this tournament. We saw Mel in the group stage, and she's been kind of a little bit of a hit or miss here. But I think
Yep.
she's so strong these days that I think it's still a great pick in the right hands. And now we've kind of seen Team Cupid going for that Sona pick. A great enchanter, especially where she is now. She's got so much utility. Personally, not one of my faves, but in the right team, especially when you scale late game, those her her crescendo is a game changer. The healing starts ramping up very hard once you get into late game. So if Team Cupid can kind of hold on to that Sona, make sure she's not behind and she's getting good vision, she can be a really great team player.
I'd 100% agree. It's also just a nice buffer against the poke output. However, this is doubling up against that poke factor. So we've seen this double enchanter bot lanes so often, and it's been a kind of a calling card. Hey, do you want to run an ADC or do you want to run this AP healing side? And we are going to see that here. So I wouldn't even be remiss to see a first item buy of Grievous Wounds. We could see an Oblivion Orb pretty much immediately for Team Only 35, just to be like, dude, we can't, this is going to be annoying. It's going to be frustrating. It's going to be annoying to play against, and you can't let it through. I like this, though. Going up against a team that doesn't really have engage, but it has a lot of disengage, you have to force engages. So for Team Only 35, you lock in the Zac and say, I'm going to bring you to us whether you like it or not.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Enchanter bot lane is going to be really, really hard to kind of poke down. They're going to always have those shields, always have those heals in between Sona and Soraka. It's going to be really hard, but you know, here they are coming out again. Like, you know, I said earlier we're going to have strategic drafting. This was not the strategy that I was thinking of, but you know, this is super fun to watch. So Team Only 35 have picked up the Dr. Mundo, another quite tanky, a little bit more. He goes where he pleases. You know, that crescendo is not going to affect him. So that's a really interesting pick into this team. I quite like it. And we've kind of got two different varying kinds of strategies going on. We've got somewhere where there's a little bit more of a hyper carry in the Mel with that more engaged tankiness from the Zac and the Dr. Mundo, versus we've kind of got that full AP heavy heal shield with that damage with Asol that Team Cupic is going to pick up most likely for the mid lane there. What do you think about these two very different strategies?
I think there is a pure strategy in there for Team Only 35. I don't like how you discredit that. I like the fact that we got the push song going in, Dr. Mundo just slamming at home, and Team Cupid are all inning on the AP side, and it is a strategy in its own right. I will say I don't like either strategy, but it is a convenient and understood one. When you're drafting, these are a lot of shredders, not only just in the AP range, but shredders overall. They can shred through tanks. They're well known as almost bleed champions. With the Gwen, you can kind of slice through if you get the right items in there. So for Team Only 35, you're starting to realize, hey, we need to buff our damage numbers if we want to kind of hit back against them. The Kai'Sa is a nice one. You are able to dive in, reposition away from some of these higher carries that are going to be diving you in the backside. But I need to see a little bit more. This support needs to be on top of it, and either needs to be a great disengage or an engage tool, one or the other, and I like that. Not an enchanter, not a safety pick all around. It has to go in or it has to stay away, and I like the Nautilus to round it out. Team Only 35 saying we only got really one chance at the end of the day.
Yeah, they're doing a little cosplay. They're going team only forward instead of only 35. And, you know, they're going to go into the team and we're going to see if they can come out victorious or if they're just going to be dead on the floor there. But, you know, I really do like the Gwen pick. Despite having, you know, basically 4 AP champions on Team Cupic, Gwen is going to be, again, they're very late game with that scaling Asol with the Sona. You know, Gwen starts to come really online when she hits a couple items there. And Gwen is going to start shredding through that Zac, that Mundo, that Nautilus, and that's really what they need for that Team Cupic. So I think Gwen was a really great answer to the heavy frontline pick that only 35 have in the Zac and the Mundo, and now especially with that Nautilus as well.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the last pick is going to be, because they do want to shave off a little bit more of that, you know, AD side. The question is that Gwen jungle actually going to work? That's the only reasonable aspect that can come out here. So it's a Renekton top, or, you know, you can swap it out if you want to put the Asol into just any solo lane and try and get him a farm lane. But this just, it screams do or die for Team Cupic, and I like this. Again, when it comes to Fearless, you kind of throw something at the wall and see what sticks for game number 1. So let's see if it sticks at the end of the day. For Team Only 35, though, they grab all of the major meta champions of this tournament. And let's see if it works for their game 1 as well.
Great. This is going to be a great start, I think, for the tournament for our semifinals. We got some two very different team comps. It's going to be very exciting. Some great matchups. Gwen in the jungle, which I haven't seen too often in the meta yet, but I know there's been a lot of jungle changes. So, this could definitely work. And then with the Sona, it looks like it's going to be Soraka doing that APC damage and then Sona being more in that support role against that Kai'Sa, who has a little bit more of that range and flexibility to kind of go more hybrid, or if she wants to go pure AD with the Nautilus. I think the Nautilus here is going to really be the playmaker in the bot lane. He's going to be the one who's going to find those picks and trying to land those hooks. So this will be really exciting. The teams are just getting a little bit of vision here and there, but I don't think they're going to try to do any kind of special invade or anything. Although they do have the Nautilus, that could be a fun little cheese in the bot lane if Kai'Sa and Nautilus, as they seem to be kind of doing here, go into that bush in the bottom of red side here.
Get a little bit messy, and also big shout out, we have made a little bit of change. I know all of you have missed our lovely faces, so we go ahead and give you our faces here on the stream as well, so you get to see all our reactions or maybe dissatisfaction of some of the matches. But I do agree, we get to see a little bit of invade, and this is the right call. Again, for team only 35, you have a lot more aggressive composition. You want to try and bully them out because you know in the laning phase it's going to be rough. If you don't land that CC, they will out heal and out deal against you just in the stupid poke game that a Sona and Soraka can do, which is why you see this fight. There's going to be a
little bit of action in the bot lane. Cupid getting really low. There's Ignite onto Cupid, but it doesn't seem like they're quite going to be able to kill him. The root from the passive on Nautilus goes out just a little bit, but it's not quite enough to get Cupid. He seems to be safe and sound, and that is the power of the Sona Soraka bot lane right there.
I love it. You go ahead and start being super, super annoying, and it's at the end of the day, it's a treat and a half. I love the fact that you do go ahead and step up, and that's how you kind of assert that dominance, force them away, and you negate a lot of their level 2, level 3. You force them back, lose a lot of CS, because you can see that Tamika is going to be running that Doran's ring, so trying to get a majority share of that CS, and it will allow only 35 and Biostar to try and get invade power, help permanent pain, be able to invade, use that Zac to apply even more pressure throughout the rest of this game.
Yeah, definitely. I think bot lane is going to be really interesting to watch this game, especially because we've got such a kind of an odd combination with the Sona and Soraka. So we're going to see, like, are they going to be, shut down in the beginning, in the early stages of the game, or are Kai'Sa and Nautilus going to let them kind of farm up and get those early kills? Seems to be a little bit of action in the jungle here.
Yeah. But, I really can't call it. Like, you gave me a question and then you ran right by. I was like, I want to think about it.
No, you're good. You're good. But it's going to be really exciting. It seems like the Nautilus only 35, does want to play pretty aggressive here, which I think is a great idea. Try to deny Soraka and Sona with the farm and kind of try to get Soraka, because she's so mana hungry at the beginning of the in early stages of the game, and try to get, and the root comes out onto the Sona, and Soraka's kind of left Sona away, but there's another root onto this Kai'Sa. Not quite enough, but it looks like Zac is maybe trying to go for the kill, but Gwen does spot the Zac. Is the Zac going to go in instead? And there's a huge chunk of damage onto the Gwen. Another hook missed by Nautilus, and the first blood goes to Soraka. Where did the Kai'Sa go? I guess she just didn't see the Soraka, but here is Mel for the backup. Early 35, looking a little bit low. Oh my god, and Asol's rotating down. This is a bloody 4-minute fight here. Looks like only 35 is going to lose his life right here. And that is another kill to Aurelion Sol. 2 kills for the team side of Team Cupic.
That hurts right there. Only 35 had the right idea. They said, hey, it's a low HP, we can try and fight this. But again, the sneakiness, if you don't immediately aggress on the low HP bars, Soraka and Sona will out-heal you at any stage of the game. It is frustrating to deal with, but it was slow from only 35, which meant there was time for Team Cupic to come around the side, be able to collapse on in and get 2 free. Really, really well played and good response from Team Cupic that we are going to see occur throughout the entirety of this game.
Yeah, definitely. I think we kind of underestimated the power of the Soraka here. We weren't even looking at the Kai'Sa, and I doubt the Kai'Sa was really looking at the Soraka either. And the Soraka was able to get a nasty, nasty kill onto the Kai'Sa, denying her from even entering the fight that was happening between the tier 1 and the tier 2 towers bot lane. But now they're stepping up just a little bit. There's the flash from the Nautilus, the root onto the Sona. Is Cupid gonna go down? There's a flash and ignite onto then another flash from the Kai'Sa going in, trying to get one more auto. Not able to get it. The heals come out and they are back to half health.
Remind me never to piss off Cupid and Tamika. Like, these two are staying alive, and they will just out-heal, they will out-sustain, and they are becoming this kind of thorn in the side of only 35, which is why Zac is roaming into the mid lane.
Oh, good flash by Aurelion Sol to kind of dodge that Zac knockup right there. A failed gank for Permanent Pain. Feeling a little bit of that pain from that gank here, but we know the dragon is up, so it looks like both of our... Oh, and a little bit of fight in the back lane. Tamika looking to go in, but Nautilus is the only one there. Zac is coming down. This could be a juicy, juicy gank for the side of Team Only 35.
Yeah, well, okay, we've said that before. We have said that before and it didn't work out, so I don't know if we want to say that again.
It's so deceiving how low their health is, because the moment Sona presses W or her E and Soraka presses her W, they're instantly back to half health.
Yeah, it's very frustrating, but I will say I think Permanent Pain did the right thing this time, which is deter the follow through, because we saw how low Bioster and Only 35 actually got in that fight. So to ensure that the Soraka and the Sona didn't get more off of it, you just position yourself in front, inside of vision range, and you say, okay, you can't take more than this. So I like what they did to bounce back, and they're saying, okay, instead of trying to kill, let's just get the CS. Bioster already up 20 CS. Let's farm that way, don't give extra kills, and then we will look to try and fight in that mid game or when we have more HP.
A little bit of scuffle in the bot lane, but it looks like they're not going to try to go for it. They've seen the power of the Soraka. They know that this health is deceiving. They're going to be a little bit more diligent about when they're going to go in. And Nautilus channeling up. Is he going to be able to hit the hook? He does not go for the hook. Just a little bit of scare in the bot lane. We know their drag is up. They're trying to get prio here. And it seems like the junglers are both pathing towards top and mid here.
I mean, for Hentai Penta, which is a line I hope I never say in real life or, outside of this game, is going to be still farming up. You can see a little bit lower on the side, but our Eric is supposed to be on the higher end. Renekton is going to outbully in the early game. That is what a Renekton does. But for Hentai Penta, your main goal is just continue to farm up, continue to get that CS, because the Renekton might fall off. Your main worry is the 4 APs on the other side that are going to try and shred you. So get the MR, maybe a little bit of armor in there, and then set up for Permanent Pain, which we're seeing here.
Ooh, looks like a gank from Zac gonna go onto the Renekton. Is Renekton gonna live here? He dashes out, and Hentai Penta is pretty low, and the flash comes out from the Renekton. Doesn't look like there's gonna be another chase here. Oh, one last cleaver would have made the difference there. Looks like, the needlework comes out, not able to hit Zac, and that is a needlework down on the side of Gwen, which is a little rough considering now the whole team is looking to maybe get and secure the grubs here.
I like this. For Only 35, you started to expand away from that bot lane. You said, I know we're going to get them low, but we're never going to kill. So instead, focus our efforts on the other side of the map. It really seems like Team Only 35 have really understood the name of the game, which is we messed up once on the bot side. Let's focus other areas. Let's look at maybe the dragon later as well. Let's focus on these global objectives that we know Team Cupid aren't able to get until much later in the game if they're able to get the Gwen online.
Yeah, definitely. I like the push that Sona and Soraka have here. A great setup and a little bit of a lane swap here. We've got Mundo, covering the bot lane. And maybe another gank here for Eric under tower. Permanent Pain and Only 35 are both here. There's the root. Nautilus is tanking tower and another root. The CC is unstoppable and down goes Eric for a nice solid kill for Kai'Sa.
You knew that was all too free. You knew the Renekton had no ult. You knew Eric had no flash. That is the freest gank you will ever get, and Only 35 capitalized. Not only that, you knew Killaji was going to be in the area, so you trade out that kill plus plates for that top side, for that dragon, which again is an ocean. Still going to lean into Team Cupid's play, but it's a solo dragon. It is not the soul. You don't have to worry as much. So I think they're very happy with where they're at, as Team Only 35 are actually up about, I would say, about 500, 600 gold, kind of bouncing back from the earlier losses.
Yeah, definitely. How do you see this these comps kind of going into the mid to late game? Who's going to kind of come out first if they're able to get that scaling going?
Ooh, so I hate saying this. I actually do like Team Cupid's side a little bit more. Gwen is known as a shredder, and personally, the ASOL can be a little bit worrying with the AoE, with that damage output, plus with the Sky's Descent. It's painful. And the amount of healing, I just
Ooh.
don't think only 35 have enough burst to
Mm.
fully win out. But if they get Biostir ahead, if Biostir is able to get a lot of kills early, feel that gold, the burst from Biostir will be able to negate. However, when it comes to super late game, I'm looking at Hentai Penta. Hentai Penta is not going to die. I'm so sorry. I don't see any area where Hentai Penta goes down if you get to the late game, if you get to like 4.5, 5 items.
Definitely. So this is definitely going to be on Team Cubic to kind of finish out the series and finish out the game first before Hentai Penta can get up to his obviously tanky Mundo goes where he pleases state. But it looks like we're back to normal. We've got the four bot laners in the bot lane where they belong. And there's the hook going down onto Cubic. Is Cubic getting, but Cubic's fine. Soraka's right there. They've turned the tides and actually going to try to chase onto Biostir and only 35. Just a little bit of poke here and there. Looks like they're gonna go for some vision instead.
Yeah, Biostir actually hit a minion, but this is the second fight.
Oh my gosh, he's gonna flash. There's the crescendo onto both of them. A big rude follow-up from Soraka, but the 4 seasons of the Leaves and Permanent Pain are all here. Maybe looking for a two-man dive. There's the TP coming out flash from Soraka. Not able to get any CC down. And there's Aurelion Sol to make sure that his teammates are not gonna get ganked again.
I love it, the deterrent, but they're going again.
You know
I
what?
don't
Going
like that.
back in, there's the wish coming out. Enough to save, not enough to save. The Golden Eclipse comes out from Seasons of Leaves and is enough to kill down Cubic and make sure that Arsona goes down. A great follow-up from Team Only 35 there. Maybe they're looking for more. There's the flash from the Aurelion Sol. Isn't enough, but that's the root from Mel. Oh, but Killa is going in. The Needlewood, the point of the Needlewood goes on and kills two, finds two. One more. Is that enough? There's a tower shard for Killa, and Killa goes down. That is an incredibly bloody fight in the bot lane. 2-for-1, favoring Team Cubic there. A great follow-up with that TP from Aurelion Sol onto the fight. What did we just see there?
We saw overextension to overextension is really what it was. Only 35 rightfully called for the dive. Didn't work out. They pulled off. That is the right call. Then Team Cupid said, no, we want to fight. And Cupid stepped up way too far. You're a Sona. After using Crescendo, you don't have anything else in the bank. Thankfully, Killa G was in the area. You were able to work your way out to safety. You sacrificed your life, but you still gained the feat of warfare, which is, I think, their main goal overall after they saw the dive. So, in essence, everyone got what they wanted, but I think only 35 came out a little bit further ahead. They were able to get the kills. They were able to keep things kind of negated, and their kills went on to priority members. I think Biostir and Season of Leaves were able to hang on to one apiece. Only 35, though, getting a kill for himself, not the best. Either way, though, for Team Cubic, they're much happier overall with the feat of warfare, with themselves being able to scale up.
Ooh, Soraka getting a little bit caught out, taking massive damage from the Kai'Sa with the isolated Q there. Maybe looking for a dive, but Gwen is here to make sure that her teammates look a little bit safer there. It seems like Team Only 35 does want to make some plays happen and shut down that bot lane. You know, something that I noticed but also is that our Zac is building AP here. So he's started with that Proto Belt. What do you think about that first item?
I like it. You need it, number one, to add a little bit more oomph in there. It is silly to see, though. It reminds me a lot of Amumu when we see the Leandris first, when we see a lot of what I think used to be like the Abyssal was the old school style, but Leandris makes more sense. For Permanent Pain, you aren't really worried about tanking up. There's not consistent damage. There's burst damage on the other side, so you sling some burst damage back instead. I like it. Now, if you're going to optimize a little bit more into tankiness after your third item, I think I'm okay with that as well. Not the worst in the world, but at the moment, you need that damage buff. You pay the tax of the Grievous Wounds, 3 Oblivion Orbs, plus
I did see that.
with the Bramble Vest in the top side. The only one that I assume is not going to have it is Biostir, which makes sense at the end of the day.
Yeah, they're certainly paying that healing tax right now with that Sona, with that Soraka. I mean, even with the Gwen and the Renekton, those are going to be some very, very valuable items here. It looks like both teams are going to try to fight over this dragon here. It is a mountain dragon here. Only 35, really getting right up in there. There's the silence coming out onto Seasons of Leaves.
Oh boy.
Another TP from the members. There's a wish, and that is another kill for Seasons of Leaves, but this is a little bit of a massacre. Aesol on the back line. Seasons of Leaves getting a flash from Eric into a dead Biostar in a bit of a trouble. And there's Eric picking up a double kill. Is this going to be a triple kill? One more permanent pain has gotten the Aesol, and now it is just Hentai Penta. Can he save his team and get that Penta? It doesn't look like he is going to be able to. Eric picking up a nasty, nasty triple kill, and that is a free drag for Team Cupic right there.
It was so back and forth until Eric actually entered in the battle. We saw Hentai Penta enter in too far away. There wasn't any vision to TP on. Eric TP'd into the Dragon Pit, which meant their damage was much more immediate. By the way, only 35, I think if Eric hadn't joined, would have won that battle. But Eric able to cleave through, catch up to Biostar specifically, kind of ruined all the plans. So really, really well played from Team Cupic with the faster gut call on that TP.
Definitely. You know, we saw Eric dashing onto the two hyper carries that are really doing the most of the damage as of now on Team 34. He got onto the Mel, got the kill onto the Mel, went onto the Kai'Sa immediately after, got the kill onto the Kai'Sa, and then leaving only the tankier members of Team Only 35 to kind of try to pick up the pieces. But with that, he was able to shred through that team and really win the fight for his team there.
Big power move there, and now you can kind of use that and try and catapult yourself forward, but only 35
Ooh, and a
are still
flash
lead
from
with
only
gold.
35. The hook makes contact. Tamika trying to save her enchanted best friend, not able to get it, and that is a kill that the power of the Nautilus hook has. A great kill for only 35, kind of guaranteeing that Rip Herald that's up there.
Huge win for them. And I also want to point out for only 35, a huge difference that they did. They didn't go Brimble Vest. They said, okay, look, I'm going to never get auto attack. Why would anyone on the enemy side auto attack? And if it is, it's Eric. Eric doesn't really matter. He went with the Oblivion Orb as well just to get more damage behind it. I really like that kind of heads up thinking in there of that's how we're going to apply these grievous wounds. That's how we're going to deny these opponents a lot of that extra healing ability. So we're seeing these incremental moves here. Team Only 35 is still staying strong as Killa G waiting for half a moment, maybe looking for a dive.
Yeah, he's got the skin buff on. He's got that new Rain Shepherd skin on, so I'm happy with the zoom in on the Gwen. I think she's super cute. Oh, but a little bit of a trouble for Hentai Penta here. The crescendo comes out, not able to get it in a flash from Hentai Penta. The needlework does come out. It is not enough. Only 35's hook is not enough. A huge knockup, and that is a double kill. Oh my god, and TP from Aurelion Sol, but is it enough? Soraka is now joining the fight. Aurelion Sol on the back line, getting that damage down, but it doesn't matter. The CC is too great.
No.
Aurelion Sol and Cupid is just not enough. The healing is just not enough. And there is another one down onto Aurelion Sol. Permanent pain continuously, permanently on the enchanters. And that is a complete smash demolishment of Team Cupic.
You hate to see it. This is what I was worried about for Team Cupic. They needed to get up, but as soon as Biostar was able to get some damage down, it's huge. Not only that, permanent pain able to sustain for so long thanks to the extra healing, but the extra AP in the back pocket empowered the blob healing as well. Everything worked out in their favor, and it yielded such high end results, and it is going to run in. Nice little addition to that side with the Rift Herald, everything leading to Team Only 35's way.
Yeah, permanent pain. Between permanent pain and only 35, there was no escaping from Tamika and Cupic. They're at the mercy of their hands, just waiting for the Aurelion Sol to try to get off that damage. You know, we saw in that fight, Eric wasn't there to kind of get onto that backline, to get onto Biostar, to kind of stop that damage from coming in. And because of that, they just got completely shredded in the bot lane there.
Yeah, I like it. And now we're seeing Permanent Pain as well, who got a majority share of those kills, by the way, immediately optimized into MR. You look at that, it's a Spirit Vision in tow, meaning extra healing through, which actually means now for Team Cupic, they're the ones that have to pay the Grievous Wounds tax. They are the ones that are saying, we don't really have a way to cut through this Zac, and Biostar is going to be the least of our problems at the end of the day. So now we have to optimize into that. We didn't get the kills that we really wanted. Killa G is not off the ground as quickly as we would like. So who is going to pay that tax? That is my big question.
Ooh, and
Tamika.
there's the airborne onto the Soraka, the blobs coming out, and the ultimate.
Oh,
Their wish is not enough. Acel trying to get that damage down. The deflect comes out. There's a double root onto Aurelion Sol. The knockup does not hit, and the huge Skies Descended coming out from Aurelion Sol. Not quite enough to stop the Enchanter massacre that is happening here.
Nope. It is, you rightfully called it at the end there. It is an Enchanter Massacre. 4 Killer G ain't gonna do anything there. I'm so
Another
sorry.
Another kill
This
onto
game,
Biosearch as well.
Yeah. This is Team Only 35 recognizing that we have gotten the lead that we needed. We got Biostar ahead, we got Permanent Pain ahead. Season of Leaves is now online at 4-2-1. Only an item and a half gonna complete that Shadow Flame in just a bit. Quite literally, I don't think Team Cupic, until we reach 35 minutes, until we see Killer G get that third or fourth item, I really don't see how they're going to win any of these team fights, even if they started.
Yeah, definitely. As we see, we said earlier in the draft, Team Cupic was very heavily AP focused. We've got the Gwen, the Aurelion Sol, who's going to be that massive backline damage. But on the other side, we see that Spirit Visage. We see the MR coming from Team Only 35 to kind of counter that damage. Even Kaisa has that cloak that she's got right there. It's going to be really hard for Team Cupic to kind of try to shred through these tanks where they don't really have to worry about any armor, building any armor, or splitting their resistances between armor and magic resist. That seems like a bit of an oversight that, from the behalf of Team Cupic there.
It might not be an oversight. It might be constructed to look as bad as it does. I mean, you draft 4 AP and you're like, we kind of meant for this to happen. We knew we were going to be up a creek almost without a paddle. And now you threw the boat away too. Now it's just 4 individuals kind of trying to swim their hardest. And they knew what they were getting into, and I do feel they were hoping that they could kind of outclass in the early game, give time for Killer G to really get up to the top side. However, the game is not favoring them. Only 35 is pushing the envelope with how quickly they can fight. Not only that, Hextech Soul to play with is probably one of the worst that Team Cupic can deal with, because even if you heal, you're not getting away from Team Only 35 if we do reach the point where Soul is there as Cupid walks into the bush.
Oh my god, there's the flash. Cupic is out of position, and that is an easy pickup for the team of Team Only 5. Now Aurelion Sol looking a little bit low, but there's the wish coming out from the Soraka. Is Eric enough to save this fight? Biostar looking really low, and Biostar going down. Killer G also gonna find another kill, and there's only 35 going down as well. Permanent Pain looking to try to stop Eric, but Eric is shredding through. Hentai Penta can Seasons of Leaves finish out the fight. Tamika, the last one standing, and that is a double kill for Season of Leaves.
That was so dangerous. That was so close to being dangerous for Team Cupic. Season of Leaves was not there for a majority share of the start of that fight. In Team Only 35, you can see without their entire squad, they do have some issues clearing a lot of that healing, clearing a lot of that HP. And Killer G got a fantastic needle work off, plus the snip. Eric was also in the front lines. But as soon as Season of Leaves came in, it became a wallet diff at the end of the day. And I hate saying that because wallet diffs feel the worst. I think Team Cupic have one of their best fights right there, and they are just too far behind to take advantage of it. It feels bad. You're on the right course. If you can find another fight like that, though, there is a chance that you can bounce back. You just need it to happen a little bit faster to get those kills.
Definitely. Team Cupic was able to get that early on fight kill onto the Kaisa, which stopped a lot of the damage that was coming in and allowed Eric to kind of go in and kind of start shredding some of those tanks along with the Gwen. But then once Season of Leaves kind of came over, the tide of the fight really changed completely into the favor of Team Only 5. So, this is really how are we going to keep our carries alive?
No,
ooh, and there's another bush kill onto Cupic. Didn't even see the Kaisa ultimate coming out for Tamika. Not quite enough. Biostar being like in a bit of a bad position, and that is a 1-for-1. That was a greedy ultimate by Kaisa trying to get onto Tamika there and wasn't able to quite get enough damage to kill the Soraka down there.
It's not the worst in the world, but yeah, that was mean. Biostar just like you got the zoom in death there, buddy, which is very, very much courtesy of our amazing producer, Ice Fire Ride. Very, very awesome. Putting the entire stream package together, giving us the beautiful flyover views, and letting us watch Only 35 get the lead.
Oh, looking a little bit out of position. There's the perfect snip, and down goes Only 35. A nice kill pickup for Team Cupic there.
Yep, very, very comfortable at the end here, and it feels like Team Cupic, the idea is there. The transfer of strength is starting to come through. We can see the idea of where Killa G was hoping to be at maybe 5 minutes beforehand. The problem being is only 35 is still very far ahead, and Hentai Penta hasn't really built up too much. Is still waiting for their moment to really shine. Yes, they're 3-1-5, but we haven't seen them truly be that menace that we know a Mundo can be. And you know Team Cupic is like, dude, that's still coming along the way. We still have to be worried about this Mundo that will be unkillable throughout. And if they get Baron as well, Team Only 35 can just rush down the end of this game.
Definitely. I would really like to see the Aurelion Soul as well coming out with some really big ults and some really big damage on the backline. It's so hard because of how tanky Team Only 35 is, but I think at the end of the day, Eric is going to start falling off, and it's going to be up to Gwen and the Aurelion Soul to kind of pick up some of the damage that he's not going to be able to get onto those really tanky front lines.
Yeah, now it's another question as Permanent Pain is looking for the other edges. And I like this call for Team Only 35. They are routing around. They're looking at this Baron as that kind of end-all be-all goal. But specifically, they're looking for picks. They have a composition that can jump over walls, that can dive, that can solo out a single player. So I like what they're doing here. Two wards inside, but it's still understood that it's currently being taken, so Team Cupic are going to try for a steal.
The Baron at 1,000. Blue team able to secure the Penta, but there comes the Sky's Descent. Are we going to pick up some kills here for Killa G? Aurelion Soul is going to go in, but Permanent Pain is able to hop out. Hentai Penta trying to be that front line that the Team Only 35 need, but Eric really looking for blood. Bloodthirsty Seasons of Leaves is able to get the root out, and it allows their team to get out safely with the Baron.
Very, very nicely done. That is a solid way to get away. And again, gold difference, wallet diff at the end of the day. I'm so sorry to say it, but the only reason you live is because you have enough items to kind of break through. It was a risky Baron. It was a
really
aggressive
there.
Oh?
But
Only
Season
35?
of Leaves looking to go in only 35 in the backline. That is a huge ultimate. Biostar able to get the ult down as well. We can't discount Season of Leaves. Getting Krill with a single golden eclipse. It is just Killa G, and Killa G is not enough to turn the tide. That is a pentakill for Season of Leaves with one single golden eclipse. That is 4 down, and Team Only 35 are looking to close out this game.
I love it. The eclipse to sunburst is so real. Where's Leona to create the party favorites at the end? Team Only 35 crushing with the pick of the tournament here in game 1.
That is by far the highlight of this game. That is what we know Mel can do with that golden eclipse, with those stacks. What a great way to end that game with our first Penta of today. That was perfectly played. I mean, Team Only 35 turned it around in an instant. How do you think they kind of shifted the tide from the strong, sustain that came from Team Cupic into this amazing pentakill at the drag?
I think they didn't let the early game ruffle their feathers a little bit too much. Whenever you take a dive and you mess up a little bit, you lose a couple lives, you tend to get flustered. I think anyone's really felt that, but they recovered appropriately. And I think that was a big turning point. They said, okay, look, we know we can win come the mid game if Biostar, if Seasonal Leaves is in these appropriate areas. And I didn't really respect Permanent Pain, but that Zac did so much work in there as well. So they knew their strengths in that mid game. That's how they turned it around. And poor Team Cupic was just kind of left to the dust. They weren't able to do anything at the end of the day. They had no true carry. And someone pointed it out, rightfully so. Killa G on the Gwen was the only true carry at that time. So that's all they worried about. They played around Killa G and they took victory.
Yeah, definitely. I think Killa G was able to get some really great moments there. But unfortunately, at the end of the day, it wasn't quite enough to kind of start shutting down. Biostar was getting very strong. Seasons of Leaves was picking up multiple kills throughout the fights. It wasn't quite enough. We didn't get Eric on the backline enough in those fights as they would have wanted to. He was the one who was going to be able to dash onto that Kai'Sa, dash onto that Mel, especially without having anything for Mel to deflect on in Renekton's kit. Very easy for Renekton to kind of get onto that Mel, which he wasn't quite able to do in those
Yep.
team fights, which led to those damage constantly being pumped out on the team from Team Only 35.
Yeah, it was brutal to watch, and you called it out so well. And also, I'm happy. One of your first broadcasts ever. I get to be here for your pentakill call, and I loved it. Hopefully, we get some more in the future. So please don't go anywhere. Reina's Kingdoms tournament will continue with the semifinals matchup between Team Only 35 and Team Cubic to see who goes to the grand finals in this BO3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. A mind-blowing Pensa already on the books. It took a full day, but we got it, and I'm very, very excited to see it on stream. Now we get into game number 2, where things are a little bit messier. Team Cupid tried to get very, very silly with it. Didn't really work with quad AP with Renekton to kind of buffer, and now we go into game 2, where hopefully they do come out, like you said, with a much more meta strategic composition.
Yeah, I'm hoping. Well, you know what? There's the first pick onto the Lux. But Lux is great. We've seen her played before, and I know Cubic especially is a really great mage and enchanter player. So Lux is actually a very strong pick here. She's got the pick potential. She's got the big burst. I'm excited. Hopefully, we see. I would like to see personally a little bit more of a traditional kind of composition with that AD carry, with that more tanky front line, with some engage, a kind of more well-rounded team. We see a Team Only 35 going to pick up a Sivir, another great pick. We saw that yesterday as well. Great wave clear, a lot of potential for Chase with her ultimate here. What are we hoping to see today, Orbital?
I want to see Team Only 35 continue on with their very calm adjustments. I think they drafted very well in game number 1, seeing what Cupid threw down. And I also want to give a shout out Ice, talking about how Lux feels like a very big steal away from Season of Leaves. As much as I understand Season of Leaves plays a lot of Lux, I don't regard it very highly as a carry. Now, we have seen it be a carry, but it has to have extra behind it, maybe a little extra damage boost behind. But it can be very powerful, it can be very frustrating. So Team Only 35 recognize that they have to have ways to jump on forward. And just like this, they are going to build a forward-facing team fight composition to follow up behind that Sivir and Zinzao.
Yeah, we have to remember that this is Fearless, so we're not going to be able to see that Season of Leaves on that Mel again, and we're not going to be able to see the Soraka, the Sona, the Gwen, the Renekton. Those are all out of the champion pool, so we will be seeing new champions not played before by Team Cubic and Only 35. So we're going to have to find some more creative ways to create those comps, and Team Cubic is going to pick up the more tank Scion right there, which is going to be a great split pusher for them.
Kind of bottleneck on the top side, and I give credit, Eric played very, very well on the Renekton, was able to get into the fights. We saw the murderous intent, I want to say, through that early to mid-game focus. This time, as you said, is a little bit more of a frontliner, needs to disengage for the team, needs to make sure the Zinzao doesn't pass by you in that team fight. Keep the rest of your team safe, which also leads me to believe we're going to get a very big hyper carry from Team Cupid's side in that bottom side or in mid lane, maybe another long range mage. There's still Ziggs. There's a few other options that you can play with. And they're actually looking for a rumble of their own. The J4 locked in, providing a wombo combo.
Yeah, I really like the J4. That's gonna be a great engage into the Sivir, into the Shinzao. They're actually gonna go with the Ornn here, so we're gonna have a bit of a wet noodle fight, a little bit tankier top laners here with that Ornn versus the Scion, but I think they're both great utility for the teams here. Again, we are definitely seeing a little bit more of a traditional team comp with both sides, a little bit more of a carry with those tankier front lines here. It's gonna be more, and we're gonna pick up the Rakan for Team Only 35. I love the Rakan. I think he's got really great utility. He can get in, get out very easily. He's gonna be a great team setup player for the side of Only 35.
Yeah, I like it. And again, it's also the fact that you can engage and disengage at the same time. Now that you see the Scion plus the J4, you need to keep that Sivir safe. So you have both of those tools available in your back pocket. The big question is what you round it out with in that mid lane. Again, for Team Only 35, that's why you left it to an R5 position. Is that Lux going support? Is that Lux going mid? Is that Lux going in the APC role? That will all be answered here, so you can pick appropriately. So Team Cupid kind of forced into this position, and they're still going with the double mage composition here. It makes sense. That's their bread and butter. You can still line up a wombo combo, Again, I'm a little bit worried about the damage output from the squad, though. That was one of my big heralds back in game number 1, and it will be the same here in game 2.
Yeah, my guess is it's going to be Lux and Sarah in the bot lane. The question is, I've seen both been played as APC, so that's a little bit of a question still up in the air right now. But what I really like here is the setup between the Cataclysm from Jarvan 4 into the Sarah Encore. That's going to be a guaranteed hit as it passes through the Jarvan, passes through his Cataclysm onto the rest of the team. So that's going to be a really great setup that I hope we see in game. Oh, and they're going to go for a Rumble in the top lane, I think. So I'm confused. Tell me what you think. I'm trying to figure out this comp. I thought I had it figured out. Now I'm all mixed up. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking I've seen some silliness before where the Scion actually goes into a losing lane, preps for a Seraphine Lux style, and then you have the Rumble in the mid or top. I do agree, Rumble has to go in one of the solo lanes, be able to play out appropriately. You can't get bullied out because that's your main burn. AEP is the best way I can put it. You need that burn, you need like the Bloodletter, you need that Leandries, you need that Riftmaker. And so I do want to see it in a solo lane, and you're trying to run away from the Morgana matchup. That Morgana going into the mid lane, a great denier, a great staller, a great just negator of the laning aspect. Team Cupic are once again put in this position of we need to be a little bit worried about how we play the early game. We need some of those wins. We do have more forceful fight in damage output instead of the Sona, instead of that Soraka. But if you don't win, I am worried about that MR that comes through for Team Only 35 once again.
Yeah, definitely. Again, we're seeing Team Only 5 favoring a little bit more of a traditional comp. Morgana has been really strong. We've seen her before in this tournament as well. So I like the kind of pick potential that we've got with the Morgana into the Rakan engage there. But, we've seen things go both ways. We've seen yesterday kind of favor the off-meta kind of teams. So I'm excited, especially as we're going into game, kind of see who kind of lands on top for today.
Yep, it's all about what goes down on the Rift and who gets to get presents and who gets coal in their stocking. Unfortunately, it's not really coal, it's just a lower amount of money. Now, keep in mind, both teams, whoever wins and whoever loses, whoever wins moves on to the grand finals, whoever loses will move on to a third place matchup. So they will have another series to play a little bit later on. I have been given word, as I put out a message earlier and people are actually responding, thank the Lord, there are people streaming their POVs. So if you want to go ahead, if you're in Raina's Discord, please go ahead and check that out. Watch all the matches go down, see all the fun that the players are having as well, and hopefully we get to see even more and more. But focused on this matchup, as you said, it's all about the laning, all about making sure you don't get caught out, farm up appropriately, and look for that damage output, that thrilling burst. And maybe it depends on the line as Only 35 finds Cupid.
He does a little bit of a poke, but able to get to disengage because that is Rakan's specialty there. Not going to get a little bit, but the great information we see. Lux started that E. She didn't start the Q there. Now Seraphine looking a little bit out of position here. She might be getting pinched here, but it doesn't look like Bioster really wants to go in too much. That's the E start onto the Rakan. Just getting a little bit of aggression, asserting dominance, if you will, right there from Only 35.
Just a little meet and greet in the jungle there. Just hello, hello, hello. How we doing? And now you get back to laning phase. So as you said, it is going to be that very simple play of the Seraphine and the Lux in the appropriate laning position. No big deal there, which I really, really like. Still, the poke, the annoyance factor, Bioster and Only 35 are going to do their best to try and zone. This one's just a little bit harder to do so. The main one I'm watching, though, is in the mid lane. Season Elise versus Went, who is that Rumble at the end of the day. I want to see how Rumble fares. I want to see if you're able to farm and get that CS to get those item breaks.
Definitely. I personally like the Lux Seraphine more than the Soraka Sona. You have a little bit more damage, a little bit more hard CC, and the burst from the final spark feels a lot better than the damage output from the Soraka and Sona, which has a little bit more sustain. But at the end of the day, I think this competition, and they saw it and they realized it from last game, is they need a little bit more damage on the side of Team Cubic here. So we're going to see a little bit of a scuffle between the two. Bioster is going to probably probably be able to poke them out. You know, it's going to be up to the Rakan to try to find that engage before they can get really poked down from the Seraphine double Q, from that Lux E. So this is going to be a matter of, you know, who's going to be able to land that CC first onto the other team.
Yeah,
Ooh,
well,
Killer G looking to maybe gank here. There's the knock up onto, but the stun comes out onto only 35, and that is a first blood for Lux. That is the damage that we were looking to see. But Biostar looking to maybe get another kill onto Tamika. Not quite enough. A little scared without the Rakan.
Yeah, I mean, you're just trying to get damage back. You lose one, it's not the worst in the world, but for Team Cupid, it's a great pickup. Killer G being able to make that quick pit stop into the bot side also means you don't lose out too much on the jungle rotations, meaning at the end of the day, Permanent Pain isn't going to get too far ahead in terms of camp clear. A lot of jungle is all about that tempo, all about keeping pace with the enemy side, and then adjusting to get a win in that way. So really, really nicely done by Killer G.
Ooh, a little bit of a gank. Roaming support from only 35. Just gonna help grab some of those minions as they walk up, as they go to maybe look towards that top side. Ooh, and the great spell shield from Biostar getting some damage on, but Tamika is really playing quite aggressive. Biostar doesn't have her Rakan to kind of stop that engage and gets just a little bit more damage, forcing Biostar to pop some of those pots that he has.
Take a little bit of time and have to wait it out as much as possible. One of my issues watching that is, again, just the spell shield. You have to pick and choose which ability you do want to block, and it's one of the roughest positions to be in. So maybe
is there going to be a kill in the bottom? Ooh, very close. Biostar's got nothing left. No health, no mana. Forced to back here as Rakan is back. It's a very uneven, you know, very staggered backing between the support and ADC, which is not very ideal here. But Lux is being forced to back as well. Ooh, a root onto the Rakan as he tries to stop her back. Not able to quite stop her back, and that is immediate TP from Lux there to get back into position.
I love it. The fight of an orange Killer G to the top.
Ooh, a knock-up coming out from Killer G. That is a kill onto Hentai Penta, and one more kill, but pick up for Killer G.
I like it already. We're seeing a massive shift from Team Cupid. This is much more in line with what we saw yesterday in their matchups. A lot more aggressive, a lot more in control of the matchup, because they do have that damage output. Exactly like you talked about back in the early draft. These are much more comfortable and attuned to, we want to take over lane, we are going to force you away, we're going to make sure that you can't fight us back, and we're going to continue this type of battle.
There's a knock up onto Cubic, but Sivir is rooted. The Ignite comes out onto Cubic, and the bouncing is going to hit onto Cubic. The shielding is just enough to save him from death, and the Q comes out, not able to hit. The root comes out. The Equalizer coming out from the Rumble. That is another kill, and that is feats of warfare for Team Cubic, but one more kill from the Rakan. And Rakan is going to go down, sacrificing his life to get that final kill onto Cubic. And that is a two for one on the side of Team Cubic. Even the Rumble picking up a kill in that mid lane is going to be great for them.
Huge win in more ways than just one. Yes, you got the feat of warfare. Yes, you got 2 kills now on the Cubic, but number 3 is, remember, Rumble is kind of locked into this mid lane position, and Morgana just wave clears and roams, wave clears and roams. You out-roamed a Morgana. Yes, you sacrifice like a wave. You're down 2 CS. Not the worst in the world. You'll lose another wave here. Either way, for the Rumble, you're really happy that you were able to rotate out, that you were able to pick up a kill plus an assist, and then you can lean into more damage later. Already have the sword shoot, already have that speed up. I love what we're seeing right now from Team Cupid.
Ooh, there's the power of the poke from Tamika and Cubic as Rakan is coming back into lane to kind of protect their ADC. Ooh, a little bit of a pinch onto it, not quite enough to steal the Chemdrake, and Killer G is forced to flash out of the Baron pit there.
I like it. You attempted it, not the worst in the world as well. You say, hey, I took a chance. It's the same that we see with Wukongs and Xin Zhao's themselves. You go ahead, jump on it. If you get the smite, great. If you don't, no worries. Topside, though, Eric might be in trouble. Rumble's here.
Here's Call of the Forge God. He does hit it this time, and that is a kill. Doesn't even need the Rumble. Is a little bit too late onto that gank there. Not able to save his friend Eric there. Great kill by Hentai Penta. Really unstoppable Call of the Forge God there. Unavoidable by that Scion. It was basically point blank, and there's the root onto only 35, able to get out And maybe forced back the nice spell shield, holding the E from the Lux as they try to engage one more time. They do have ult. There's the final spark. A little bit more damage and down goes Biostar. Not enough from Rakan to save his ADC.
Welcome to the death pit. You block 1, 3 more will fire in its place. That's what happens with that binding, with the extra damage behind. It's so frustrating as Biostar that you're stuck in this position. But I want to go back to the top side. Hentai Penta was able to win out in the 1v1, but again, it's a twofold issue. Rumble roamed up, flashed over the wall to try and help, and still wasn't able to get anything, which means Season of Leaves is starting to accrue larger bonuses and larger wins. This is exactly what you want. Already has a plate down in the mid, which is massive for Team Cupic. It's about this factor of the more that Rumble roams, the more necessity it requires that Rumble is winning, because you will sacrifice so much lane pressure for that roam itself. You got all 3 grubs. I really, really like that for Team Cupic. You're keeping up that pressure. But at some point, we should see Season of Leaves start rotating out, influencing the other lanes as well. And that's where we get to see that stat check between everyone.
Definitely, definitely. I think Grubs is a huge pickup for Team Cupic, especially with that Scion is going to be a big, side lane pusher. And with the Grubs, it's going to be very hard to stop as he gets tankier and tankier in the side lane. Ooh, Rumble looking a little caught out. There's the equalizer, but he is getting knocked up and rooted to no end. But only 35 is looking a little worse for wear. Permanent Pain, 1 HP. Season of Leaves gonna pick up that kill onto the Rumble, as well as Tamika getting a kill onto Permanent Pain. A little bit of a bloodbath in that jungle. That is a 1-for-2 in favor of Team Cupic again.
Yeah, this time it was a call of their own, by the way. Team Only 35 said, we want to fight in that jungle side. We think we can kill the Rumble. Great heal to come out. I believe from Tamika, this Seraphine is getting so much value. Once again, Tamika was on the Soraka in game number 1. Also had really good healing, but this time you're healing a damage dealer. Way better, in my opinion. So I really like what they're doing here. Team Cupic continuing this onslaught of, if we're not outright winning, we're winning in small increments.
Definitely. I think the Tamika has just played it very, very well. They've actually switched positions. Cupic before was in the support position. It looks like there's some aggression, but Killer G is here to follow up as well. Both junglers here to make sure that their bot lane doesn't go down. Oh, and the flash from Cupic, but it's not enough. One snipe from Shin down, and there comes the roots, but that is not enough to save Killer G. Killer G goes down as well. Those are the bouncing silver blades. That is enough to bring down Killer G. What a turnaround for Team Only 35.
Yeah, that's huge for them. That's massive for Permanent Pain to be able to come in, sweep in with the Talon Strike, and then allow Biostar to get more assists in there. This is huge. We were just talking about the fact that for a lot of Team Cupic, there has been some struggles around them getting kills, getting a lot of that access in this early game. Well, that's exactly what you want. All of a sudden, Permanent Pain can now be a threat, just like Killer G has been throughout this early game. All of a sudden, Team Only 35 look threatening.
Yes, definitely. How do you see this team match? How are the team fights between these two teams? We've got a lot of team fight with, the Cataclysm, the engage from the Scion and the Cataclysm, but at the same time, it looks like they may want to try to look for some more side lane push. How are these teams kind of comparing in terms of team fights?
Oh, that's actually really scary, because it comparatively depends on who engages who. If it's Team Cupic to engage, they will win 8 times out of 10. They have the wombo, they have that great flag and drag, they have every single starter piece, plus the damage behind. It is a rolling boulder down a cliff. Not a mountainside, a cliff. For Team Only 35,
not able to get the
they have
gank
sustained
there.
damage more. Yeah, that's okay. They're not worried. Team Only 35 had the sustained damage, though. That's what I'm worried about. If Team Cupic miss any of their CC, if they don't blow up Biostar immediately, Season of Leaves is going to come out. All that CC landing from the Rakan, from the Ornhorn, it will hit way too hard. So it's really about who starts the fight. And if Team Cupic can continue to be proactive in their engagements, they will win. However, they don't. They're in trouble. Rumble.
Oh, there are the Soul Shackles. Is it enough, though? The stun does come out. There's some more CC, and is not quite enough.
Nice.
Rumble making a bad decision, and he's going to go down to Seasons of Leaves.
Yeah, that was That was expected. Huge shout out to Season Leaves, knowing that you're not going to cook immediately. It's not a Leandri's fully, so you still have a little time to play with. You're getting more gold as well. Team Only 5 really pressuring in with this extra easy CC layer to get 3 more plates here in the bot side.
Ooh, a little bit of a chase from Biostar. Lux has nothing left. One more auto. Is it going to be enough? Not quite enough. Cubic lives with his life.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, and there's the Cataclysm flush out, but it's not quite enough. There's the chase from Killagy. Biostar is going to go down. One more pickup for Killagy there.
That feels bad. Well played by Cupid, though. Dancing just within range for another boomerang or another auto attack. Killagy flanking from the side. Had to burn flash, but still picked it up. Bioster got a little too big for the britches. However, Killagy now on the wrong side of the map.
Looking to get to avenge their fellow there. Are they going to be able to get the kill? Not able to get the hit on the Call of the Forge God, but Rakan is potentially chasing here. Doesn't look like the best idea as the teammates are there, and he doesn't have his dash anymore. None of his teammates are there for him to dash to. There's the charm. The Encore comes out, and another pickup for Cupid. Cupid right there. Only 35 getting caught out in that Baron pit.
You know, if just one teammate decided to walk back and allow only 35 to jump over the wall, that would have been nice. But you know, these are just kind of makeshift teams. No one's friends here, right? Either way, it was a situation where we did see Team Cupid come away with a victory in that sense. Really, really well played on their own, and we hope to see them be able to pull off a little bit more, I should say. For Team Only 35, losing Only 35 is not the worst in the world. It's when you start letting that happen consecutively, where we start seeing one person walk in, they lose their life. One person walks in, they lose their life. If Season Leaves walked in alone, it's a problem. Team Cupid, they're happy about getting that kill. They want to get control of this game once again, and it's going to occur most likely around the upcoming Dragon. We have Infernal Soul to play for, which is an amazing bonus to either side of the rift. So I expect in 2.5 minutes, we start seeing teams congregate.
Yeah, definitely. For you know, in any game, these objectives are going to be so important. And despite their gold lead here on Team Cubic, they don't have any drags right now. They were able to get the grubs, and the feats are still going to be up for grabs here. So these next couple of objectives, as well as the first tower, are going to be very important in the next couple minutes. And there's the first turret onto Team Cubic right there, so they're able to get that pick up right there. Are they going to be able to see an engage? It doesn't look like we're going to see an engage, but Team Cupid is going to try to go for the Rift Herald here as they push in the mid lane.
I like it. It's a two-pronged focus, and they feel that they can pull this off because they have the Romo, because they have the J4, and no one on Team Only 35 is really going to be able to stop them at the current moment. They don't want to force it, especially with Season of Leaves recalling at that time. They are focused on putting a lot of their aggression and a lot of their prowess and energy and resources into this dragon. They're sitting on 2 right now. A third would put them on soul point. They're worried about the permanent buffs that they can get for their team, pun intended.
Definitely. As we see, there aren't any objectives now, so we're just going to see a little bit of a skirmishes back and forth. But this bottom jungle is quite crowded right now. It seems like Sion is wanting to back out before they can find him. Is he going to be able to get out? They're looking for him. And Tamika's in the back following up right there. They're really trying to take control of this jungle right now. Team Only 35, but Seraphine does see. And there's the knockup from Only 35. Are they going to be able to burst Tamika down? But no, the flash from Seraphine to dodge that. The equalizer coming down. Killagy, final spark coming down. Is he going to be able to go in? But nice crescent guard from Shinzao to knock him back away. And that is the disengage. Great disengage from Team Only 35.
Very nice, and you hit it 100% on the head. They went aggressive. They got the flash out of Tamika, who didn't want to burn the Encore just yet. Again, the dragon, this identification of the dragon is what's holding a lot of these big ultimates, these long cooldown ultimates, so you can't use it. Instead, you use the flash, have it ready for the next fight, but it still feels bad at the end of the day. So Team Only 35, they didn't lose much. That's a great win for them for the upcoming global objective. They might lose mid lane, not the worst in the world.
Yeah, and there's the final spark to just kind of clear out that wave just there, kind of get that push going. Shelly not quite enough to get that tower down. Ooh, and a well-placed route onto Killagy. Seraphine trying to get what she can down, but it is not enough to save their jungler right before the dragon spawns. That is a bad death for Team Cubic there.
That is what we call accidental League of Legends. You were rotating, you were getting everything going, and you just happened to find the enemy jungler and find more
and
behind
another
as well.
kill. Permanent Pain finding the kill back onto the Lux. One more. Tamika, the Encore comes out. Is it enough to save Tamika? It is not enough. Only 35 going to pick up that support on support kill, but Rumble is doing quite a lot of damage onto the Biostir. Hentai Penta, can his friends help him out here? Permanent Pain trying to save, getting onto that Rumble, onto that knockup. It is not enough. That is Rumble down to Hentai Penta. One more HP, a Garon by Eric. Can Eric save his team here and even out the score? One more health. Channel, not enough. Is the dead body going to be enough? I don't think it is. And that is 3 people still standing for team only 35.
What a chaotic measure at the end of the day. That was all around evening up the game to a certain extent. Team Cubic still ahead by about 2K, but the fact that Team Only 35 were able to find those consecutive kills was huge for them. They're able to spend a lot of that gold. Here's the difference though. Killer G back on the battlefield, first one to die, first one to revive. You're on the dragon right now. You force Permanent Pain to not recall, and at this point, you're giving up dragon. You still have 2, so for all intents and purposes, Team Cubic did what they needed to. They stopped the dragon stacking. They take one for themselves. Yes, they stacked a little bit of gold, but it's still up at the end of the day. Some would call it a win with a pretty hefty price tag.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be really great. They're going to be able to stall out that 3 drag point for team only 35 and kind of get more time to kind of scale up that Rumble. We already see the equalizer being used to kind of burn those carries down. Ooh, there's a root onto the Sivir. Not gonna use the final spark there. It wouldn't be enough to kill the Sivir in the first place. And you know, these objectives are going to be able to be really great for stalling out the game to get those hyperscalers back in the game here.
100% correct. Take your time. Make sure that Team Only 35 have to scale up as well. Their composition does kind of hinge on Biostir having a lot of those extra gold options. And Biostir is sitting on 7 assists, has gotten 0 kills so far, and is behind in the CS game as well. You're sitting on 1.5 items right now, very far behind even your opponents at the end of the day. So I love that you called it out. Sending that call for the late game will be both teams' initiative. Once again, it's who comes out on top, who gets bursted out, who steps out at the wrong place at the wrong time. It's a guessing game, but it is a good game to play if you're Team Cubic, who has really good long-range burst.
Definitely. And I think one player that we need to keep an eye out for is Season of Leaves, who did get the pentakill last game. You know, they're 3-0-2. We haven't quite seen the soul shackles coming out too much in these team fights. So once they really start getting online and getting those items, we're going to start seeing some really big impact from our team player, Season of Leaves here.
And I feel like for Team Only 35, they're saying, okay, well, look, we didn't get the dragon, but that's our whole game plan at this point. We can't really do anything else. We can't hard push in this situation. We're also waiting for Hentai Penta to get to that level 14, 15. We get the ornaments in hand. I actually feel like Team Only 35 are okay with this stall, as long as the gold is being funneled into Biostir's hand. Mid lane being focused down a little bit.
Maybe looking to get a pick here, but it seems a little bit difficult. The tower is a little low. We're going to get the TP coming out from that Ornn. That is enough to scare off Team Cubic from really trying to go in, but they do get the root on. That is the final spark. Not quite enough. The Encore comes out with a massive 2-man charm there. There's a lot going on. Going Season of Leaves in the backline, trying to get that soul shackle down, but the equalizer does come out. Call the Forge God comes out, gets a massive knockup. Season of Leaves does manage to get Cubic down, and there's so much chaos. Down goes Season of Leaves, still alive. Down goes Sivir, down goes Biostar. It is just Eric and Tamika left to pick up the pieces of their team. Are they going to be able to get it? Season of Leaves, they are very low. Tamika full HP, but is low on mana, and they are able to scuttle out with a little bit of the remnants of their team.
That was the biggest stat check I think I've seen in this game so far. That was a straight up stat check. There were no objectives around. There wasn't anything to really play for except this tower, which is now conveniently fallen at the end of the day. It was a stat check. I hate saying that because the Rumble ultimate missed. The equalizer whiffed on the back line. That unstoppable onslaught, by the way, on Eric into Hentai Penta stopped the Ornhorn from going any further. So it just went by like a ship in the night. And it led to the fact that for Team Cubic, you say, great, we still have the damage to actually route them. If we catch the likes of Biostar, if we catch the likes of Permanent Pain, we can chip through their HP. Only 35 is not that tanky. Has only Redemption plus a Negatron Cloak. You're not that tanky, so we need to see that engage as well. for Team Only 35, we can kill them as well. We can sustain as long as we don't get caught by the Encore, which is why we're looking at the spot side fight with the TP coming in.
Oh, and there's a root onto Hentai Penta. Big engage from the Equalizer. There's the Cataclysm coming out from Killaji. Permanent Pain getting the Crescent Guard out. Oh, big Heartbreak. Big ultimate from the Rakan going in. The charms are coming all over the place. But Rumble is on the back line. Not quite enough. Cubic able to get the kill.
Eric!
And Hentai Penta is going in. He's trying to save his team, but he just doesn't quite have enough. The final spark missing Hentai Penta, but going on to Biostar. Biostar has to run for their lives. Season of Least being the only one strong enough on the team of OnlyFans to try to pick up the pieces and go for another kill.
I can't believe Eric lived through all of that, frontlining for his life. And shout out to that, because that could have been very, very messy. A choke point without Equalizer that came up at the last second with the final spark. It was a little bit disjointed, but you saw the damage that could come out. Namely, though, for Biostar, starting to live a little bit longer, was able to pick up a single kill plus a couple of assists. So we'll be able to collect, I believe, a couple components for their third item. Is starting to become that dangerous ADC that we want to see. But for Team Only 35, you are lucky you didn't get ace there. You are lucky you didn't also lose Season of Leaves and the rest of your squad. You funneled into a choke point against a Scion who body blocked you, a Rumble, and a Lux. That cannot happen again come this team fight.
Yeah, definitely. We also saw the Encore coming out in that choke point. Was able to get a lot. Ooh, sealing away the blue buff from Permanent Pain there. You know, it looks like another fight. They are thirsty for blood here. There's the knockup. Ooh, and the ultimate from the Rakan coming out is not going enough. Cataclysm gets 3. The Rumble ultimate Equalizer coming out. All the ults are coming out. That is a huge triple kill from the decimating slam from the Scion going onto the flash, forcing the flash from Hentai Penta. That is an immediate slaughter from Team Cubic, and that is a free drag on them. Stalling this game out has really done really great for them, picking up their second drag here.
This one is not a stall, it's a takeover of this game. Team Cubic have turned the tides. They've been in the gold lead so far, but they haven't had true control of the game. It felt like they're now 5K in the lead, 2 dragons of Infernal. So much damage on their backside in Eric. Eric specifically is the carry of the team right now. 7, 2, and 7. 3 items deep. Picked up a triple in there. Plus Otacon. There is no way you don't look like the carries of this team. Team Cubic are rounding back and regrouping after the game 1 fumble and looking like the better squad here, almost pushing us to a game 3.
Yeah, this has been a really exciting series so far. Scion really coming in as a team player. Oh, Killaji looking a little bit out of place here. Those are the knockups. There's so much CC going on. He has the flash, but the burn is coming out. It is not good enough. The heal from the Seraphine and the Lux is able to save their junglers' lives. Are they going to go back onto the offensive here? It doesn't look like they quite want to. A little bit scared without their jungler here. I hope that they don't get caught up. But Season of Leaves is looking for a pick with that root. Doesn't quite hit, and they're looking for a Baron call right now. Eric going to be the front line, the unstoppable coming out. Call of the Forge God. Are they going to be able to hit a Rakan? Also, with that
no, go back, go back.
Killer's going back. There's the Equalizer. Permanent Pain stepping in, burning. He's burning down, but Rumble is almost able to get one back. Permanent Pain finally able to get a little bit of health back, and he's just right out of the game. Oh, the final spark doesn't quite hit, but that is enough to ensure that Team Only 35 is going to be no threat to this Baron take.
It's a double drill plus Titanic plus so much more for Team Cubic. It was a split battle. Killaji wasn't there with that Cataclysm, but it was enough. Team Only 35 got split so hard, and again, for the first or second time this game, Season of Leaves goes down. Team Only 35, they tried to take a fight. They knew Killaji was out of the battle, and they thought that was their time to shine. Unfortunately, they fall flat. Team Cubic came back, rallied, because Eric is unkillable at the current moment, and there's no way you can deal with that. Team Cubic have now gathered just about everything that they could possibly want for the upcoming mid to late game transfer, where we are going to see that 5th dragon, where we are going to see a lot of those inhibitors start getting dropped.
Yeah, I really like the Rumble Equalizer that they've been utilizing at the Baron Pit that we saw in the fight before. You know, we saw Permanent Pain just standing, burning in that pit. Season of Leaves just standing, burning as the Equalizer is doing its job there. He's been really great about positioning these Rumble ultimates to kind of zone out the team and make sure that they can't quite get into the fight there.
see what happens here. One of the things that I would say for Team Only 35 they can do, they still have a little bit of time to Ornn up. And I say that with all the love of my heart. Hentai-Penta at level 14 needs another level or two before we start giving more items to everyone. And the best way to do that, kill Eric.
Looks like a potential knockup, a potential pain stops the unstoppable onslaught. He has nowhere enough to go. And this is the whole Avengers looking to avenge their team after that kill from Eric, getting their revenge onto that Scion, but they are giving up tier 2 of their mid lane there. There's a TP to try to save their inner turret there. And that is going to be a kill for Team Only 35.
I actually really like that. So they know they're going to sacrifice the towers either way. So they're just like, let's get some. Oh my god!
There's the burst from Cupic. That is the Lux burst from Cupic onto Season of Leaves. No time for the Black Shield. No time to react. Just a Q, E, ultimate, final spark. And that is done for Season of Leaves.
Pain. Pain is all I saw there. The laser came first and then the binding afterwards. And Season was just gone. And Season is optimized into this heavy damage. And what I was saying before, really big call, because you got the kill on the top side, you were trying to sink more gold into Bioster. Try and get 3.5, 4 items in there, but it was stalled short. Difficult times ahead, really well done. To Team Cupic to bounce back, gather those towers that I feel like Team Only 35 were already going to give, so at least they were able to get something. It's a small consolation prize, but the gap is growing larger and larger at this point.
Ooh, very scary. Those bindings are really scary now for Team Only 35. One binding, and you're going to be hit with the final spark. The cooldown is going to be very short at this point in the stage in the game. That final spark is going to be up as soon as the binding hits there, as well as the follow-up from the Encore and the Equalizer. You know, all their ultimates at this point are basically just lineups right now.
Yeah, they're on a very quick cooldown. They're on a rotation factor. It's like, hey, Cupic, every 30 seconds. This is also, by the way, one of the most frustrating parts of a Lux. You are out wave clearing a Morgana. That Season of Leaves job is done. Unless you have that Zhonya's, unless you have that immediate flash in, you're not going to get as much as you want. Yeah, 19 seconds, by the way. Probably went into the domination tree, I think, with the ultimate hunter cooldown, plus the malignance, plus on top of that, you have so much extra shielding. You went a Staff of Water, by the way. The dumbest item, you went a little bit support just for the extra ability haste. It is such a cooldown dependent that a laser will come out every 20 seconds and you are going to delete someone. Kill a G, making sure that you tank out that dragon, pick it up for the rest of the team on soul point, and they are building up their armaments for the coming Baron fight in 2 minutes or an inhibitor break.
Yeah, look at how much they've started to dominate the map here. They've got that vision. They've got their teammates where they want them. You know, they started the game down 2 dragons and have been able to pick up 3 to be able up 1 dragon on Team 35. And now they're kind of just taking control with that wave clear from that Lux that is so fast and so good. They've been able to position themselves where they want to kind of get ready for when Team Only 35 wants to engage there, which has been so difficult for them to try to find those picks onto the Lux, onto the Rumble, onto the Seraphine. They haven't quite been able to find as many of those Morgana bindings out of vision as they would like to. Instead, we've been seeing the opposite, the Lux into the final spark, into the binding, onto that Morgana, which was totally unexpected. You know, that is the power of vision here in this game.
100%. And you can see it's that juggle as well. You see the inevitability that's going to come down. Team Cupic consistently wiping away the mid-range vision and pushing into enemy side jungle. For Team Only 35, you're constantly walking into visions of darkness. The only ward that you really do have is just inside of the Baron Pit, plus in your top side Tribush. So you are walking into this blind, whereas you're a composition that quite literally can't do that. You need vision to know where the Morgana needs to be. You need to have vision. Where Only 35 is going to be on the recon, these are all difficult circumstances for them to overcome. Your best bet is quite literally line up a fight in the mid lane or any of the open territories and pray to get like a walk down fight. But you know Team Cupic are thinking the same thing, saying, we can't let that happen. So it's a guessing game. at the end, but this Baron is going to be so difficult to deal with as poor leaves through a black shield is just like, bro, I hate this right now.
Yeah, with the short cooldown, Cupid can toss that out as often as it is up, and it will still be up for every single team fight that they want to engage in. So it is pretty prudent for him to just toss it out as much as he can to try to get some of that damage onto the enemy team before they start engaging in those fights, since it is always, always up, and he has the mana, he has the damage for that. There's a decimating smash, not quite enough to get only 35, but again, there comes a final spark. That is half of Biostar's health there, and the equalizer is gonna start melting him down as well. As not quite enough, but that is gonna send him scurrying back to Fountain.
I will say the fact that they weren't able to kill Bilester is a big win for Team Only 35, but what they did grab themselves is a massive spatial win. For Team Cupid, you created this massive pocket where it's forcing Team Only 5 to rush on in. The problem is you don't have the big ticket ultimates. This could be a steal.
Ooh, they do have the blast cone here, but the Baron is getting shredded very, very fast. There's the Call of Forge God, 200 health, 600
He stole
health.
it!
Oh, and
He
he's
stole
stolen.
it!
Pretty pain, able to get the Baron, but are they going to be able to live to keep the Baron? There comes the Encore, the 3-man Encore, the knockups coming out. Biostar in the back line looking to do that chip damage, but Eric is going in. He drops Biostar and goes a step for the front line here. Hentai Penta, not quite enough to flash out, and Biostar and Seasonal Leaves are running for the life, but the flash from Biostar to avoid the Bottle Spark. Seasonal Leaves not able to stop it. The Rumble ultimate again, just enough to kill Biostar. Seasons of Loves doing a desperate Soul Shackles, not quite enough to stop the team that is Team Cupic. Wow.
It was an
What a series.
opportunity, but the Rumble was so good. The last-minute equalizer to take down on Biosphere's head means Team Cupid lose the Baron but win the game and force us to a Game 3, Lori.
This is truly what they mean as we lost the battle, but we're winning the war. A last desperate attempt from Only 35 to try to save the Nexus, but it is to no avail. The Nexus goes down, and that is now tied up 1-1. We will be going to a Game 3. Super exciting first semifinals of the tournament, and we're headed to a Game 3. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts are I hate everything and I love everything at the same time. I mean, Permanent Pain with the steal of the Baron, it looks so good. And we see the skill from both of these squads, the ideas that they are drafting. Yes, it might have been a more boring composition from the side of Team Only 35. It's a standard front to back, and it didn't get off the ground as quickly as they would have liked. On the flip side, triple on the AP once again for Team Cupic. They've run it back again, a lot more damage. It makes sense. Overall, I am highly surprised at what we saw, and yet it still took a long time for Team Cupid to close out. I'm thrilled to see what they're going to bring out in game number 3. That's all I can really say.
Yeah, definitely. I think the Lux here really showed us what their game plan was for the Soraka and the Sona, but we saw it come to fruition kind of with the Seraphine and the Lux here really popping off. I really think MVP of the series is that Lux with those final sparks to start off those fights, to bring the carries down to an HP where they have to play incredibly safe for the team fights that are coming out later on in the fight. So they have to either go back to Fountain and risk being late to a fight, or they have to be in the fight with less than half HP and play incredibly safe behind the Rakan, behind the Ornn, behind their frontline carries there, and risk getting, dove on by Eric there. So I think that was a really, really smart play, and a really, it won them the game, so that they're still in the competition here. And that we're bringing it to game 3. I think it was a great decision.
I'm excited to see what they can put into game 3 itself, because that is going to be the decider at the end of the day. We're basically down to a BO1 with 10 champions off the table. So let's see what they throw at us. Please don't go anywhere. The semifinals, day 2, will continue in just a bit. Once again, here with the third and final game of the semifinals. I'm excited to see what goes down, because someone is going to be moving on and someone will be sent to the third place match. Both Team Cupic and Team Only 35 had stellar game wins so far, but it is now down to the brass and tack of it, because I hate that so much. That is fair. Do not trade your Nexus for Baron. That is not how this works, and that is not what you should aim for. But I am excited for game number 3. Lori, what do you think we are going to see outside of a double mage bot lane?
Well, what an exciting semifinals for Reina's Kingdom November tournament. This is going to be
Yep.
super exciting. We know that Team Cupic really quite favors that mage enchanter bot lane. I would love, love, love to see an ADC, a traditional ADC, but who knows what they're going to give us? Nami Lulu. Who knows? Maybe a Swain Lulu. I don't know what's going to happen. So, these teams are so unpredictable. Oh, and they're going to only 35 is going to start off with that Syndra pick. A nice blind pick, always useful in a team fight. That's going to be a lot of damage on the side for only 35.
Yeah, I think you recognize that, hey, the enchanter pool is getting very small very quickly, or at least the more relevant one, so you do have to grab it immediately. You say, okay, look, we grab that, we blind it. Syndra is not a bad blind pick, in my opinion. It's an okay one to kind of put out there. You're gonna have late game damage, but this does put Team Cupic into a rough pattern. The only other bot lane APC that we generally see is like a Ziggs. I think at the end of the day, Ziggs is usually the favorite just because of the long range and the ability. We've seen Xerath every so often, but that's mainly in the mid or in the support role. In terms of going against a Syndra, I really don't favor the matchup as a whole. So, if anything, I'm expecting a Ziggs or a Veigar. Okay, go pure late game in that Steed instead.
Yeah, I like the Veigar pick. They're going to go kind of match the AP here. We're going to see if Team Cupic again kind of favor, if they're going to try to favor that more AP style. They did last time with the Gwen, with the Aurelion Soul, and they did in the second game as well with that Lux kind of carry there. Ooh, and they're going to pick up a Jax here, which is a great engage onto the backline. I quite like Jax in a team comp. I think he's a great team fighter, a great split pusher, and he's also a really great duelist as well. He's kind of very well rounded, and at a high level of play, he's going to be very useful for their team.
Yes, we've also seen Eric win more times than not in a lot of these situations in the top side. So if that's a Jack's top lane, I will very much enjoy it. If it's jungle as well, no worries. I think it can be played very well on the jungle side as well. It's just Eric has won top lane multiple times. Hentai Penta has not had the greatest time up there, has done okay in buffering against, but if we give Eric a massive carry, I'm very interested to see how it goes down. For Permanent Pain, team only 35, they're rocking with the Pantheon. Very targeted meta draft so far.
Yeah, definitely. They're going to be able to find some really great picks with the Q into the Scout of the Week from the Syndra, as well as the Pantheon. Now, these are, Pantheon's a little bit of a flex player here. He can go top, he can go jungle. I've even seen him as support. He could be quite nasty as a support as well. But who knows? But only 35 does tend to like to go more traditional route, so I think we're going to see him more likely in the jungle. And they're going to pick up the Shen as well, probably the top lane, a little bit for that team. Stand United, we know, is a great team fight changer here, especially to kind of keep that Syndra a little bit more tanky, a little bit more survivable, and not as squishy there. Ooh, there's the Aatrox. Where is this going?
So the Aatrox is in the top side. So the deal is they blind picked Jax, and the Shen was in response. Shen, one of the only few that has a complete auto attack cancel. If you land that Q, it's able to swipe through. Also with the W, you get the area of effect, auto attack block. So you draft the Aatrox instead, you shift the Jax into the jungle, and you say, great, you're not blocking this. I'm still going to get the damage down. The Q slam is still very real in there. So team only 35 are kind of lost in the sauce there. Not only that, you draft the Milio, which completely sections off the Pantheon stun, the Shen taunt, the Syndra Scout of the Week. This is a huge pick and still leans into the double enchanter bot side with that Milio and the Veigar, if the Veigar is in the APC role.
This is one of those comps, the duo that you kind of see on TikTok where you get the Veigar cage and then you use the soccer ball of Milio to kind of push the enemy into the cage, kind of guaranteeing the stun right there. But I did forget about the Milio as a chanter, and he's been quite strong in the meta recently. So this is a great pickup from Cupic. And then there's the Smolder for team only 35, going again with the more traditional ADC here. I think all that's left is going to be that support play, and they are going to pick up the Nami. We've seen Nami before. She's been incredibly strong this year. She has been a favorite for enchanter players in solo queue, in you know, in pro play. We've seen her before. She's going to work great with Smolder, and Smolder, as long as they can get to that late game, they've got the early damage from the Syndra. If they can wait until late game for Smolder to you know, scale, they're going to be
Yes!
so hard to play into.
All of my favorites have been played, by the way. For those that don't know, I love Anivia. When I saw Faker play Anivia in Worlds, I was ecstatic. Not only that, Vigar's my main. Vigar's my boy. If anyone knows me on Discord, Vigar's my dude. He carried me through gold back in like season 4. Don't ask me why I'm that old. But I love everything that's been thrown down so far in terms of the CC patterns, in terms of the team fight aspect, and to have an Anivia that now completely puts the Shen and Pantheon into a rough position. If they go in, they're sectioned off. If they don't go in, they don't do their job. This is a great deterrent Team Cubic have drafted perfectly here on this red side.
Yeah, as we go into game, we're going to see which one of these drafts is going to come out on top. You know, we've seen in this tournament, draft is not the only thing that matters. The only thing that matters is going to be the gameplay on the Rift. As we get onto the Rift here today, we are going to find who is going to come on top for this team. Are we going to see Team Only 35 in the finals, or are we going to see our team Cubic going to be going into the finals with their enchanter picks, with that APC that they've been drafting so far? Who is going to be coming on top?
That's a question left to the players themselves, as only they know who will win. Or maybe they don't even know. I honestly can sit there and say, I don't know if I'm going to win a solo queue match if I ever log in. So, you know, I just don't play. However, we are seeing the idea of the 5-point once again. In games 1 and 2, we did see invades on either side. However, it was shallow invades. It wasn't heavy, but for the first time, a 5-point setup on either side shows that neither team is actually really confident in their damage output. They want to play this as standard as possible. They don't want any dangerous mix-up, and they want to reach that mid-game to be able to fight over those objectives in very appropriate fashion without losing flashes here and there.
It does look like Team Only 35 is going to take a page out of Team Cubic's book. It's actually going to be Syndra Nami in the bot lane, allowing the Smolder to kind of get that Q stack as well as the solo XP in the mid lane there against the Vigar right there, as well as the Nivea APC, which I personally have never seen before, so I'm interested to see how this is going to work in addition with the Emilio there with that range buff. Oh, and the stun coming up, not quite. Oh, it's Seasons of Leaves who's kind of switched into that bot lane. We've got Yozu on the Nami here. Very interesting picks here. I'm excited to see how this all pans out.
Yeah, this is a shift and a half. I think for Love Manga, who also has been swapped in, I think there was a little bit of a shift there. Off the top of my head, I think that was a player shift where my brain is just fried. But as you called, it is the right thing. Have that Syndra in the bot side. Top side though.
Oh, and there is the Cuke and the flash. Double flash. Eric following up with that flash. One more auto. Not quite enough to kill Hentai Penta, but that is another back for Hentai Penta, forced to go back to Fountain. Ooh, Scatter of the Week does hit onto the Emilio. A little bit of damage coming out. And again, we see kind of the Smolder using the Q to kind of oppress the Veigar here in the mid lane, hoping to get him some of that solo XP so he can scale faster than he would in the bot lane.
100%. And one of the things that I think I really liked with the match, Team Only 35 basically said, okay, look, we don't want to deal with the Vigar, but if we put our own stacking against the stacker in the mid lane, it actually works out very, very well. And so you negate the Vigar stacking with the ever-looming threat of an execute on this Smolder. This actually drives a lot of focus, in my opinion, for both junglers to try and interfere in the mid lane stacking. You want to aggress, you want to get in there and either put the Vigar or the Smolder onto a pedestal in some form of way. You want to accelerate their pace of play to reach that mid game faster.
Definitely, definitely. We see a lot of aggression from that Smolder. You know, what I really like about the Syndra and Nami is against the Anivia Emilio that don't have too much mobility. Ooh, and there's the wall and the bubble kind of negating each other out, is that they don't have a ton of mobility. So the Scatter of the Week is going to be almost guaranteed in this bot lane. But we do see both junglers in the bot lane, both predicting each other's movements. Oh, nice bubble from Nami, from Yozu onto Cupic there. Not quite enough damage quite yet. The cooldowns of Syndra's ability is still going to be pretty high here, so not going to have too much burst onto Cupic, but Cupic is forced to pop some of those pots there. Ooh,
go back as
Killaji's
well.
maybe looking in. There's the stun
Oh.
onto sections of Lee's as well as the Melio soccer ball, but not quite enough. Just a little hazing here and there in the bot lane. It does allow Permanent Pain to get that blue buff from Killaji there.
Yeah, it's just mean, but very, very true. It is a way to play.
Flash
at the same time.
taunt
Another
onto
catch.
tower, force the flash, but there's another flash from Low, and that is the first blood onto Smolder. Almost died to the tower shot, but not quite enough.
Yeah, listen, when Love Mango has to step in because only 35 is currently playing in a different grand finals for their school team, listen, you know you got to step up and show how to reach the finals of this community tournament, and I respect it at the end of the day.
Great pickup, great early kill for Smolder. You know, Smolder is definitely, early game is definitely not where Smolder shines. So a first early kill is going to be really great for him as he lanes against the Veigar to kind of get that advantage for Veigar, who's going to have that burst, going to have that poke as well in that mid lane here. Well, it looks like Aatrox is kind of pushing into the Shen here. Shen kind of getting bullied just a little bit, hitting those Qs. Those are some clean Qs. Does step out of the pole back here, but a little bit of a tussle in that front lane. In the top lane, looks like maybe could be a potential for a gank there. Smolder is going to get that deep ward in. They're going to try to find where the Jax is, and we do have a TP coming out from Season of Leaves, looking to get back into lane and not trying to miss too many minions as Syndra is strong. She does want the gold. She wants that CS to be able to scale with those items here.
I think that's one of the big things, but on the top side, it's another
One
slam.
more.
Ooh!
Oh my god, and Hentai Penta lives with just a sliver of his health bar. Eric absolutely dominating this lane as we've seen him do in the other past two games as well. It's no contest so far in that top lane.
And we mentioned this before. I think for Eric, getting a much more damage-heavy champion has kind of unlocked the potential. It's been identified that Hentai Penta has been a little bit weaker. Up on the top side, has been on much more of a controlling, tank aspect. And that's what Hentai Penta is known for, I believe, playing a lot more in a defensive role and playing on the weaker side of the map. But it makes sense that you would finally bring out the Aatrox in a game number 3 and try and yield a win. So I like that pressure. They're going to leave it going, which also means that Eric, anytime Hentai Penta decides to stand united somewhere, you're going to lose so much. That tower is going to fall very quickly. You're going to lose. And that's why Killaji can pressure on the bot side of the map.
Ooh, there's the wall onto Season of Leaves, a big chunk of damage. The flash insect from the Melio onto Season of Leaves is not quite enough. There's the stand united. Is it enough? One more tick would have gone down, but instead, Killaji trades his life. But there is Mama coming out from Smolder, looking to get a kill. Not quite. A line is right there, trapping the Smolder in the cage. The Nami Bubble doesn't quite hit. Is there enough damage? Not enough, but we do see a TP coming in from Eric. Is Eric going to turn the fight here? He's coming in 3, 2, 1. He is here. Is he going to be able to stop? And no, a well-placed bubble from Yosu stops the monster himself, Eric, from entering the fight.
How you feeling, Lori? How you feeling after the chaos on the bot side?
I'm not gonna lie, Eric is the one I'm keeping my eyes on. Every time he enters a fight, I know chaos is gonna break out. He's going to be looking right at the damage carries. He's gonna be going as fast as he can to those damage carries. And this gives him a clean, easy pickup of the drag on the Hextech drag for Aatrox, for the Jax. You know, it was great. I loved the insects from the Melio, the flash into the soccer ball to knock Seasons of Leaves back into their team, almost getting the kill, not quite getting the kill, but they did trade a little bit back for that. They did unfortunately lose Killaji for that, but you know, at this point, you know, they're still kind of in control. There's a lot left to be said on their scaling. They've got Eric in a really great position here. It does seem like Team Only 35 is going to pick up the grubs here for them.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice little one. And for Team Only 35, again, you're up 2 kills. Maybe you can get some more on the top side. Season of Lee's getting caught.
Ooh, is this going to be a kill for Cubic on Season of Leaves? But
Oh,
Yosu's doing a great job with these bubbles. The Resurrect has to come out. Tamika not going to be able to save the laner there. And there's another kill for Love Mango. Permanent Pain trying to flash away. No bubble connects there. Mama coming out. Killaji going back in, getting the kill onto the jungler. Jungler for jungler right there. Getting the kill for Killaji. Permanent Pain is out. But, you know, they got the grubs there, so I wouldn't say it's necessarily the worst fight.
Oh, it wasn't. And honestly, it kind of grew out of the fact that Cupid saw an opportunity and tried to go for it. That's what happened. You saw Season of Leaves kind of walking away on the top side. You just didn't respect the fact that Team Only 35 were around the grubs. And I think if you knew they were there, like specifically, you know, 2 or 3 members, you wouldn't have gone for that engagement. Either way, though, it's still a position where you have lost your life. You've given a little bit more confidence over to Love Mango, who, again, on this Smolder, is really keen on getting extra stacks, getting extra kills, getting that gold in your pocket, and becoming that late game threat. That's the one person you don't want the kills on.
Definitely. This is definitely Team Only 35's win con, as Love Mango is looking to get another kill on Cupid. Not quite, but a really great trade for Smolder, already having that 2 kills. He's going to become a nasty monster as we get into the late game, as he scales naturally, which he's supposed to do. He's already so far ahead. He's going to be the one that Eric, that Killer G are wanting to get in. We want to cage this Smolder and make sure he is not where he should be.
I like that. A little bit of a thumbs up for Cupid. It's like, I know you're there. I get it. But I don't think you can have any extra fights. So now we look at the other sides of the lanes. Eric and Hentai Penta now put into the top side. It makes sense that they're going to be stationed here.
There are 4 people in the mid lane. That is going to be a 4v1. Scout of the Week comes out. The tidal wave comes out. Last breath, not able. Oh my god, there's Grand Starfall. Not quite able to dive onto Cupid, but they are able to pick up a kill on Tamika with the Melio.
Again, though, it's another catch for this Smolder. You are more than happy that, hey, it might be a Melio. It could be a chicken later. It doesn't matter. Whichever food I fry will be fantastic, and that's all you really need. All these kills going into Mango's hands. Doesn't matter if Hentai Penta actually loses out on the top side, as long as you're not inting and feeding Eric. You're happy. Your Smolder's probably already at 125 or getting close to that first breakpoint for a Smolder. I expect them to be extremely strong heading into the Dragon fights.
Oh, and here's going to be a potential gank from Killer G, but Hentai Penta does get that ward down. You know, despite you know, it doesn't matter how far behind Hentai Penta really is, because Stand United is such an amazing team-changing ultimate that he could be anywhere in the map. He could be, as he is 0-0-2, and as long as he saves that Smolder in that team fight, they're going to be on top. They're going to come out on top. The damage from the Smolder is going to wipe through the team, shred through the team here. And so it's really up to Hentai Penta to kind of just make sure that that Aatrox doesn't get quite too out of hand here. We didn't even see it, but that is a kill for a line onto the Smolder. This is what they want. They want to shut down the Smolder. It looks like Permanent Pain did try to come to help his little dragon. Not quite enough. Now Yozu looking a little caught out. There's the ultimate. He does have to flash there, and they're able to disengage just a little bit. Seasons of Love maybe looking for a Scout of the Week onto the Anivia, getting a little bit of damage back. Just a back and forth trade, trying to make the trade a little bit more even, but Yozu does have the heal, able to heal back up, making that trade a little bit more even.
Big part about that one Killer G in the lane was expecting that flash, and I do apologize if I'm going robot here. It hurts my soul, and it hurts everyone that's probably listening right now. This has been a little bit of a journey in either direction. Team Only 35 trying their best to get back in control.
Definitely. With that Smolder kill onto the Veigar is a great way to kind of just stop the momentum that Smolder has been able to pick up with those 3 kills. Hopefully we can start seeing a little bit more aggression from... Ooh, and there's the Scout of the Week onto Cupid. They're trying to zone them away from Permanent Pain, who is trying to do that Infernal Drag here. Ooh, and he goes on onto Killer G. Looks like Love Mango is here to save the day. Can he get enough damage, though? He is caged in, and Killer G is 1 HP. That is a kill from a line onto Permanent Pain. The jungler is gone, but so is Killer G here. Eric coming in, going for that Syndra, going for Yozu. The bubble does come out, but Hentai Penta now here to kind of stop the engage here. And that is a 2-for-1, I think, for the side of only 35.
Yeah, for only 35, the big part in the mid lane, Mango was able to get revenge. Back up at 4 kills, keeping up with that second potential, has the Essence Reaver in pocket. So poor Lion kind of got nuked on that far end. Vigar is supposed to be the one blowing up an opponent. On the flip, though, Hentai Penta with a really well-timed stand united ensured that Eric wasn't able to get much further. And again, the CC chain that Team Only 35 has between Season of Leaves and Yozu is very powerful as a deterrent. However, Dragon is coming up here, and Team Cupic want to keep on this Dragon chain. It might not be a thrilling end Dragon because Hextech and Infernal have already been taken here. Either way, though, get the Dragon stack and get that as a win condition for your team.
Definitely, definitely. I think, you know, Team Cupic is really looking to try to round out their comp with some of these drag buffs. They really want to buff their team, as they know Smolder, as we get into the mid to late game, Smolder is going to be quite a problem, so they want to try to get as much advantages as they can. They are going to pick up the Infernal Drake here. There comes the speed up from the Vagar. Not quite enough. I don't think they're going to be able to find a kill here, but they are able to secure that drag with little to no problem.
Yeah, I wasn't really expecting this. The battle song coming out for a line actually makes me very, very sad. I would have preferred to see a much more damage focus and a much more damage centric Vigar, but it makes sense if you're trying to get Killer G into the mix, if you're trying to ensure that Cupid can get in there. I think it would have been better for Tamika to pick something up like that, but Tamika's obviously going for a lot
they
more
don't know.
Killer G.
They don't know Killer G's right there. There's a little bit of a fight. There comes Mom coming out from Smolder, and a little bit of a fight in the top lane. Eric, 1 HP. Henta taking a tower shot. But there's the healing for Eric, able to get that solo bolo onto Hentai Penta, who thought he was winning and had the upper hand until he got hit by that Q from Eric.
That always feels bad. The World Ender is such a powerful tool to get that extra healing. And to be able to survive a lot of these onslaughts, you can see Hentai Penta recognize that, hey, I can't really fight this, force into a battle and then losing their life. That's the difference between the Titanic and the Spear Shojin. Extra ability haste in the pocket. However, main thing, we're seeing these struggles of both teams. Team 35, you're still struggling to try and get Love Mango into that prime carry position. You still need a little bit more time for that to come online. It's still easy.
This could be a really great pick onto Tamika. No, the last breath coming out, not quite enough to get Tamika. Great timing on that ultimate, but that is Tamika out of the fight. If they do want to fight, that will be, it looks like it's going to be a 3v4, as we've got Hentai Penta and Cupic in the bot lane. Ooh, Killer G trying to get into the pit, looking to get this, and he does steal the Rift Herald. He's able to get it. Doesn't matter if he dies now. He's got the Rift Herald. He flashes a little bit of a broccoli emote there, and he's able to steal the objective away from Team Only 35.
I don't know why you're flashing Brock. You ain't fake. You're somebody else. Faker doesn't steal objectives like that one. He's clean though at the end. Killer G being able to rock back and get that value. The problem is again, it's a temporary buff. For the Herald, you're happy about getting it. You need to utilize it right. And for Team Only 35, you're like, we didn't really need that Herald. We wanted to kill more, so we get more gold, we get more ways to play, and now we can work forward from there. So for Team Cupic, I want to see that Herald utilized properly. I want to see that Herald used to break down all these other towers and create more space to keep it to rotate around the map.
Yeah, I'm really loving the robot voice. It is quite entertaining to listen to. But you know, we've got a really exciting series on our hand. Remember that whoever wins this is going on to the finals. So positioning and getting these picks is going to be extra important. There is no margin for error here, especially with that Smolder being 4-1. And we see even the bot lane, Syndra and the Nami being 0-0. You know, 1-0, 0-0-5. They're really strong. Have yet to actually get picked by Team Cupic here. You know, I want to see that Jax go in. I want to see Eric come into the fight earlier than he did last time in the other fight in the bot lane. You know, they've got that engage. They're just not quite utilizing it as much as I would like them to be.
It's gonna take time. Again, both teams I think have identified as a bit more robot every time. It will continue to be a scaling game. Neither team wanting to force everything, but recognizing that you need to increase pace. It's a push and pull moment of, you know, what we do is going to hurt, and we need to figure out how to make it not hurt as much.
Seasons of Leaves looking a little owl, has to flash out. Killer G getting the stun onto Yozu, but not quite enough damage to actually fell Yozu. They're looking to kind of put the Rift Herald mid and siege that mid tower, bringing it down. Is Yozu and Seasons of Leaves going to be able to stop this? I don't know quite. The tower still's got a little bit. There's the Grand Starfall. Who is he going to pick to flash there? The last breath coming out, as well as the tidal wave, and Mom doing extreme damage. But Pantheon getting caught out just a little bit. Eric is here in the team. Stand United coming out, not quite enough. Oh, just enough for Brendan Payne to get that kill onto Eric. Oh, now Tamika leaking a little bit low, as well as the rest of the team. Align is the only one healthy on their team. And that is a solid fight for team only 35. Lomango looking for more blood here as he goes for Cupid. There's the egg coming out. The Resurrected Syndra going to be able to stop them. Oh my god, another kill onto Tamika. This Smolder is looking for blood, and Align is the only one left to stop him.
I mean, I'm glad I didn't DC for that one. That was brutal for team only 35. I know I'm robot right now, but dang. Team only 35, looking like Expedition 33 here. With how clean they are, carrying away some of the damages, you see you try to lay down the damage, try to lay down the season. It never worked. Well fought for Team 35 as they take the dragon.
They weren't quite able to get on the Smolder. I saw Eric going in, but the peel was too great with the Stand United onto the Pantheon, which allowed Pantheon to stun as he does, as well as the peel scattered the weak from the Syndra. Not quite able to get onto the damage carries, which allowed them to kind of shred through the team as we knew was going to happen. Cubic taking Unleashed Power, just enough health to survive the Unleashed Power, but there's the Primordial Burst onto the Nami. Yozu goes down to Vagar, picking up one more kill, but Love Mango looking to get a 3-kill right here. He gets stunned in the cage, some more damage, and there's Killagy onto the damage carry. That is damage carry down, but a double kill for Love Mango right before he goes out, and that is another kill for Permanent Pain onto Killagy, trading the damage carry for his life. Killagy goes down.
I cannot believe that just happened. Love Mango barely holding on to those final kills. That time it was Team Cupid with the CC victory. At this point, they're CCing me into oblivion with how crap I sound. It's still the team only 35, resting on the fact that Love Mango is only about 10 stacks away from the execute.
You know that Cupid and Tamika were crying as they got hit by that last Smolder ability, as they went down right before Smolder got hit by Killa G. That was a really unfortunate double kill onto Smolder, making his death worth it in my opinion. You know, he's 8-2, he's got a 250 gold bounty, he's got, you know, one full item working on his second one. He's very strong at this point, and at this point, the longer the game goes, the harder it is going to be able to stop him here. It looks like they're gonna look for a pick before they go for the Otacon. There's the tidal wave into a very nice bubble, but it looks like Seasons of Leaves is gonna be caught out once again. Eric picking up the damage there, getting that kill onto the Syndra, and that's a great pick as they go into the Otacon here.
Really comfortable. One, another catch on the side. Yozu?
Oh, Yozu forced to flash, and Permanent Pain looking to try to go in, but it's very difficult, and they are going to give the Otacon right there. A very back and forth, you know, game here in this season. We see a team only 35 with 5 kills up and about less than 4k gold lead, but Team Cupid has had really great control on these objectives with the Dragon, with the Otacon, getting the pick, looking for that pick, setting up, sitting in a bush, looking for that pick, before getting the pick, wasting some flashes on the side of Team only 35 before actually going to the Otacon to ensure a safe, a clean pickup on these objectives. This has been a very masterclass on how to get these objectives and how to set these up.
Let's see if I can do it again. Dragon is coming up in about a minute 30. And I wonder if that will shift the tides again. Chemtech not the biggest, but you're looking just for kill threat at this point. Both teams still waiting to get a lot of those towers down. We're looking at that mid inhibitor for team only 35. I want to see them be able to push the envelope a little bit more, break through instead of just fighting for
Ooh.
fighting's sake.
Love Mango looking a little scary in that river right there. Looking to do a little bit of a push. Very scary with Sisters of Loves. If they're able to get a scout of the week, this could spell very bad disaster for them. Mom comes out as well as Grand Starfall. Very nicely placed cage there is going to stop Permanent Pain from engaging. But the damage from Syndra is pretty heavy. We do see them stop engaging. Hentai Penta is going to go take the top lane as well as Eric going to go take the bot lane here. It doesn't seem like maybe we can get an engage. Ooh, there's a stun onto Cupid. Not quite enough. And Killy G is going to take the scuttle here and get that vision for that setup.
I wonder, as we're seeing a couple losses here and there, maybe a few people having some struggles, but no big deal. They're right back into it. I'm wondering how far you're going to go as Sentai Penta is trying to recall, get ready for the upcoming battle. What a
that
catch.
wall, forcing the flash onto Seasons of Love, getting the passive out from Anivia, but here is Love Mango coming in. Huge scatter of the week from the Syndra. Another TP from Eric, but they are in execute range for Love Mango. Can we get a 3 on Tamika? That is a triple kill for Love Mango. Is this going to be another Penta? Is this going to be another decimation from Smolder? Not quite, but it will guarantee a free Kentech drag here.
Welcome to the Smolder Show. That is what we are watching here. 11 kills, 2 deaths, and maybe an extra in the back pocket. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about Season of Leaves, as much as I hate to say that. Love Mango is online and will continue to be destructive in their way of play.
Ooh, looking for another kill. Great bubble from Yozu. Is that going to allow Love Mango to get a kill? It does not quite, but Hentai Penta looking to go in. He flashes in. There's the flash. Tawny picks up a kill onto Cubic, and Align is the only one left to save his team right there. He runs off, and they lose pressure here on the Baron. Is that going to be a Baron call right there? They have no idea. Ooh, they get the vision down, able to get the vision cone down permanent. We do see Permanent Pain on that Baron. He's getting kind of low from just the Baron damage alone. This is going to be very, very scary for Team Cupid here. Are they going to push? Are they going to force this Baron? They've got Love Mango in that Baron pit, starting that Baron. They do have vision on the health of the Baron. This could be a steal from Killagy. Align is getting into position, as well as Eric on the backline. Good stun from Tamika, looking to potentially go in. They got some vision there. The Baron already half health here. This is looking very scary. We got a TP from Eric. It's just gonna be full health. It does seem like the team's gonna go out. Oh, but there's the Grand Starfall. Who is he gonna go on? He is stunned there, unable to get the, but there's the tidal wave coming out. Oh, Tamiko running away for 1 HP, but Hentai Penta 1 HP. Killagy not gonna pick up the kill, but Align is gonna pick up the kill there. That is 3 people left for the team of only 35. And Team Cupid gets out of the fight with all 5 of their members intact. They're able to recall. They're successfully stopping the Baron call there.
Crazy work overall. Team Cupid consistently battling at the final doorstep. And this Vigar pick, Align, has done so much work to stall, to deny, and after flexing into that Rabadon's and the Archangel staff, which is now a Seraph's, it has yielded better results. Really, really well played so far. Which also means that we're in a struggle bus.
A little caught out here. Does not hit the cage, but she's looking, running away. Cupid trying to get the stun on. Does run out with her life here. Maybe she's looking for the re-engage. Does not hit the scatter of the week, but Love Mango is here to back her up as well as Yozu here. Doesn't seem like we're going to see too big of a fight right now.
No, I think we're gonna slow things down, much like my internet, which may have stabilized for the current moment.
You sound good now. You sound good now.
Yes. Listen. I connected from my space station. I forgot to tell you, I'm orbiting the Earth. It's a rough time. But for team only 35, we're getting to that point where like it's one offensive, right? Hey, if Love Mango gets a step up, it's over. If Align gets a step up, it's over. If Cupid gets a double stun, it's over. It's like these little things that make it so interesting. The entire early game feels like it's null and void. It feels like the first 20 minutes of the game doesn't matter. Everyone's at that break point of if you mess up a team fight, it's gone.
Right. I think all the fate of their teams rests on the shoulders of Love, Mango, and Align. Align was able to catch up really, really well. Now 6-1-3, has completed 3 items already, working on his 4th. I think he's got the Blighting Jewel, potentially going to go into either a Cryptic Bloom or into the Void Staff right there. But Smolder also working 4 complete items here, just a little bit more ahead than Align here. But again, like you said, there's no margin for error here. This is going to come down to who is going to be able to hit that CC and who's going to get that burst damage down first, because we know the Smolder has the execute. We know the Primordial Burst from that Veigar is going to one-shot somebody on that team. It is just a matter of who's going to be able to land that first here. Maybe potentially looking at a big fight. Scout of the Week doesn't quite hit Cubic.
Killa?
Ooh, there's a big damage. Killagy going in, but the Mom coming out onto Tamika and Cubic getting the last breath, but does that matter? It doesn't matter. There's the passive coming out from Anivia, and it looks like permanent.
Oh, the
silent Killagy coming in onto Yozu is the only one left with Hentai Penta. Hentai Penta not quite able to do too much as the bubble misses there, and that is going to be their Baron for Team Cubic.
Destructive, and I was mentioning it before, Align. Yes, you're good, but Killagy, if left to their own devices, will be destructive. 3, 5, and 5, 2.5 items kind of in there. You will shred Hentai Penta. You will shred Permanent Pain. Permanent Pain specifically, the Pantheon is losing steam. So for Team Only 35, you gotta recognize, if you don't have Love Mango, you don't win the battle. Season at least trying their best, but it's just not up to par just yet.
Yeah, definitely, especially with the Pantheon kind of more so an early to mid-game champion than a late-game champion. Their true tank is only going to be that Shen, but as we all know, he does stand still when he stands united, unable to do anything as he's channeling there. And that is going to be a 3rd drag pickup, 14 pickup. They are coming back quite close. They are down 4 kills, but only down 300 to 400 gold here. They are catching up quite nicely, forcing the flash from Seasons of Love here. He's, I'm not gonna lie, I see Seasons of Love getting caught out quite a bit here, unable to hit the Scout of the Week and being forced to flash away from these really well placed Anivia walls here. It's been really great to see, again, another Scout of the Week that doesn't quite hit, but Hentai Penta potentially looking to go onto the flank here. A little risky, they do see him, but he's going back and he gets stunned by Killagy going in. There's the wall. He has to flash. Mama does come out. That is a lot of resources burned on the team of Only 35. There's the... Did Melio just ult there? I think that was the last breath from Melio there.
Yeah, that was just to try and keep Cupid alive. You're essentially very worried about any of these catches, and you have to respect it at the same time. Now, keep eyes on where Eric is. This 4-man squad is trying to do their best. Cupid gets a wall.
Oh, and the Seasons of Loves does get the pick onto Cubic here. Killagy is tanking that turret just a little bit, but they do have enough resources.
Oh,
right, going in for the Primordial Burst onto the Seasons of Leaves, does get the kill, but there's the stun from Permanent Pain, and down goes Align. There is Love Mango here to clean up the fight. Is he going to be able to get it? Oh, and McCrans Starfall onto Killagy, potentially getting that stun down. Killagy desperately trying to hop out. Love Mango not quite able to get that kill, but a great chase from Permanent Pain. Great ward hop from Killagy there. That is going to be a 2 pickup for Team Only 35.
But this is the thing, Team Only 35, they're going to try and end the game here. They have a couple kills. They have a lot of the mainstay players, and they just have to worry about Killagy and Eric. Can they get this win?
We're going to need one last big fight from Eric, from Killagy with the support of Tamika. Are they going to be able to stop this push? Mama comes out, doesn't quite hit, and they don't have very many minions to push into it. I do think they're going to be able to save their Nexus for now, as Team Only 35 does back away a little bit.
I still like the push, though. For Team Only 35, they needed a way to break the base, and that was the best time to do it. We're reaching the break points of 30, 40 minutes into the game, where death timers are very, very long. You're looking at about 30 to 40 seconds, I believe, on anyone in this game. So if you find that spot of a line of Cupid going down, that is your window of opportunity. And that's why we're seeing them kind of back away now. They're like, okay, we can't get that right back over. They're the first ones to break the inhibitor. Now they want to utilize that to try and pressure the top or bot lane. I would call for the bot lane because the dragons have been so highly contested, and you need control over Team Cupid, who are on sole point right now.
Yeah, this is going to be a very decisive dragon here. If Team Cupid can get this Dragon Soul, that is going to be a huge buff for them right now. And Team Only 35 is going to want to look to stall out the game even longer. They know their Smolder is their carry. They have the execute, but they want to stop this Dragon Soul from happening. So it'd be really prudent for them to kind of start setting up, getting that vision, figuring out, maybe potentially getting a pick here. You know, if they can get a line or if they can get Cubic, that would be huge for them to no longer have that wall, no longer have that cage, to be able to get that space for the Smolder to kind of flap around and find those kills. Looks like that's what they're going to try to do right here, kind of maybe setting up for some kind of a pick. I like what they're doing. They've got that vision down. They're clearing that vision, getting rid of the blast cone, really setting up very well for Team Only 35.
This is probably the most careful we've seen Team Only 35, in my opinion. As
oh my god, that is one Q into a mama, and that is half health down for Tamika and Cubic here. The wall comes out. Good disengage from Team Cubic here. Nobody goes down, but they are down a little bit of health.
I mean, I'm okay with it. I think that was great for Team Only 35. You burn the heal, you burn a couple scare tactics pretty much, and you recognize that the power is there, and now you go right back for another follow-through.
Ooh, there's another one. There's a scatter weak onto Tamika. The good cage for the disengage is stopping Love Mango from going in. A little bit of a channel. Looks like they're on a bit of a standoff here. Not quite able to do too much on either side, but huge damage onto a line from Mango. That one Q is going to do so much damage. Are they going to be able to follow up at this point? They could just keep going and running with that damage, but again, the Nivea, great pick. She's got that great wave clear, which is really stalling out the game for them.
Yeah, this is one of the most difficult parts. This reminds me of old school League of Legends. A lot of these champions used to be around for a very long time before we saw the fast wave clear and everything. It's a heavy stall. You're just waiting for the objective to come up. You clear, 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 go to the objective, clear, 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 go to the objective. It's constant. Maybe you catch a kill here and there. But that's all you're waiting for. As Mom is called down, just get information and then look for that mid lane access. So that's what we're gonna watch for. Flash.
Oh, that is a flash. Doesn't quite land the scout of the week. So they're gonna. Cubic is getting out with their life here. Interesting scat of the week. I saw the vision. Didn't quite land, but I think that's okay. Love Mango has incredible amounts of damage here. Stepping up just a little bit. Nice scat of the week into the Q on Cubic. Good wall. Doesn't quite catch Love Mango out of position here. It does look like they're going to start disengaging as the Baron does come up. They're looking to get the Baron with Killagy with that 5-man team on Team Cubic, trying to get the advantage back on their side. And it doesn't look like anyone from Team Only 35 has even a clue that they're getting the Baron. Doesn't even try to contest it there. They're just a little bit late. But with the Baron recall, they're not going to be able to find anybody from that. Very clean, a really sneaky Baron. I love that for Team Cubic.
So it wasn't fully sneaky. It was actually really well played by an overstep. You talked about the flash earlier from the scout of the week, and I want to call back to that. Season Leads used the flash, tried to engage, didn't work. The second time they fought, Team Cubic said, hey, you don't have that ability to stop us, so we can aggress on you, take your HP low. You saw the recalls from Hentai Penta as well as Yozu, which forced Love Mango in Season of Leads. It was a calculated risk that they said is up there. Very nicely done.
But there's a big ultimate from Love Mango, as well as forcing out the last breath from the Melio. Not quite, but they're going to start sieging onto this mid tower with that Baron buff. Eric in the side lane right there. Scout of the week does find Tamika right there. Not quite enough damage to do anything right there. The cage finding Yozu. Oh, and there's a primordial burst. Gone goes Yozu. No more support. No more Nami. She has been turned into Sushi, and that is now a 4v5 in favor of Team Cubic here, and that is the power of a line. But just note that he doesn't have his primordial burst anymore. He doesn't have his basic abilities. Meanwhile, Smolder's damage is coming out consistently here, and they're gonna push for that first base tower here. Ooh, big damage.
Landing. I need to see it land. I need to see Season of Leads land a very big scout of the week. That might be the only calling card that Team Only 35 has to kind of turn this around. Base is not broken yet. Yozu is able to come back up, but they have to recognize Team Q because, like, we can take this. We know we can.
Oh, getting a lot of damage down.
Another one!
Gets stunned. That is Seasons Elise out, but Hentai Penta is going in, looking for some kills, but his team's not quite there. Has to flash back into base. Mama does come out, doesn't quite hit, but does get the last breath out from the Melio tidal wave coming out, catching 4 of them. Permanent Pain flashing back, and Love Mango is able to get the kill onto Tamika. One more kill, making him a good 13, flashing with the does get a line, but Permanent Pain is there to stop Killer G in his tracks. One more kill for Hentai Penta, going on to the Anivia. Oh my god, but the Malignance onto Love Mango doesn't ensure his death. Cubic running for his life, not quite enough, and the only one remaining is Eric. Great kill for team only 35.
I'm so mad that that happened. This could have been the game ender. If team only 35 had Mango stay alive, this could have been the end. They could have pushed down in the mid lane, but because of that Malignance from Cubic, that solid wall, which has caused heartbreak for so many freaking people, it is one of the objectively weirdest abilities that the interactions can either pin you, screw you over, force you over a wall. It is brutal. It locked Love Mango in the corner. They couldn't leave, so it ended up being a stall. However, for team only 35, it's a big win. They were getting pressured. They didn't lose inhibitor. They stayed alive, and they got more stacks on Mango. We are now at nearly full builds for everyone, save for those pink wards. It is gonna come down to this final dragon in 40 seconds.
Yeah, definitely. What an exciting fight there is. They were stalling out for so long, and now it's coming to the point where death timers are so long. If you get picked and if you're out of position, it's going to be very hard for your team to kind of pick up the pieces as a 4v5 here. You know, they're both at slow point. This dragon is going to be the big decision decider here. We're gonna see a big fight. I'm excited. Let's get that vision down. So far, Team Cubic has a lot of vision. They are gonna get a ward in the pit, but they're gonna get rid of it with that control ward. What are we gonna see? Who's gonna engage? There's a scatter of the week. Very nice into the Mama. There's the last breath there. A little bit of stun onto Permanent Pain, but he's got his shield. They're full health. Team only 35 is full health here. They haven't even started the drag. They're probably looking for a pick here. Ooh, a stun onto Hentai Penta. He has to dash back out. Eric doing a little bit of damage, finding Permanent Pain there. He has to go back in. A stun onto Love Mango. Tidal Wave coming out, only catches Killer G, and there's the stopwatch from Seasons Elite. Are we gonna see some more damage? Oh my god, they're going in Seasons Elite.
What a roller!
Eric, Killer G has to do the stopwatch, and that is a 2-man stun. Hentai Penta getting the Primordial Burst from a line. Killer G looking to go one more time, and they are looking to start the dragon and get that dragon soul right here, but Seasons of Leaves is not done yet. The wall denying the positioning right there. It doesn't even matter. Red team has gotten the Chemtech Drake. Ooh, great. Ooh, Cubic looking a little low. Is he gonna burn? Is he going to be burning there? Not quite. Melio coming in with the heal right there. A line getting hit by the Scatter of the Week. But that wall is denying them everything. But Love Mango is looking for some more kills. He's on the side. He's bloodthirsty. 1W. Can he get the kills here? That is the denial from a line. Not quite enough. A line saying, no, my teammates are staying alive today. And that is another great stall for Team Cubic.
We gave you quite possibly the hardest matchup to cast, Lori. This is the longest game of the entire tournament so far. I double-checked. This is the longest game with the longest late-game champions as well. Infinitely stacking Smolder, infinitely stacking Vigard. These two champions that quite literally can single-handedly turn a game are doing it. The CC wall that Team Cubic has, Team only 35's damage. These are the two components that are clashing against each other every single time they fight. That's why we either see constant back and forth, no true deaths, versus complete team wipeout.
Oh, there's the Mama to engage the fight. Cubic looking just a little bit low on the side, and Hentai Penta is looking to come in from the side. Killer G making sure that his teammates aren't quite caught out. We're looking for a Scatter of the Week. Can we do a great wall? But Hentai doesn't stop Hentai Penta. But Killer G just a little out of there's the grand stop. Who is he going on? Cubic with the insta cleanse from the last breath. Penta Pain getting a little bit of the stun. And Hentai Penta looking a little worse for wear. Killer G with a huge 2-man stun into the stopwatch. Eric, can you do damage? There's the cage on the Permanent Pain. Oh my god, there's the execute coming out. Are they going to be burning to death? Not quite in. They're running for from their lives. A line on the side, full HP. Is he going to be able to get a kill? Doesn't quite get the damage down as Team Only 35 is encroaching on their base, looking to get that inhib and a couple kills. Trying to pick up a couple kills here. Scatter Weak does not hit. The Cage doing huge amounts of zoning there as Permanent Pain. It has to flash over the Anivia wall. And once again, Team Cupic is able to fend off this incredible push from the Syndra, from the Smolder, into the Grand Starfall from the Pantheon. And, you know, next they're going to start looking for this Baron pick. And I think Team Cupic know that they're going to try to be looking to get this Baron and close off the series.
Oh, he missed the ward! No, killer! Oh, that feels so bad. You missed the ward. You thought you were gonna be able to jump in, and you don't get it. Oh, that feels so bad. You could have tried to steal it. He stole one earlier, by the way, which is the most brutal part. For Team Only 35, this is now what I love to call a stall Baron. You're not using it to actually press down the base. You're using it to buff up minions to ensure if you lose someone, you're still able to fight back. That's what we're looking for. And I hate saying this, Lord, but we might have to wait another 3 minutes because I quite honestly cannot see either team fully winning outside of an Elder Dragon. Because of how narrow some of these fights have been, single digits of damage could be that turning point. So a threshold of 5 to 10% HP will delete your HP bars unless Season of Leaves and Love Mango want to end it here.
A line looking to get that kill onto Seasons of Leaves. Not quite, but that is more than half of Seasons of Leaves' damage. Yosu, ooh, good wall from Cupic. Hentai Penta really up in there. The team bottlenecked in that little tiny wall. Ooh, good Cage from Veigar trying to stop that push again, is able to stop that push. There are no more minions. Cupic doing tons of great value from clearing the wave with the ultimate there. It looks like, again, they're going to stall. This game is going to be up to who makes a mistake first as Cupic gets the, gets Unleashed Power, but it's not quite enough. Seasons of Leaves going down. That is the tidal wave coming out, and now it is a 5v4. Can Love Mango turn the tide? Eric looking very menacingly. Killa G looking to come in from the side as Team Only 25 is looking to just leave the fight, regroup, wait for Seasons of Leaves to come back on, as they still do have a little bit of time before the Elder Drag spawns here, but maybe they could get a little sneaky pick here. I'm watching. There's the Mama coming out, only hitting Tamika though. Oh, Cupic looking very low. Tamika trying to get that heal down. Not quite enough damage. There was no quite follow-up there, but Love Mango looking quite menacing. Oh, the huge shield from Tamika. Cupic not going down yet. Oh, the flash from Hentai Penta into the sun gets the passive off. And here's the Grand Starfall. Pantheon is back into the fight. What are we going to see? There's the soccer ball coming out from Tamika. Big knockup. Love Mango on the side getting that. Oh, here comes the tidal wave, but Yozu looking a little worse for wear. There was the Primordial burst up to the Nami. And oh my god, Killa G is still alive, and that is a 5-man still standing for the team of Cupic, and only 2 measly people for Team Only 35. This is going to be a great team fight. This is their time. This is their time for Team Cupic to push, to get that prio, find that pick, win the series right here, right now.
I mean, the entire game has been hinged on this factor of each of them are just clawing, and they might have found it. What a wait! What a wait!
That is the pick onto both 2 of them. That is a double kill for Veigar. Aligned fighting that pick. One more onto Hentai Penta. That is going to be the whole team of Team Only 35. Looking, he's trying to get out, desperately trying to use his sword, but that is an ace for Team Cupic. What a great series. What a great sneaky Cage into the Q, into the W. Veigar unstoppable, coming out from behind, winning the series. I think this is it. Nami not going to be able to stop them. Permanent Penta, one desperate last push onto the team, but Eric looking for Sushi, looking for that blood. Yozu not able to save his turret here, and that is the Nexus coming down. One more kill onto the team of Team Cupic, and they are moving on to the finals. Congratulations, Team Cupic. You are the winners of this semifinals. What an amazing game of best of 3. Last game. Orbital, is your mind blown or is it blown?
My mind is blown, my internet's blown, my heart is destroyed. I don't know. Like, that is, of all the ways for a game to end, that is by far the most heartbreaking. Again, it came down to the vision. It was such a good death brush, and it was sorely needed for a team that had almost zero engage. I mentioned it all the way at the beginning. For Team Cubic, they didn't have engage. They needed to get sneaky, and they hid in a brush, threw down the event horizon. Rightly so, called out in the chat. They got jumped. Poor Mango got jumped at the end, but it is fitting that for these heavy carries, it came apart like that. Well played by both teams.
Yeah, what a great series. Great showing. So exciting, very close game, back and forth, back and forth. You know, in the beginning, we were looking at the 4-1 Smolder and we were saying, how are they going to shut down this monster of a dragon right here? And you know, Align slowly from the back, almost, we didn't even notice it, became 6-1, started getting those kills, started,
Yep.
you know, pulling together and getting the damage off when the team needed it the most. You know, Cupic, and as much as I want to praise Cupic and Seasons of Love, the focus was not on the bot lane at all. They were not the damage carries. We were really looking at the Smolder and the Veigar. They were the MVPs. They were the players, the heroes to look at. And they delivered. What a series. What an exciting game. Great way to end the best of 3 game. Orbital, do you have any thoughts?
I do not. I just hope to see that even in the grand finals, which we are going to be having here very, very shortly. Hopefully, my internet can hold out for the rest of it, but it's been a treat all the same. Lori, you did so amazingly well. If you are watching in the chat, all the viewers, please go ahead and give love. We are going to shout out Lori on her Twitch, but Lori, please go ahead and inform us where we can find you on all the social medias if you so wish.
You can find me every Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday at 6 p.m. PST on Twitch at Minnowmao. It is MINNOWMAO. That is where you can find me. I will be playing League. It won't be this level of gameplay, but I promise, hopefully, you will come for my personality and not quite for my gameplay. But thank you for having me. You can also find me on Instagram, TikTok, all at Minnowmao, MINNOWMAO. Thank you for having me, Orbital. Thank you for inviting me, Raina. This has been an amazing Raina's Kingdom tournament. I've had so much fun. I hope to be here more. I can't wait to see the finals. Team Cupic is going to do amazing. I want to see a traditional ADC, but that's okay. It's okay. After the Lux performance, I'm not angry, but thank you so much, Orbital, for having me. This was such a blast.
Of course, and we will absolutely see you in the future. It's been a treat, but go get some rest. You did so freaking well. Again, to everyone, please go ahead, give her lots of love. Go ahead and show her a follow. I'm sure a lot of you already do. But in the meantime, we are going to go to a very short break. When we come back, we'll have a new face with us for the grand finals of BO5 headed ahead of you, as we will discuss who Team Cupic will be facing off against. Don't go anywhere. Reina's November community tournament will be back right after this. We are giving Lori a break, but we're making sure the tournament runs on schedule because we are in the grand finals of the Reina's Kingdoms tournament here in November, and I'm excited to see exactly how it goes down. My name is Orbital. With me is Riss, who you saw yesterday here in the quarterfinals, and now we're on for the BO5, the grand of grand finals. Riss, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. I skipped out on getting dinner just to be glued to that last game because oh
Okay.
my, that is some high quality, high octane gameplay that I'd love to see. Quality production from not only both teams respectively, but of course, it's pretty noteworthy to say of Reignious Kingdoms tournament. You get so many great stars, you know, rising solo queue players, all these one tricks, all these great names just bringing the action, and it's definitely evident in that last game that we're going to probably see a banger of the series here as we go into the finals. You know, for these last two teams, you know, obviously the reigning champions from last tournament, we got Team Cupic, but also, you know, Team Evolutions as well. I'm really excited to see what they got to take on and possibly take down Team Cupic. I guess we're about to find out, right?
Yeah, I'm a little bit scared overall. We got evolutions coming on in as we take a look at the bracket here because we have had a few shakeouts. So evolutions were able to take down Only Forward in a 2-0 fashion. Only Forward obviously running into some hiccups against Team Aloran, but still making it into the semifinals. And now they're facing off against Team Only 35, who we just watched fall to Team Cupic. It was a very chaotic matchup overall, and I'm sure no matter which stream you do watch, it is going to be a lot of fun. However, keep in mind, third place is only a BO3, and the finals are a BO5.
Okay. Which means that by the time we're done with the finals here, hopefully the third place will be also done as well. One could
Hopefully.
hope. One could hope. To save this random 90-minute game, you know. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. Wouldn't doubt it.
Oh no. All right, well, getting on in, we got Team Cupic on the blue side, Team Evolutions on the red to start things off game number 1. And I'm excited to see what goes down so far. Team Cupic has pretty much stuck to their tried and true double APs, either in the bot lane, triple if they go mid, and you can already see that Mel drafted for themselves. Team Evolutions kind of knew this was coming.
Okay. And of course, guys, you got to keep in mind that, you know, even though we do see a Mel locked in, it could be a lock-in for Team Evolutions as well. I'm looking at you, by the way, production. So, you know, no shots fired there. But, you know, honestly, Mel is a great blind pick. And as we saw yesterday, it does dynamically change and alter how the opposite team does choose their draft, because again, you want to make sure that you're not picking champions that are too skill shot heavy, or those projectiles like Ash Arrow, Vigar Ultimate. You know, they got to be really considerate as to what they're throwing at this Mel, because we know with her 2,000 years design champion kit, anything that they're throwing at her can obviously be dealt back to them.
Yep, I love the fact that you pointed it out, because Zaheen, a lot of people are saying, is like a step back. It's like 3 years in the past, because they brought old Aatrox back. And they're like, bro, really? Like, you just dragged all these old abilities that you said you never bring back in the game, and we're just like, okay, guys. There's the Lux, though, so Evolution's going ahead and snagging that for themselves, saying we like the long range, we've seen what the Lux can do. Having that short range, short ability haste ultimate can negate through anything that Mel is hoping to throw down as well. The final spark isn't reflected, so it's a nice pickup here into game 1.
Oh yeah, I was about to ask that too. You can't reflect the laser. I think Light Binding is the only ability that can be reflected by Mel's spell shield. So yeah, that's great too. I think it can reflect at least one barrage or two of Gwen's ultimate though. So the Gwen lock-in looking really good there. Obviously that hyperscaling AP champion can flex from top lane or in jungle depending on what you need. But looking very AP heavy. You know, kind of matching the little fervor that Team Cupic is often known for, just throwing AP on top of AP on top of AP. We should rename this tournament to the AP Finals, to be honest. The kingdom of AP, to be honest. No ADCs to be found left or right here. They're orbital.
I mean, it's the true test of ability, you might say. That would be what it's called there. Listen, if we're rocking out, though, I do agree this is going to be a very interesting moment, because Team Cupic has actually run an Anivia setup as well. They utilized the Mel before, but it was in tandem, I think, with actually the Lux itself. So it's a whole different sprint in there. I love this call down, though, stealing this one away. I'm fairly certain this is a snipe of White Snow's Rek'Sai in there. So this is just mean overall.
Yeah, no, this is definitely, I'm definitely getting baited right now, because I'm pretty certain that's White Snow locking into Rek'Sai. You can't be fooling me, production. But maybe they did actually take the Rek'Sai. I mean, that is one of his most notorious champions. I mean, he is an absolute menace with it on top lane. So if this is an actual steal, I mean, this could be a really great ace just taken out of the hands of Team Evolutions.
I mean, also, Cupic is coming into this as the higher seed, I believe, between the two teams, so they did get side selected. We do know, especially in, I think, a lot of these draft situations, you do want blue side. You do want to have, because there's no bans, you just grab what you can. The J4 now to bottleneck into a very frustrating wombo combo, meaning that Golden Eclipse is going to have so much value if it crosses 2, 3, 4 members that are all locked up. Team Evolutions needs to start drafting a little bit more engage on their end, or look for ways out to turn this from a team fight into guerrilla warfare.
Yeah, and that's a great point that you brought up there, Orbital. Just like how we talked about Mel facilitating different picks in response to the draft for Evolutions, the same thing can happen with Jarvan. And we're kind of seeing it here a little bit with Camille, because now we're seeing another champion with a dash, of course. Obviously can bypass Jarvan's terrain. They really want to limit the amount of picks that don't have dashes at this point, because Jarvan's ultimate, you know, with enough items built, can bring that cooldown basically down to a minute. And with that exploitation of vision and summoner spells, you know, it can be a vulnerable type of position that they can put Team Evolutions into if they're not careful with their draft moving forward. And we do see the Lulu locked in there. Okay, another Enchanter locked in. Basically, it looks like we're getting that double shell bot lane, you know, to match the double shell bot lane of Team Cupic. That's what I'm kind of hyped to see, you know, shields versus shields, baby.
Yeah, that's what we got with a 45-minute banger last time. Don't you dare say that, Riz. It was the longest game because there were so many shields, because there was the ability to sustain for so long.
Yeah.
It's a very scary thing to look at. So for Team Cupic, you're running with the Rumble. This is a tried and true method. Double AP, a lot of burn, a lot of just melting ability for this Cupic squad. But what do you round it out with? My question, of course, is tailored towards that support role. Unless the J4 is going into support there, I have no real idea. You could go for Engage if you want to grab the Nautilus, if you want to go maybe for a Thresh to kind of mix in, but with the Mel, or surprisingly enough, if it's a Rumble, you want a little extra poke ability to outrange the Lux. And it is going to be the Nami. I like this lock in here. It's a good mix and match. The Mel Nami lane is going to be very comfortable.
We got one pick left here, Orbital. Are we going to see a marksman this draft? Call it right now. I don't think it's going to happen, to be honest. I think it's going to be admitted that we're going back to the Season 8 meta. Forget marksman, to be honest.
Yeah. I hate that you bring that up because it's so true. Like, that's so real.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. But you know, even though we're talking and memeing about the abundance of shields on both drafts, I mean, we do see some champions here that are able to build this selected pocket pick Serpent Swing, and I really hope that we do see it at some point, because that's something that wasn't really utilized in the semifinals. You know, we had shields on both sides, but just lacking that champion who really synergizes with that item, because, you know, for the viewers at home, guys, that don't know too well about League of Legends itemization, there is no AP counterpart for Serpent Swing. So, you know, when you guys don't have a champion that utilizes that and you're versus those shield-heavy champions, it can be really punishing. Oh, can we have a Yunnar locked in? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so there's that marksman. Okay. Very good complimentary choice there with the Lulu. A great compliment there for that bot lane. So it looks like it could be very well flexed mid lane.
Yeah. I could. So it's a thought, because we have seen ADCs actually place into solo lanes before, because we've seen them actually rotate to top. So if you want to put it into mid, into the Rumble, that's a thought as well. However, we are going to dive on in to this game 1 of the grand finals of the Raina's Kingdoms November tournament, the finals for this year. By the way, the last tournament that we'll have of this year. Raina has been so considerate, hardworking, and amazing to allow us to put on this tournament. So if you haven't seen it already, please go ahead, join the Discord, get on in with the Raina's Kingdom family, and join in on the fun. I know they play a lot of games. There's a lot of high school players as well. So if you want to learn, if you want to grow and pick up some new banter between players, please go ahead and join in on the family. That's why we do this here, and we get to see this attempt at a mix-up. Are we going to see the fight? A little bit of a dance. I love this. Killa and Arya showing respect between competitors.
Oh my gosh, well said, Orbital. And like they're just taking these fine seconds to soak in the glory of the Winter's map on Summoner's Rift. Isn't it such a beaut, Orbital? And you know, honestly, I kind of want to ask production for this finals just to go ahead and bump up the music volume 200, because I feel like the Beethoven symphony and just the wonder of the snow, it just makes such a spectacle for these games. It's such a sight to behold, and I'm just so excited here to be here with the grand finals, because again, as I said earlier, like the players here, you know, you guys will see these guys in solo queue. You'll see them on streams.
Yep.
We have a collective of such great talented players and rising stars to be had at the same breath too. But starting up this laning phase here, you know, we got some great dynamic matchups. We have picks taken from other teams too. We have shields on shields. A very, very common theming here, of course. I'm just curious to see who's going to get that first blood, you know? Well, I guess we're going to find out.
Right. It's been a question either way. We've actually seen a lot of over-aggressive Enchanter support plays as Mika and whoever Lulu is. I told them not to do this to us. We had to change it like game 2. I was very frustrated, but it's okay. It's okay. It's not the worst in the world. Arbiter, they're running pretty hard here as Spartan is on this ADC position. You can see the dueling between the two right now, and it's actually the ADCs with the carries of the bot side that really don't care. It's Mika and the Lulu are fighting, and it's allowing Killa G to rotate around. If you can get the flank option, it's real, but Tamika might go down before that. It is going to look like a dive. Good heal to come out, and in comes Killa. Welcome to the ever so tried and true level 2 gank from the J4. Huge pickup first blood to Team Cupic. Are they going to get
another. Arbiter has barrier plus flash. Gonna flash in for the fight. Barrier utilized, and Cupid is untouched. So that's the Mel to grab 2 at the start.
You've heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Killer G is storing away that Gwen. He's becoming the Jarvan OTP, and the Jarvan OTP he has become this tournament. We have seen this pick from him game after game, and he has really come to life performing on the Jarvan, you know, through and through this tournament. I have to say, I'm very impressed with him expanding his champion pool. He has definitely made a broader identity for himself, and he has definitely developed as a player. So, shout outs to him. Way to go, dude. Really making strides for that first play there and securing that first blood.
Yep, very, very comfortable, and hopefully we get to see it a little bit more. One of the big parts is we want to see a J4 continue to be aggressive. That's what we want to see, and for Killa, it's been all about the aggression. Because you got to win on the bot side, you can expect to put Arbiter a little bit further behind each time, and that's also the team captain. So we want to see if you can keep poking that down. However, Eric might need help on the top side, as White Snow on this Camille can also be a very hefty carry, so depending on where this J4 goes, Team Cupid needs to get a lot of value out of it.
You know, one question that does pose me is that did Eric practice any Rek'Sai prior to this potential matchup? He seems to be doing pretty well, but at the same time, White Snow also knows how to reverse engineer this matchup, because when you ask, hey, what are Rek'Sai's hardest matchups? Not even a pro player is going to be able to say, I actually don't know. You know, like, White Snow's the only man who knows the answer to this question. So, like, locking in the Camille could have been a very deliberate choice. And you think with, like, the Hextech ultimatum, you know, that really is a powerful tool in making sure Rek'Sai can't bounce from tunnel to tunnel. So it does seem to be quite potent here.
And also a line in a little bit of struggle here, this Rumble getting jumped on. And I do appreciate the fact that Arya and Light and Reset are doing their best to try and fight this out. But now you get a little invade as Arya dashes right on in. You have to ghost your way out. Choosing to go up instead of down actually saved your life. But for a Lion and Killer G, I love this invade here. Arya has been known to play some very interesting jungles here. I believe is primarily a top laner, as you said earlier. So right now, getting kind of a taste of what the true jungling experience is.
Orbital, I'm sensing a name change here. I think it's not going to be Killa G anymore. I think it's going to be Killa JG, to be honest, because he's looking to take his domain, take his kingdom. The invades are strong, the confidence is there, and it's definitely a testimony to his early aggression. This man has come to life. This man's a top laner. He's doing really great so far, and I hope he continues this stride.
Right now, both of them are being very, very annoying in their own right. This is a whole different story, as that's another tag here. This bot side has kind of gotten out of control, and it might be even more so, as there's going to be the execution. Feet of Warfare claimed right now for Cupid. Tamika will go down. Arbiter, though, you're next on the chopping block. It will be a nice little reflect into the binding, into a final apparition of light. Cupid 4-0. Tamika, a well-served sacrifice.
Orbital, you know, seeing Cupid being 4-0 this early on. Oh my gosh, okay. We have a line basically falling to Alexa early. Oh my gosh, we have Cupid being 4-0 this early. I don't think that's ever happened before, and that's just downright scary. This man with a lead is downright terrifying, and he can go ahead and facilitate a whole different game state. So, like, yeah, this has big implications here for Orbital. Big implications.
I think it's going to be even worse so, because we know Mel's going to be so terrifying. I mean, we literally saw a Penta earlier on in the day. It was a brutal one as well. A Quadra with the Eclipse into the finale at the end. Everyone knows what a Mel can do. The problem is it's being left unchecked. Arya decided to opt into the mid lane, leaving that top and bot alone, meaning Arbiter and Lulu are kind of on their own. White Snow, though, saying maybe I can find something here. A line coming in for that mix from the mid lane, and it's a quick swap of life as White Snow goes down, losing to their own main. That has to hurt at the end of the day.
Oh, absolutely. Oh. You saw White Snow.
Killa? Killa was actually outside the brush, by the way. That's why that binding landed. I think Killa was like hoping that they can get in range, but stepped outside the bush just enough. And that actually puts a line into an awkward position. Not enough cooldown reduction, not enough ability. Hey, it's nice double knockup though. Killa G trying to turn it around, but do you have the play instead? No, you do not. Arya able to follow through with the final snip, and you take the life of the enemy jungler, and it leaves Team Cupid a little bit wanting.
He was safe, Harry Potter. He just needed to stay just in the safety. Oh my gosh, why'd you have to go back in? Killer Q's definitely keeping this series a little interesting, to say the least.
Oh, what a reflect, though. Another turnaround, forcing the barrier out yet again. And this is a trait of skill shots, by the way, for Arbiter getting slowed by their own rotating W and saying, dude, I hate that.
I really, really hate that. So Cupid getting so much value here in the bottom lane.
You know, one thing I do notice, Orbital, if I'm not mistaken, is that we got a Chemtech Drake to go ahead and start off this game. Now, Chemtech Drake is kind of valuable here. Oh, okay, Cupid, oh my god, getting a 5th kill. That is insane. The snowball is just continuing. Are they going to continue the siege? That's the question.
I think all they want is that plate because Cupid hit level 6 off that wave, immediately called down the Golden Eclipse, and poor Spartan still had the last tick of those debuffs on their head, and they just got annihilated. So I think you get a plate, you recall, you're going back and straight up call the Archangels plus the Lucidity boost. Like, that's a huge buy for Cupid.
I'm glad you called that out, Orbital, because now at this point, like Arbiter and of course Lulu, they're just gonna be playing Galaga for the next 10 minutes. If they are not careful with their positioning, they're gonna lose their coins. It's gonna be game over on their arcade screen, dude. Like, honest to goodness, like this man is gonna be trigger happy up the wazoo. And honestly, with the priority that they're buying too, it could be an early dragon there for Team Cubic as well.
Man, if anyone knows what an arcade is in this chat, I'll be very, very impressed. That is even Galaga. I have Galaga on 8. Now I want to go back and play. Either way, I do agree. Cupid and Tamika playing on the arcade, literally just seeing what lands. Throw out a skill shot. If it lands, great. If it doesn't, no worries. We can go ahead and spell reel again 7 seconds later. It's opened up opportunity for Killer G to also look at that dragon. You go ahead and pick it up as you set a little early resistances. You open way for a quick cloud as well. But for Arbiter, you're saying, I want to fight. You can't reflect that laser beam, but you can't stop that wave either. It's a double CC bubble. Double bubble trouble leads you to doom, and it will be Cupid yet again to grab their 6th kill.
What an amazing response there for Tamika with that bubble coming out of the woodwork, and the Fog of War was definitely something that Arbiter wasn't expecting, but it was so timely and such a great counterplay there.
It's powerful work right now, and poor Arbiter is like, dude, this sucks. I hate playing against double mage. It's, again, very frustrating if you don't get any help from your jungler. And you can see Arya just waiting off in the wings like, dude, I'm trying my hardest, but there really is no room to get on in. You don't have the extra CC. In goes the Golden Eclipse, not going to land. Arya ghosting in, Needlework going to be tossed out, but it doesn't really land on the back end. Finally catches a Cupid, has to run for their life, has no extra flash, so he will go down, and a massive shutdown goes the way of Arya. Top side, Eric in the same spot. White Snow looking out of man, a nice dive down, and it will be the prey turning into the hunter, or maybe the same way around. Nice dive, flash out by White Snow to stay alive. Team Cupid losing their APC, but keeping Eric alive.
Oh my goodness, and you know, we only have such a small gold difference here, and with the exchange of objectives such as the Void Grubs for red side, the Dragon for blue side, it's both competes towards different objectives here. Like, obviously with the Camille pick, Camille definitely loves the Void Grubs, of course, because she is a skill-pushing menace and could possibly outscale White Snow, meaning that he is on the time clock. But those Chemtech Drakes are really great for blue side to go ahead and stack up, because of course, with the buff, that means less likely shock control, because you get a stacking tenacity buff. Really, really valuable for any potential lockdown by the Lux, the Lulu's polymorph, which is definitely big. So they both are working towards both different objectives, and I'm curious to see how well they're going to prioritize the same objectives as the game progresses. But, you know, this is going to be exciting. We're going to find out exactly what's going to happen here.
Agree with you on that one. Killagy, though, after visiting the bot side multiple times, tried to turn it into a mid lane gang. However, Lightning reset, quite literally resets it, but walks in terms of getting into that Cataclysm and says, no worries, I can still fire away. Another binding goes out, misses, but Arya was able to splash their way to a nice little miss. Force away a line. Really well played as Team Evolutions are finding wins on the other sides of the map. A quick laser as a Transcendency might be able to run down Cupid, and you do. That is Spartan taking out the enemy captain in the bot lane.
And I do want to point out, guys, that with the next potential dragon coming up in 2 minutes, we do have every member of Red Side having their flash down, which means that if they are keeping good timestamps on these cooldowns, they could go ahead and potentially force a dragon knowing that information, because that is exactly where Jarvan loves to operate. You have flashdown, you have flashdown. I'm just going to go ahead and run ultimates left and right, catching up picks. That is where KLG gets his free real estate. It remains to be seen whether or not he's going to capitalize on that, but I'm really curious to find out to see if he's going to do it.
Now for Arbiter, out of mana, but not out of auto attacks. One of the benefits an ADC has over an APC, out of mana doesn't mean out of damage. That's kind of the fun there. However, as we reach into this mid game, about 2 minutes away from plates falling, it's all about getting those extra kills and getting that space for the rest of the team. Right now, the poor Lulu, no name means no life. You are going to get chunked out even with that extra shielding, because that's Cupid to yet again lay claim to their life. 7 in the bank for Cupid.
Okay, and we do have some legendary items completed, obviously, on the red side there. We have, obviously, the Nashor's Tooth and the Malignance. When the Blade Ruin King also joining the fray as well. So we're seeing some power spikes happen here. The only thing we're really waiting for is that Camille to assemble the Trinity Force, which might offer a turning point in terms of being able to take on, you know, White Snow's cherished champion, the Rek'Sai top lane. I really do think that that is going to be potentially the turning point for top lane as well, because, you know, as great as Grasp of the Undying is for the Rek'Sai, you know, it isn't as strong for Rek'Sai early into late as Camille, of course, because Camille basically values having that incredible game.
What a solid bubble on the backside, plus a root behind, still allowing this dive here on the bot lane. Arya saying, please let me fight, and you are not allowed to. Team Cupid deleting HP bars and takes 3 where they lose a Lion in the mid lane. Either way, it's an overall win as Team Cupid are now pushing to a 1.8k gold lead.
That was a great mobilization there, and it really gives them the opportunity to go ahead and clear out vision. I really think that they have their eyes set on this next dragon, because as the red team respawns, they're going to be dealing with such a limited framework amount of vision that it's going to make a really high variance play really apparent to them. I think, honestly, Orbital, they're probably likely to get this next dragon.
I think so as well. It's just, Team Cupid right now are on such a tear, and whenever you see someone get this out of control, you don't really have a way to play against it. Eric, by the way, destroying a lot of these oh, White Snow stayed. Oh no. Oh, this could be such an easy dive. Eric wants it. Eric's like, dude, I can do this. I know I can fight. There's gonna be the dive. Hextech ultimatum back though. And Eric is still playing out of range. Could look for another knockup, but the wave is pretty much gone. So an ultimate exchange while the dragon is taken on the flip. Team Evolutions able to balance back here.
I love those top lane turret dives, man. It's like, it's the definitive League of Legends top lane experience. That's why you queue up for that role, man. And you see White Snow holding on for dear life, because you can see his teleport was just basically a few seconds off, so he's just holding on for dear life. He wants that Trinity Force. He doesn't want to come back empty-handed without his complete first item. You know, it is such a big turning point for Camille.
You get some more fun in there. You get a lot more damage as well. You can start shredding through the tower instead of HP bars if you want to. For White Snow, you're sitting there like, dude, I wish I had the Rek'Sai, but we opted for that Lux. We opted for that Gwen instead, so that's what you kind of gave up at the end of the day. So it was a tower shoot through, 2 total for Team Cupid, and now you get a little bit of revenge. White Snow doesn't have the Hextech ultimatum, so Eric is free to roam away, and these are the costs and benefits and maybe losses of some of those earlier fights. Now Light and Reset facing off against the most fed member of Team Cupid in mid lane and going, guys, you fed them real good.
And now Cupid with this tremendous lead, and basically the wintry White Snow of the Summoner's Rift map. I mean, it's going to basically turn a little bit into the Howling Abyss if you think about it. It's about to go full ARAM mode because they're most likely prioritizing that tier 1 tower there, Orbital. And that's exactly what we're seeing, a conglomeration of champions here mid lane, because they want to go ahead and open up the map a little bit more. They want that tower gold, so that's exactly why Cupid, of course, and Tamika have both rotated to the mid lane. They want to use that advantage to go ahead and get as much tower gold as possible. And we're seeing it happen and unfold right before our eyes here. How will, of course, Team Evolutions respond? It's going to be tough, again, with all those projectiles flying out.
Well, the one way to do it is to fight the one guy that really doesn't have a whole lot of projectiles. The Lion flashes over the wall into the brush and is chased down to their doom. Arya picking up that one for themselves with the needlework behind. No objective to take, though, as it's the Herald on the other side. Eric said, thank you very much. Yeah, we'll sack a Lion who is kind of not doing so hot. 1 in 3. That's fine. We'll take the Herald instead. Oh, boy.
Okay.
All right. White Snow's fine. White Snow's fine. Like,
yeah,
listen, this is my hometown. It's no worries. I got the snow on the ground. I'm perfect.
Yeah, Camille's hook shot is basically like almost one of those unstoppable channels where unless the champion is placed on death timer, it doesn't matter what she's getting hit with. She can even be suppressed and she's still just be firing away, darting across half the screen.
No.
Oh. Another fallen victim by Cupid there, Orbital. You know.
Not just Cupid. To really stupid CC, by the way. That was a reflected binding into the E, into the butt. Like, you hate to see that.
100%. Okay, and using the Herald on this tier 1 tower too. Okay, definitely a little bit of a costly investment, but it definitely opens up the map, as we said earlier. That's what's going to allow Team Cupid to go ahead and play the Vision game, and they want to prey on this, right? They have Fedmal, who has that bursting potential. They have Jarvan, who's going to continuously stack those CDR items, getting that Cataclysm cooldown down further and further. This is where, like, obviously Team Evolution is going to be treading on that thin ice, that fragile ground, because, like, you know, they keep making these concessions, they keep getting death timer. That's going to be more and more objectives for Team Cupic to potentially chalk up for a win. They have to be really careful and really consider of where they position.
Can't be out of position. Also got to be worried about which spells you are slinging out. Any of these spells reflected back can be your doomed Mika. A nice bubble down, but we're seeing another fight on the top side. Eric saying, okay, look, we have to duel this out. Arya waiting off the wings, waiting for Eric to try and ult in, but I don't think it's really going to happen. We have to back away. It's these little dances, it's these little skirmishes that are yielding such weird results between the two. It's like everyone's trying to stat check each other without truly trying to stat check each other.
And you see the Spirit Visage purchase second on Arc. Those heals
oh my gosh,
are
no,
so juicy. Yeah, this man's got like a Garen passive when he comes out of that tunnel. It's insane. He's combining champion playstyles. I'd love to see it. But, you know, the added this is also very well, too, because we do see AP heavy on both teams. So I have to say that is a fantastic itemization choice. I love to see it. Shopkeeper is in tears right now. Tears of joy.
So happy about that one, and I gotta agree, especially with Eric not being the primary carry this game around, not having to be forced into this role of I gotta carry, I gotta be the one to really take down fights. You don't have to itemize into a Sun in the Sky afterwards or anything like that. We can just stay alive. If I can keep White Snow up here and duel it out, keep us at about 50%, it's fine. That's what you're currently dancing for. Hook shot off the wall to do some more damage, but you can see that spin action from Eric doing so much. We're going to flash forward as well, saying I want even more, but in the mid lane is really where we want to watch. It's already goes a little bit too far. While Growth is still alive, Transcendent State is not going to be enough. Immediate obliteration of your HP bars. Team Evolutions are put right back in EV form, and you're put into more training. Another route option here, as Light Reset can't do anything. Cupid quite literally forcing the opponent away. Eclipse gonna do more damage on the back end, but create space for the Dragon. Team Cupid taking everything here in game number 1.
Between the Nami bubble, the Jarvan, you know, obviously the jump pull, of course, the Cataclysm, the healing and the facilitation of the front to back is so strong. It really poses the question, how are they going to make a team fight work versus, you know, obviously Team Cupid with this lead. You know, they're formatting so well, they're just staying really well tight knit. I really think that unless a light finding is landed, obviously on top of someone who isn't Mel, it's going to be really hard to find that engage window because, you know, if Camille goes in by herself, of course, that's a liability, you know? One can't do it. So what is the engage angle here for Team Evolution? It remains to be seen.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, it's just a sacrifice of a life, right? Like, you're gonna have to put White Snow in that position of, you gotta dive in. I'm sorry, you're the only one that can actually catch an opponent out right now. We need that Hextech ultimatum. Wild Growth behind it might be able to keep you alive, but I agree. It's a tough choice, and at this point, I almost feel like for Team Evolutions, you're hoping the Mel stays away, and you just hope Eric or Killer G steps way too far out of line, and that way you can punish, that way you can get the gold. But that's hope League of Legends. That's not real League of Legends. You can't hope for the opponent to make a mistake. Yes, I did steal that from Chess. Don't ask me why. We are looking at a full rotation up to the top side here as Team Evolutions are running for the hills for Lulu, recognizing I really don't want to be here, flashes away from that route as Cupid takes control with the entirety of Team G behind.
Okay, and we do have 3 minutes off the Dragon, and yes, 3 minutes also off the Baron as well, meaning both objectives are going to be spawning pretty close to each other, meaning that both teams have to be very considerate about vision because, you know, as much as they are attractive to pick up, going for one too early could spell a potential trade to the other. And, you know, we've seen a lot of teams, especially in Solo Queue, fall prey to going for the third Dragon, but then losing the Baron because they don't keep the pit warded. But how is Team Evo going to keep the vision out? You know, obviously we have the vision granted to Lux, so that might be a helpful factor. But you can see the vision map, you know, dwindling more and more as Team Cupic, you know, constantly goes into the jungle here on red side, denying that vision, basically moving in. Oh.
Love that equalizer to cut them off. Arya not on the right spot. Unfortunately, that Eclipse will take your life. The sun is gone, and so is your HP bar, and it's yet again Team Cupic to yield one more.
Right. That was a fantastic there. Okay, we see White Snow holding out for dear life too. We do see the Executioners calling, you know, bot into there as a component to try to counter some of that healing that obviously Eric has. But will it be enough? It's only a 40% reduction. Looks like he's just thriving just fine there. Working on the upgraded Mercury treads there. Obviously, with them completing the feats of warfare, those upgraded boots is going to be even a more menacing factor there, because the last thing that any AP heavy team comp wants to deal with is the upgraded Mercury treads, of course. That added spell shield is just... Nobody wants a free Hex Drinker on their boots to deal with. It's going to be a really menacing time there, especially for Light and
Cupid actually stepped up a little bit too far. Arbiter over the wall, slinging a lot of those rocks in your face, but a laser across the bodies, and that's 2 gone in the blink of an eye. Spartan lining him up and utilizing Light and Reset to bounce back with Bounty Gold in the favor of Team Evolution.
You don't see a Lux ultimate like that in the open mid lane. You often see that in the jungle or the Tri-Brush. Lining that up was so perfect. That is montage worthy right there. Oh my gosh. Somebody clip that.
You love it. I mean, that is a great way to get back in the game as well. As we mentioned, for Team Evolutions, you start needing more gold, and especially for Spartan on or Arbiter on this Yunara, you want more gold. It's a hyper-scaling champion. You need that ability to be mobile around the map. You need to be able to dodge out against Cupid and also have that life steal, be able to shred through. All of these things need to come together for the Yunara to carry. That's what I'm seeing here, and that's what I watched there. Feed the gold into appropriate members, like Reset getting it as well. As we do look at this Dragon and Baron that you were talking about, Riz, it's coming up in just a minute.
This is the exciting stuff. You know, it's only game 1, but both teams are putting on a fantastic show here in Raina Kingdom's November tournament. You know, it's really crazy too. There's only about a 4K gold difference between both teams, but that's not too wide. That's not too narrow. It's still any team's game here. It really comes down to, as we see before in previous games, what golden opportunity lies in a team fight that allows us to change the course of the game here. And we have 2 objectives coming up both at the same time. Orbital, I think this is going to be it in the next few minutes. We're going to see a major turning point for either team. That's what I'm personally, you know, gunning for here.
Oh, I'd 100% agree. I mean, this is the moment where the game kind of breaks apart. We're in that mid game. We're deep in the mid game, I should say. Cupid is already as strong as about you're going to be until you maybe go for that Rabadons as the last pickup there. You're about as strong as you're going to be because it's another increase of what? Almost 3,000 gold alone because you have to sell the Doran's ring. You're not going to hit any harder than this for the moment. So for Team Evolutions, you're trying to utilize this time frame, hopping over the wall, trying to ensure that you get the most amount of damage, and it is going to be that call down. However, the Mountain Drake was taken a little bit quicker than they probably would have liked, so it's a quick rotation from Team Cupid. They're looking around the side. Arbiter is running interference, and they do peel off. Team Evolutions look for the kills instead. Killer G stepping out way too far. Flying and denied. Equalizer comes out to slow them all down. White Snow with the double knockup, but the Cataclysm is able to lock them down. That is White Snow falling in their eyes. Arya trying to run away, but a nice fighting into the Eclipse will delete their lives in more ways than one. Team Cupid running and saying thank you very much for stepping away from your base and stepping away from safety, and Lulu is sprinting, but you can't get away from the execution of Mel. It's an ace for Team Cupid in game 1.
I called it, Orbital. I called it. Oh my goodness. Okay, we go ahead and take the quick dragon there, but they kept the vision on the Baron pit and so smartly zoned, because that quick response allowed them to go ahead and counter. And bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, when you are starting a Baron to bait a fight, it is a costly investment because a lot of people don't know this, but Baron Nashor, the longer you're engaged with, that shreds your armor and magic resistance, and that debuff lasts quite a while. So if you're caught with your pants down, it could definitely be a fatal position to be in, and that's exactly how Team Cupid was basically able to go ahead and capitalize on that, not only clearing them out with the ace, but also taking the Baron for themselves. What a disastrous turn of events there for Team Evolutions.
For Team Cupid, it almost seems right. It feels like everything that they have kind of built up moving into a very strong early game, a meh mid game, into a groundbreaking fight that gave them the opportunity to utilize all their damage. The fact that it was Killer G that actually got caught out there is surprising in its own right. Killer G got caught out, still was able to land that Cataclysm, and now you get the gold behind. Not only that, you're on soul point. You have the extra resistances to play with if you so wish, which is kind of forcing Team Evolutions into this do or die situation. They're starting to hunt very, very quickly for some of these kills, which they do find. Nice pickup by Arya onto Era.
Oh my goodness. I was curious to see if Eric was going to suffer a death this game. Sometimes we see this man come out with almost a perfect score in these games, but there we go. The boss has been vanquished. You know, it's almost like an Elden Ring type of scenario there. He falls, and we actually see every member of both teams actually with at least one death. Love to see it. That's a good bloody mayhem here on Summoner's Rift. And, you know, it does buy a little bit of time there, of course, for Team Evolutions, you know. But will it be enough to stop their siege?
We'll have to wait and see. Nice tower taken by White Snow and Arya. They're utilizing that time frame to try and equalize, considering Cupid is pushing on the bot side. So it's a one tower for one tower position, and now they got to work their way a little bit further in. One of the big things as well for me, we're reaching into that 28-29 minute mark. Once you start losing lives, it's going to be 30 seconds, 35 seconds before you get back up on the Rift. It's a little bit of a dangerous point, so I do expect to see a lot of these players start to be a little bit more hesitant about constantly pushing out alone or pushing out way past your intended battlefield lines.
That's a great call out, Orbital. I love the mention of death timers there, right? The stakes are higher, but as you said, and also to add on top of that, the chips are on the table here because we have a dragon. Hello, it's Dragon, your good old friend, Mr. Dragon, coming up in a minute and 35 seconds. You know, we're threatening Dragon Soul here for Team Cupid.
I appreciate Arya's attempt, but it just didn't work because the laser comes across. It's still a 1-for-1, but it's 1-for-2 actually, as Arya and Arbiter lost their lives with 2 of the primary carriers down, and a reflective binding. It's poor Lulu that's not in the right spot. It's 4 alive versus 3, and Baron empowered minions to follow suit as Eric is tanking up a slew. A cannon minion will slow you all down. Cupid, very, very healthy. Risk, this feels like the end of the game. Another laser to try and close things out, but look at that damage. Equalizer to burn away Team Evolution's HP bar. Killa to run interference. Cupid with their 18th kill of the game will yield a result that we have wanted to see. Team Cupid takes game 1.
Oh my gosh, I didn't think they were actually going to do it. We weren't able to see the Baron buff bar duration there, but you could tell with the time basically elapsed, it was very close to expiring. Team Cupid had to make the decisive motion to say, hey, we have a little bit of time left. We can make this siege happen now. And they took the shot and succeeded with closing out of game 1 of the series. Ladies and gentlemen, we have potentially maybe 4 games ahead of us still. But, you know, it is very exciting to see a action-packed game 1 like that. I'm just so hyped for game 2. I can't believe it. It is 2 amazing teams here, and I just can't see what happens next. And anybody who has PTSD about Mel, well, don't worry, because we won't be seeing her anymore tonight, guys. You can rest assured she's gone. She's out for the count.
100%. No more Mel. No more Yunara, no more J4, and no more Rek'Sai. A lot of these champions will be gone, and all of them, actually all 10 will be gone. But that means we get a fresh 10 to play with, and with no bans, it's time to start pulling out a lot of those trump cards. That Joker that you've had in the back pocket for the entire tournament long. However, we do got to give teams a little bit of time to acclimate, figure out what they want to play, and how they want to approach this game number 2. So we'll go to a short break. When we come back, it will be game 2 on the docket. Don't go anywhere. Here we go for game number 2. It is time to see who will take victory in. I'm very interested in this because game number 1, the Mel was the big piece of the pie, but Cupid has always used the double APC combo to take victory. Now the Mel is gone, there's a lot of other combos there, but are you really on that blue side? Riz, you made me double guess myself because we also saw the Rek'Sai. Is this actually Cupid on the blue again?
Yeah, it remains to be seen. I guess we're going to find out actually once we load into Summoner's Rift. I mean, it's anybody's guess here. But, you know, most notably, we're missing the Jarvan. We're missing the Lux, too. Both are barred from future games. And we get the lock-in from Sion. This is a champion that we have seen several times this tournament, if I'm not mistaken. Such a massive HP stacking, split push tower, you know, team fight initiating, peeling, just behemoth of a champion. Very, very versatile, but also a pretty safe blind pick too, if I'm not mistaken there, Orbital. What would you say?
Yeah, I would 100% agree. Now, it is seeding over the top lane, which I don't think is the worst thing in the world. It's just an understanding that, yeah, we're not exactly going to try and win. If you do win, that's great. Don't get me wrong. Eric played an amazing Sion back in the semifinals. Huge unstoppable onslaughts with that decimating smash. We've seen it work. Is it going to be enough, though, as Team Evolutions are going a little different route? The way to come on out, which I really, really like, I think Light and Reset plays this quite often, this would be a solid team fight choice to not only slow down the Scion, but bridge a gap of neutralization, saying whoever you throw at us, Cupic, we will have a spell slinger as well.
Well, it looks like there was some way this champion was locked in, and what Wade loves is champions with big hitboxes because it makes landing that ultimate ever so much easier. And now we see the Ambessa locked in here from Team Evolutions. That could very well be a Ambessa jungle. We know the champion has been very well formatted for jungle, for one of the best solo queue picks in general. Obviously, eye candy for these competitive teams to go ahead and lock in a tournament such as this. It makes me curious if we're going to be seeing the Ambessa jungle today, actually, or Orbital.
I really hope not, but at the same time, it makes sense, especially if you see a Vigar on the other side. This is a very hefty, beefy CC ability. This is actually what Team Cupic utilized to win their Game 3 of the semifinals. It was what helped them scale into that late game scenario. So, you know, if it's going to work out again, great. Good for them. I hate everything about it, though. I really, really do.
I wonder if we're going to see the Spite Fiora locked in because of last game being like, yeah, we got a Reflect Champion game 1. Here's another Reflect Champion game 2. You know, and it would actually be quite valuable to the Scion as well. It makes me curious as to what's going to be locked in to counter that Scion, if present. But we do see this locked in there from Team Cupic. Such a great champion, very dynamic in terms of engage, disengage. Also has the durability too, has that amazing, beautiful rework, has a cinematic too, apparently died and became a different champion. It's Xin Zhao, ladies and gentlemen, locked in here for game 2.
I think it's always weird to see them also release champions that are still in the game, and it's like, hey, you now have 2 clones of the same guy. It's like the Yone brothers, but even worse, the Wind brothers, I should say. It's a whole different story, but it is, I do agree that Xin Zhao brings so much versatility, the engage, the disengage, the body blocking potential. But for Team Cupic, you're going to use it as a way to get into the way into the Karma, because the Karma speed up is annoying. Team Evolution's making sure to have the speed ups and the pacing and the move speed to get in range of this Vigar, to get around the event horizon.
Hold on, I gotta take a call for Raina really quickly. Hi, Raina. Yes, next tournament, no shield champions allowed. Just none. We're gonna make things really exciting for next time around. Oh my God! This is the man, the myth, the legend, locked in himself. We have Garen, ladies and gentlemen, on Team Evolutions, who also has a shield, by the way. Just want to point that out as well. I'm very unbiased here when it comes to these tournaments, but yes, very, very solid pick, and a really great choice into Scion too, because with the Phasers playstyle that Garen often is accompanied with, can be a real big menace to taking on Scion and also dealing with him as well. And that armor debuff that Garen has on his E can also bring some non-ADC utility type of damage amplification for that Ambessa in terms of being able to put that Scion on Death Timer.
I 100% agree, and the only thing that I'm worried about for Team Cupic's side right now is the fact that you don't actually have enough shred to actually deal with the shields, to deal with a lot of this kind of bruiser HP moments. Garen and Ambessa are going to become these HP monsters, and I want to see some actual chew through. But again, when it comes to kind of that burn aspect, you do go for the victor at the very end. This is a very immobile composition from Team Cupic that actually has me a little bit worried, but they played it well before. That's the thing. They've gotten away with a lot of these compositions that force you to be very flexible in how you approach these engagements. And for Team Evolutions, it's pick and run. Use that Zoe, use that Ambessa, use that way to snipe out a player and see what you can get. So both compositions having very different but very singular mindsets on how they want to approach these games, these fights.
Absolutely, Orbital. You know, obviously we have the crowd control, burst heavy, team fight galore centric nature of Team Cupic, who has exemplarily shown very good positioning, very good team formatting, where it's bursting front to back. But then we also have Team Evolutions as well with amazing pick potential, very, very good range, very, very strong engage. We have the Zoe Sleepy Trouble level, we have the Wait ultimate, we have the Ambessa ultimate, we have the Karma enhanced, obviously speed boost, we have the Garen in the brush. The pick potential is abundant, and both the team identities are going to be really interesting to see both them mash and collide together. But let's go ahead and run right into game 2 here, ladies and gentlemen, here on the wonderful Winter Summoner's Rift map here. Let's go ahead and load off both teams. I'm really excited to see if we're going to have another 5-point and invade. Both teams have invading potential too, but we haven't quite seen any team really daring to pull off that 5-man invade. Let's go ahead and see what happens here, boys and girls.
What we're going to see is the Mbessa jungle. You are 100% correct. It is coming out here for Arya. I hate the fact that it's true because Arya, for those that don't know, I cast him a few times across multiple different tournaments. And the problem with this one is I was talking with him and he's normally a top laner. Everyone knows this. And I was talking with him and I was like, oh, you're playing jungle. And he's like, yeah, a lot of my champions got buffed from the top lane into the jungle. He brought out Jace and Aatrox's jungle, and I told him if he got away with either of those champions in the jungle and won, I would have to give him a prize. He unfortunately pulled off 2 different games of them, and I'm very mad that he is cashing in on this joke that I made. But the Mbessa as well is this brutal aspect of out of the fog of war, this public execution can find someone. So it, as you said, is very viable in that role.
Sorry, Orbital, no Black Friday deals for you there, buddy. Your wallet's looking a little bit emptier here. You got to be careful laying on the bets for next tournament there, buddy. I'm watching you. But I do want to say earlier, in terms of the Garen pick here, we have White Snow whipping out the Garen, but it's not the Phase Wash Garen that we've come to know and love and dread. It's actually Conqueror, which can be a potent choice in terms of being able to duel and threaten that sign early. At the same time, though, it does pose the risk of vulnerability because with taking Conqueror as an elective choice, it does make you more vulnerable to that potential Xin Zhao gank. You'll have to be careful if he wants to do this correctly.
You're gonna have to make sure also your HP bar stays the same. I love that little spin to win though, already chewing through a lot of Eric's HP. The Grasp of the Undying in the back pocket though for Eric is a nice touch. So we'll see if it works. However, both junglers are opting for the top side of the jungle. Start moving on down, so they'll meet at Dragon Pit Scuttle for that last little camp clear once they fully take all 6.
You know, I gotta say, I love the dynamic change in this matchup, Orbital. Why? It's because we're seeing 4 teleports this game, not the classic 5 that I have seen way too many games. We only see 1 teleport on Team Evolutions, and in a competitive setting like this, it's a daring choice. We know it's a very bookmarked type of milestone thing to have at least 2 teleports. So I have to say, it's going to be a tall order for Team Evolutions here in terms of playing their macro game rotations because, you know, it really is dependent. Can White Snow get the priority with the lead in picking the Garen? Can, you know, obviously Zoe hold suit in a 1-3-1 setting. You know, we only have the teleport on the way. Will it be enough to be able to match a 3 teleport setup in this scale-heavy, dominant, macro-heavy team orientation that Team Cupid has been known for time and time again? It remains to be seen, but I'm curious to see how it's going to pan out.
It's going to pan out in a way that hopefully gives Team Cupid a victory. I think that's all we can really say there. Hopefully they can deal with the Garen. Hopefully they can deal with the Mbessa, and it's a lot of hope at the end of the day for their own, though. We also have a lot of fun word. Yulu has been our support the entire time. We knew this a little bit ago, but we do want to give a shout out. Yulu now off streamer mode. We can actually give credit where credit is due, especially for Karma, who you are the safety line. You are that medic running from person to person. So I want to make sure that Yulu gets the rewards if we get to see that safety from Killer G. Yet again, it's a jump on the bot side. Not level 2, but level 4 instead. Knock up on the back end. But this time, no death. Well played by Team Evolutions to keep their bot lane alive.
You know, I don't know if they have the pattern recognition there, Orbital, but we do see quite a favoritism for bot lane in terms of Killer G's pathing. You know, I might be mistaken, but this man loves pathing down. You know, so much so that even blatantly ignores the Garen, who's, you know, just constantly pushing into the Scion. Killer G has quite a formula that he likes following. It does yield a lot of success for him here, but it makes me wonder, you know, an alternative, like, you know, what could have possibly been if he possibly pathed up. I guess we won't find out for this game in particular, but, you know, it makes me wonder, like, how much is Team Cupid changing up the playbook here a little bit to be able to come to this game too? Because the stakes are high. This is the finals, ladies and gentlemen. You know, they have to really be fresh with their strategies because, you know, both teams are definitely potent. They're definitely looking to get this win here. You know, it could be anybody's game. You know, we're only in game 2, ladies and gentlemen.
You know what I think it is? I don't think it's anything to do with pathing. I think Killa is just ganking for his cap. I really think that's all it is. You're just like, dude, listen, the captain said I got a gank for him. That's all it is, and I'm so sorry. Captain's orders, I can't join you in the top lane. And if that's true, that's mean, but hilariously effective. What's also effective is Yulu running in with that tether, making sure Cubic doesn't get free range after burning a lot of that mana. Fortunately, Arbiter having a little bit of time trying to get through a lot of those minions to slam back the damage. There it is. They keep it making sure to have that extra shielding to fire on back. Nico with a little bit of a soccer ball. Arbiter trying to sling a little bit more damage. Root in the middle. Big wave to help. But look at the chunk out back. Meanwhile, in the jungle side, Light and Reset is finding Killer G. Killer G not liking where they're at. Can flash forward. Last auto. Plus a tick on the back end. Ignite will take your life as Killer G goes down.
I was about to say, Orbital, when is First Blood going to happen? It's very uncharacteristic for these games to have about a 5-minute benchmark for First Blood to be yielded, and there it is, lo and behold. Killer G obviously falling to the Zoe. That last passive proc, just a deadly deal. Oh, okay. Wow.
Severing Bolt is
All right.
huge. White Snow barely going to fall. Trying to get that extra heal behind. Thanks to the Precision Tree, not going to happen. Death and Glory all abound here, but for Team Evolutions, you got 3, you got the feet of Bolt, and that's all you can ask for. Now it's all about trying to save your own skin and life, as Killer G took a stab at the bot lane, quite literally, I might add. Cubic in range for a Severing Bolt, steps up, but Yulu flashes for the last tether, will sacrifice their life, but it's an execute at the end of the day. You'll take that all day long. Team Evolution coming on up in the world. Tamika gets that soccer ball to the backside of the Arbiter. However, the damage has been done. Team Cubic losing a lot on the bot and mid.
Orbital, we've talked many times before about what is the kryptonite for Team Cubic, and through tournament, we've always talked about the concept of pressuring them early because we know Team Cubic plays for the composition. They play for bringing their identity to life. If there's any time and window to hit Team Cubic now, it is presently in the early game. So, I love seeing Team Evolutions come into life with the early aggression, obviously between the Zoe, the Ambessa, the Garen, and obviously, the harass-heavy bot lane of Karma and Wei. This is the perfect alignment of stars to be able to bring their Achilles heel into fruition. If there's any team that can undo Team Cubic, it has to be done now, and I think this is what we're seeing unfold in front of us. Their early game is what Team Evolutions is playing for, and I love to see it.
We are reaching into that 8-minute mark. Nothing too crazy, but we are seeing those stances being made, especially around those grubs. That's where we're going to see maybe the rotational value come out. I don't think the grubs have played a massive part in these games just yet, but it is an objective at the end of the day, which is why we are actually watching both junglers posture up to the top side. With Dragon taken by Team Evolutions as the next major global objective, they can go ahead and fire that up. That's huge for their own. However, the bot laners just really don't want to leave this lane at all. They're spell slinging with the best of them, just trying to land some sort of damage.
I love that we're having the camera just make some little peeks and little snippets as to what's going on in top lane here. We see the early Boots of Smith's choice locked in for the Garen player on White Snow here, not only to allow Garen to be able to gap close, to be able to get up and personal with that sign, but it's actually a really great choice here too. For their team composition as well, in terms of Victor having his upgraded export, which provides a slow on all of his abilities.
Painted Misery, but of course for Tamika, you're body blocking a lot. There's going to be the last breath campfire coming out here, plus the Chaos Storm. An exchange of ultimates between all the bot laners, as it is Arya to gather up those grubs. Not only are the grubs fully taken, but you have the dragon, so you're setting yourself up for not only the feat of warfare, but the feat of strength to take 2 of the 3.
Arya was able to claim the grubs last game for obviously White Snow, but he wasn't able to really bring that to life through his split push. He was too stonewalled, obviously, with his matchup, obviously, with the Rek'Sai. But, as we see Sia versus Garen, these are 2 champions who love split pushing. So what we might actually see this game, Orbital, is a little bit of split push versus split push action going on. And there is some big implications for Garen having the Void Grubs too, because having that early tower really breaks open his ability to rotate and show for some of these fights, which is exactly what Garen is looking for here. As I said earlier, he does not have teleport. So it's a make or break situation here, Orbital, 100%.
G saying, yeah, it's a break point for me as well. I'm going to go ahead and rotate into this bush. Try and rotate around Yulu. Recognizing that, hey, I can't really be here, but unfortunately you have no flash, no ability to stay safe. Crescent Guard, though, whips on Arbiter. So Killer G has to flash away to safety. Public Execution, I don't know about that one. But Light and Reset is coming around the side. Little Stasis, you are stunned up, thrown back because of the soccer ball. And a line's coming around the side. This extra fight could be a whole extra danger. The Event Horizon down just in time, and body block out by the minions, good guy minions, to not allow the Sleepy Trouble Bubble to do more damage. So for all intents and purposes, it's only Killer G that falls.
gracious. You know, I want to offer some comfort to Killer G, and I know exactly where to find him after this tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, he's going to need the odd side try rush. That's where he's coming from. That's where he's going to be looking. And, you know, he makes those plays. He tries to put so much pressure on the bot side. Falls to a little bit of a fault there, a little bit of, unfortunately, that Avail is there. He falls prey with the second death. You know, I hate to see it, but, you know, he is putting that pressure on for his captain to try to get that bot lane online. Obviously, Cubic has known to carry through these games with a little bit of a lead, but he's struggling to find at this game. We're really going to have to see him rely on Victor's scaling his items, time, tempo, and CS to really come aligned. But the question remains, will Team Cubic have that time? We see that early aggression being placed through Zoe's mid lane, through Garen's top lane. Can they have enough time to really come online? That is the question that has to be answered. And we need time to be able to see if that answer is going to surface.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it there as well. Cubic eating a paddle star straight to the back of the head. Just burns so much. Inside of that top side, though, White Snow getting aggressive, forcing a flash away from Eric. As a Garen aficionado, I'm sure it's okay. Uh-oh. No!
White
No!
Snow, no!
Just gonna praise White Snow, man.
And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, we need to turn off mouse prediction pathing in your game settings, because that clearly was a blunder of game settings. Of course, either that or it lagged. That's what White Snow was going to say. There was no way that was intentional. It's okay. You know, we understand it. It was just the game's fault, not him.
You do that in front of the Garen main, bro. That's just mean. That's just rude on so many levels. Cupic with the Chaos Storm as well. Going down in the bot side, Arbiter launching the paint in the likewise angle. For Yulu, though, it's a whole different question. Eric tried to proxy farm. Arya is now in range. Unfortunately, it's just a big deep cake, no mana to play with. Eric is running for his life, but look at the pathing. Lightning reset is around the edge. Nice sidestep, though. Execution comes out, and White Snow gets revenge. It took a little bit of time, but you did get it at the end of the day.
The slam dunk flash, leaving the Demacia baby for the Garen's Demacia Justice as the blast cone is detonated. A timely flash there to give him secure the kill, and that does give a little bit of wiggle room for White Snow to possibly pressure that tier 1. We do see plates still up, so him getting at least 1 or 2 is going to allow him to complete that stride breaker. And Garen power spiking with his first item.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh! All right, a line taking up the karma there.
I love it. Listen, good snipe. You get a little extra AP in your bucket. I think that's 3 for the takedown and 1 for the ability hit. It's a lot of extra AP into your bank. Lightning reset, though, trying to turn it around. Nice heal to come out. Last breath, barely keeping you alive. But it is going to be the last little tick of Ignite to take your life away. Tamika tried their best, but it's still Cubic to fall.
Oh my gosh, playing life support there. You thought that the Victor Q was just going to be enough, but that shield is only minuscule. It is not too tremendous. It's basically just a bonus add-on. You know, it's got a really great poke, really great range. That movement speed, the utility is there. The shield is just, the ratio is just not there. There's not enough items to really allow Cubic to obviously survive there. Falling down further in advantage, and we don't see any kills on him too. This is a very different game for Team Cubic. It makes me wonder how he's going to go ahead and scramble and just basically dynamically change, because he's working on a lower budget than we commonly see him. He's going to have to really come to life in a different way if we really want to see him shine this game.
Oh, Align's doing it. Align wants it so bad. A Primordial Burst was like half a second away from coming up. That was a good flash coming out of Lightning Reset. Eric now running interference on the top side. White Snow still has to shoot through ability. Stride Breaker in the bank, and this time making sure to try and stay just outside of tower range. Only 8-1 this time around, so not the worst in the world.
Goodness, okay. And, you know, we have the Dragon coming up in 2 minutes here. Team Evolutions this time having 2 Dragons. They are in contention for possibly contesting the soul this game. Definitely a great prize to basically surface from all this early game aggression. The objectives in taking control of the map is exactly what we want to see, to keep Team Cubic on their heels here, because if they have any chance of winning, it's all about making sure definitively they do not get the late game, because that's where Team Cubic has shown their true fangs, their most deadly fervor.
Very, very real. You got to bear the fangs if you want to take the win. Sometimes that means getting a tooth chipped here and there. We're currently at about 15 minutes into the game. It could not be closer. 800 gold between the two teams, 4 kills to 7. Killer G is still looking to snipe a little bit more. Light and Reset, though, recognizing that Arya is in a little bit of trouble. Backs on away, but a line ghosting in to try and help out. Is it going to work? Killer G flashing away. Good stun on the back end. Light and Reset barely surviving because the last Q missed. Dodges out yet another, and it will not be the summon Airy to keep that kill around. Good dodges by Light and Reset to keep their life.
Oh my goodness, 2 champions escaping the jaws of death here, but it's not over just yet there. Orbital taken away.
Yeah, Yulu came around the corner. Arya very, very healthy, but it's teammates upon teammates to keep everyone up and alive. Arbiter coming around the end, a little bit of a root holding down on Killa. Remember, Killa doesn't have Crescent Guard, but it's a line to still drop a meteor on their head. Like Reset around, dodges away from the soccer ball, but Tamika's on the run. Last auto attack could do it. Are you going to reach the final kick? And you'll sacrifice your life. I don't know if it's worth, but it's kills at the end of the day.
Oh my gosh, we have seen Tamika be so up close and personal. Like, bravery is definitely a definitive trait of this support. And you see this player come up time and time again being like, I don't care if I'm low HP. I don't care if I'm out of mana. I know my champion deals damage by auto-attacking. I'm going to go ahead and just issue that. I'm coming for you. You're going to take 30 damage and you're going to take it. And we're seeing that over and over again. It is actually a really refreshing thing to see from, you know, just enchanting supports too. Not just like engaged supports, tank supports, assassin supports. We're seeing it from Milio, ladies and gentlemen.
It reminds me of what was it, the OG Chinese Janus strats, where you go watch them and they just run at you. Flash Maelstrom or Flash Monsoon. It was the most aggressive thing you've seen off a freaking Janna, which we're almost seeing here. Yulu running out in Empowered Cube, slows you down, and yet it's Tamika to try and keep everyone safe. Another sleep control bubble though in the mid lane. Good event her Ryzen to try and keep safe, but it's not going to work. Arya with a great public execution to deny you your life. On the top side, we saw the tower taken. Right now, Team Evolution, be sure that they are their own ensemble. Onslaught though lands straight into the pocket from that portal jump, and it's a rough one to see as Team Cupic answer back. In terms of tower taking, it is all Evolution.
Evolution's had such a great formatted engage there. You know, it really makes the guessing game of Inves's ultimate so much more concise when you have followed up on a crowd control ability. Obviously, there's the great engage of shotgunning it and hoping it lands. But what not better to follow up a Sleepy Trouble Bubble up with an Ibessa full HP right on top of you with a Spear of Shojin. That is a deadly combination, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope we get to see it a little bit more. Team Evolutions is going to need to bring that tool back out if they want to see more people on their death timer.
G trying to take this dragon away. It's Chemtech Soul to play for, not the most thrilling one, but a very useful one to keep yourself alive. Yulu now on the wrong side of the map, but doesn't run into those walls. Make sure the Event Horizon doesn't get any value, which I really do appreciate. Tamika landing a little bit rough with that Severing Bolt, but it's Cupic that's the one that's in trouble. And try and bring that stasis around. Unfortunately, you're a lowly mage. Another slam of the sword straight through the skull. Team Evolutions are taking kill after kill.
What an amazing flank there by White Snow. Demacia, baby, coming down with that Demacia Justice. And that's exactly the type of fantasy that Garen is looking for. Getting that priority there in the top lane and then just preying on that lack of vision to come in to have those flanks basically come to life. Putting those champions on death timer, we see not too much durability really built on the Team Cupic here. You know, it's just Scion. So any of these squishy champions, the Vigard, the Victor, the Milio, if they check the wrong rush, they could be met with an untimely death, because that is just all the time Garen needs is basically 1 to 2 seconds, especially having that Stridebreaker in tandem with the Fam Dancer there, now accessing the critical strike portion of his judgment, meaning it could spell very much death for anybody who comes across his way. And that's exactly what Team Evolutions needs, because Garen needs the priority. He doesn't have teleport. He needs to be able to control this top lane to be able to see any type of gameplay happen that's favorable for them, to be able to rotate to these objectives, to be able to make these team fights work. It's all about getting that priority.
Be the first one to the battle, be the first one to take a fight, and be the first one to lay in the first blow. So many things require you to be proactive, require you to be up in the face of the opponent, and to be a little bit smarter about where you decide to move around the map. especially with Sea of Trouble bubbles all the way around as well. As we break into the 20-minute mark, no one's really at a far standout. However, the tower game is really opening up the map for Team Evolutions. They've now taken all 3 outers, which means they can start looking at the jungle route, which means they can start looking at covering a lot of these global objectives. White Snow utilizes that Garen and the Conqueror to try and chew through a lot of the HP bars. The Titan reset with the Proto Belt pickup. And that's a flash to safety underneath the tower.
Oh my goodness, Killer G and Burning Flashes from the Jungle Kings. Name a better match bait combo in this series, ladies and gentlemen. He doesn't need the Jarvan. He's gonna lock in another Demacian. It's Xin Zhao coming in with the spear, gap closing, burning those sums, documenting those timestamps, hopefully. But this is really, really great. You know, he's working on a budget, but he's making his impact where it's due. He doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he has only one item. He can still make that impact by burning flashes. Obviously, Zoe, being the great champion she is, if she doesn't have access to picking up orbs or summer spells, it really hinders her mobility because she doesn't get that extra proc of movement speed, and that really leaves her vulnerable in these fights. So burning resource after resource is exactly how you want to be playing against this Zoe, and creating, as I said, that Achilles heel that we've been talking about for these chances.
The opportunity as we take a look here. White Snow still running interference. I feel like these two haven't really left the lanes too much. They've been kind of sectioned into these spots unless the global objective is currently on the map. However, an unstoppable onslaught. White Snow having to flash away. Eric flashing in, and a final slap plus a burst coming out of the despair yields a fourth for Eric.
My poor Demacian friend, he flew too close to the sun. Too close to the sun. The man just needed to wait for a hull breaker. I saw the execution there, but you cannot disrespect the sign, especially when you have a stun into a stun under the tower there and so little minions to work with. But it looks like we're going ahead and just drifting the Herald here into this fight, GTA style.
Oh, Yulu gets jumped over on that wall. That is so mean by Team Evolution. They leave Yulu out to dry, which is going to leave the rest of the team out to dry. Quick Crescent Guard brings Arbiter right back in tow, which now opens up the Otacon as well. What a turnaround for Team Cupid.
You hear that, Orbital? Do you hear that? I hear 2 kills being administered onto the scoreboard for Cupic. The snowball is rolling here a little bit. This is uh-oh territory, ladies and gentlemen, because
no, not another. Oh no! It's happening, Riz. It's happening. The turnaround that Cupic needed.
Things are definitely aligning for this Vygar.
Okay. I was gonna say that, but you stole the words out of my mouth. Thankfully, White Snow was able to get some sort of revenge back. Unfortunately, that may cost their own life. Eric doesn't want to fulfill that death and possible kill underneath the tower. Instead, you're going to play the same option. Your team just took Otacon. No reason to get over aggressive here. Event Horizon to force a detour around the way, but Eric is still very, very beefy. Keep in mind, though, the entire collision aspect was 2 kills into Otacon to another for a line into recalls for this dragon that is currently up that Team Evolutions are hoping to get for themselves.
Absolutely, and I do want to note that this particular game has a very rare, not often seen aerosol, which with these champions and Garen on top of you is such an incredible asset. Like literally just having this buff boost up Garen's win rate in solo queue by like a solid 30%.
Did you say aerosol?
Yeah, aerosol, yeah.
It's a Chemtech soul, isn't it?
No, I'm seeing aerosol. No. Yeah, I'm seeing
that's a miss icon. Cupid getting a kill though, of course, on that Victor. But yeah, if you look at the top, I believe it's Chemtech. Chemtech Soul, which is still really good, by the way. Still having those resistances, still being able to get away. You were talking about that speed. Resistances help when you're not chained down to the ground, so still a very true point for the Garen.
The game replays is trolling me. It's okay. I'm used to this. Right side, production aside, I'm just used to it. It's okay.
That's true. You love your Garen, man. You love your Garen, and for good reason.
I do. Okay, maybe not this game.
White Snow's gonna get an earful from you later. Like we're gonna hear DMs from you and White Snow, and White Snow's like, bro, he just was yelling at me the entire time. Kept yelling at me about missing a lot of these speed ups, dying to tower.
It's okay, just a nice little fireside chat. But it's okay, laying off the heat a little bit, It's still anyone's game here. Obviously, you know, it's not just about top lane team. It's also about the team comp here. And like, one of those things that we tried talking about, like about punishing Team Cupic and making sure they don't reach that late game, it's starting to get a little antsy here because we are approaching the 25-minute mark. You know, we are leaving mid-game territory here. You know, this clutch type of concept that Team Evolutions could capitalize on, we're kind of like letting it loosen up that grasp a little bit. You know, it's really not looking too good here for Team Evolutions because the fantasy of Team Cupic is definitely coming to life here. It doesn't matter that Team, obviously Cupic didn't get that early lead, those early kills that he's maybe known for through that bot lane snowball. You know, obviously administered by Killer G. He's got that time, he's got that CS. We see Victor reach the 200 CS mark. You know, he has that second item working on his third. You know, he looks like he's heading out the woods here. This could be spelling some very, very scary territory here for Evo.
I would actually agree with you on that point. It is a response to the fact that they haven't really won the last two team fights, and quite honestly, if they were able to see the gold, their assumptions would be correct. We've seen it tick over in gold in favor of Team Cupic that is very slightly offset with the 3 dragons in their bank. But if we're talking about just raw stat power, I do agree. Team Evolutions do have to be worried about the fact that Team Cupic are now back kind of in that driver's seat. Eric is starting to become unkillable, as you mentioned, 3 items in their tank. Align has gotten a lot of these extra kills, which you're not really thrilled about. That battle song is already completed. You opted into the Proto Belt to get even closer with the Rabnons on top, so a lot of these things are falling away from Team Evo. Not only that, White Snow now getting caught double knock up into the bounce house, and you're just deleted. At that point, I can't even blame White Snow. That's just really good aggro control.
He had the option too to go ahead and try to escape the flash, but I love the discipline, Derek. He said, okay, you know what, I'm going to bad position. The variance of me leaving this fight is very, very high. I'm just going to save the flash. I'm just going to give the death and just be on time for the dragon, which is going to be coming up in a minute 40 here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the time where we want to save our resources. We want to hold our cards laid down the table because this Dragon Soul fight is going to hold big implications over the game. Sure, it may not be a Cloud Soul, but it's going to be a Chemtech Soul, still menacing in its own right, and definitely a big chip for Team Evolution to take here. But will they have time to claim it here? Team Cupic already pressuring the Baron with the White Snow on Death Timer as well. It looks like it's uncontested.
Yeah, so there was the Scars in the backside, but Team Cupic actually called a bluff of Team Evolution and say, you're not actually going to challenge it. Arya was off on the wings ready to go, but no one was available. And as you called, White Snow was down, meaning you have no split side pressure. You have to fight a 4v5, and that's not something you want to do. It is a temporary buff at this current time, and you don't have an exposed inhibitor, so it's not like it's game ending. It will be very close to it. Your base may be broken, but I like that temperament, that respect given by Team Evolution, saying, we can't really fight that. We gotta wait.
Oh, absolutely, Orville. That's a great call out too, as well. Because what they can do now with the Baron buff, sure, maybe they may not be able to crack an inhibitor, but with the Dragon coming up here, mid lane priority is definitely going to be a given for Team Cupic here.
Flash away, nice jump in. Killer G though saying we can fight this one. We had the Baron buff, but look on the sideline. Flank option, onslaught, lands on 2. Ain't no portal jump to keep you alive. White is blacked out, and White Snow is the next to fall. A beautiful primordial burst springs to life as Arya is chased and knocked up. Team Cupid brings love and death and possibly robots to this game because Team Evolution have lost 2.
I have never seen a Scion flank come off screen so gloriously as demonstrated by Arik there. What an amazing way to shake up that fight and also hitting 2 people at once. An incredible play there from Arik to basically go ahead and win that team fight. You'll love to see Scion plays like that. Oh my goodness.
I'm scared. I have no other words for this one. Of course, an answer back now as it's a second unstoppable onslaught. Are you turning into a Scion main, Risk? Are you turning into a Scion main? Because I swear to God, Eric's turning me into one. That was a thing of a beauty. This first pick Scion is bleeding damage, bleeding the opponent, and forcing Team Evo to encompass their own evolution and saying, you're not at the pinnacle, I am. Killer G is on a killing spree to give CC their almost game 2 win.
There's no shilling here, there, ladies and gentlemen. This science coming to life, but every member has come online. Like, Team Cupic is online, as we have told and warned the teams about, the audience about. This is their fantasy. They are coming to life there. They were reaching the 30-minute mark. And, even though that the game hasn't been settled yet, obviously there is still the potential of Team Evo taking that Dragon Soul. They just need one more Dragon. Also, alternatively, they do see some sizable bounties here on Team Cupic as well. We have a 700 gold bounty, obviously, on Arc. We also have a 600 gold bounty on Offline there as well. So if they do align their pick potential, no pun intended, to basically take out some of these picks, that gold could allow them to possibly buy a little bit more ante into this game to possibly stay alive a little bit longer. It remains to be seen. Things are looking a little scary for them, but I still think there is some hope there on the table.
I do like the fact that we see that mortal reminder coming out of White Snow. It's that almost last-ditch effort, the only heal cut, the only serious wounds that we see on this team right now. But again, that tax is paid way too late, and when you pay the tax late, you know the IRS is coming for you. Team Cupic are the IRS agents at this point. You did not pay the tax, meaning you are now behind, meaning now we get to take everything in your own wallet. As no, not like this, not like this. Please, God, no. We had this day one. This was too big of an onslaught, and it broke our game.
Right into right
There is
servers.
no
Slam,
way it happened like this.
Slam dunk with it. Oh, my goodness. Oh, goodness. Well, from what we could tell there, we had Cyan cut off 3 individuals, creating a definitely sizable, divide between both teams, both sides of the team there for Team Evolutions, and obviously having, like, I don't even know how much HP at this point, 6K, 7K. It's going to be quite a zoning factor for Team Evolutions there. Obviously, they are near their base. They're near their tier 3 towers. So the repositioning element is definitely accessible for them there, but they are by far and gone zoned away from that dragon.
Yep. We do have confirmation as well that Cupic took the victory. They were able to kind of close it out here. And we kind of understood that. As you said, closer towards that mid game, we started to see them roll forward. Their composition came online. And it was just kind of that, I want to say, the closing of a well-written book for them. A little bit shaky in the early game, but from there it continued onward. So my question to you, Riz, obviously the Garen can be played again, but what does Team Evolutions need to do? We've seen them win before, but what do they need to do here to bounce back, as now they have to win 3 games straight to pull a reverse sweep?
That's a great question, Orbital. The first thing they need to do is let their support start with the control ward and just place it in that bot lane tri-brush. Because we know Killer G is going to be down there for the 2-minute and 45-second appointment, of course. It's the tried and true strategy, and they got to get on top of it. They see a very, very blatant formula on top of it. They know that Killer G loves playing for Cupic. I want to see a dynamic change in macro. I want to see bot lane maybe concede a little bit early, save those sums, save those resources early, because of course we see the exploitation, being falling prey time and time again. Team Cupic is constantly reiterating this, and they're constantly just cashing in on this free real estate. I'd love to see the early aggression that you're pumping out. I definitely think they had a very solid foundation of a strategy there, and they should definitely pursue that. But there are some egregious things that they definitely need to be talking about right now in the comms room, because they're just getting away with highway robbery, and I want to see a big change in the early game for game 3 here. Not just early game, specifically the first 5 minutes. I want to see that change up, and I hope I see it.
Let's see if they can do so, because right now we are seeing this big shift and possibly the end of the tournament. The 2 second seeds from Group A and Group B duking it out here for the finale. Folks, you do not want to miss this. We are going to go to a very short break, and when we come back, it is either the end of the tournament or the start of a run back. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Game number 3, do or die time for the Squad Team Evolutions. Will the Eevees be able to win out, or will they fall short of their Gen 1 supremacy? I am very, very curious to see how exactly this goes on, because for Team Cupic, they have won game number one, won very handily game number two, was a little bit of a comeback scenario. Game number three, Risk, what are we thinking?
Well, you know, Orbital, reverse sweep is only 2 words, but in terms of gameplay execution, it's going to be so much more in terms of a tall order for Team Evolution to be able to get back potentially 3 games here, even just one to keep the series alive. And, you know, as I talked about before, the way that they need the scramble is going to definitely be a tremendous action and movement on their end because we see some very exploitable gameplay patterns, obviously through the jungle pathing, obviously through the team composition and where they're vulnerable early. It really comes down to Team Evolution's just saying to themselves, hey, we know exactly what we need to do to be able to put Team Cubic on their heels, and we know what they're doing to go ahead and get this early game online. If they have an early game to play, how are we going to respond to that? How are we going to answer Killer G's,
Oh my
you know,
gosh.
very deliberate pathing, you know?
Well, that's one way to do it. You go ahead and say, screw it, we'll grab an Acel here. And we saw them try this in game number one of the semifinals. They tried an Acel combination. They ran it with the Gwen and the Sona and the Soraka, though. It was very sustain loaded without much damage. And they actually, this is the one game that they lost so far on day number two as well. So I wonder if they have a different idea. As Team Evolutions, let's go! I love Xerath so much. If that's a mid lane Xerath against Acel, I will love it. However, I'm curious what they pair it with. Maybe a Jhin, maybe a little bit of that long-range artillery.
I might be mistaken, Orbital. Was that the first time we've seen Xerath this tournament? I don't recall seeing him ever. Is this
I think so, at least on stream. I know that much. But
okay?
yeah.
Oh, wow. It's great to see a dynamic new pick here in terms of the Fearless Draft. You know, obviously Fearless Draft definitely helps facilitate these pocket picks, of course. But one chip that we have seen before for certain, locked in possibly there by White Snow. You know, you want to get away from Eric, who loves that Aatrox, is Aatrox himself. Yeah, definitely a little bit of a personal vendetta saying, hey, if you take my champion, I'm going to take your champion there, Bob. So, love to see it here. I see the flames are roaring, and, you know, and this is the one game that White Snow has to come to life because this is the do or die here, ladies and gentlemen.
And here's the thing, Cupic are running the Jax, which they utilize in game number 3 of their semifinals. These are all champions that are well within the wheelhouse of Team Cupic. Same with Team Evolution, though. And we're gearing up to a very skirmish potential. I wouldn't really say guerrilla warfare. I use these terms very loosely. Of course, guerrilla warfare, I think more of hit and runs, you try and scatter in. This is more Team Cupic just finding an angle to take a fight. I really foresee this Acel. Hey, I found an opportunity to drop the meteor. I found this Sky's Descent. This is very heavy on the engage. It is a Jax jungle for Killer G, and then Eric running the Renekton in the top lane against the Aatrox.
Wow. Oh my goodness. I thought at first it was going to be the top lane Jax into Aatrox, which isn't too favorable of a matchup there. But like that, like they go ahead and just do the switch up. It was very, very cool there. I mean, we have seen Jax in the jungle several times before. He's very versatile in both roles, of course. But as a champion himself, very good in engaging, disengaging, very good at dueling, you know, a very well-rounded champion, as we've talked about before with these champion themes. But responding that with some very, very good counter engage is the Seraphine. Very, very punishing for several melee champions, especially in those jungle close corridors. This is a really great pick, I think, from Team Evolutions in terms of how Team Cupic loves to format these fights, especially in the jungle. God, okay, I'd love to see it.
Ooh. And if this is mid-Jace, it's fine. If this is mid-Jace, it's fine. Here's the issue. I mentioned before that Arya has gotten away with daylight robbery and has been able to pull off some silliness. I'm not sure about this one, if this is a steal away or just getting silly in game number 3, but it's there. Either way on our screen.
Your bank account's hurting a little bit there, Orbital. I can see the tears surfacing. I'm sorry, buddy. F's in chat there for Orbital, ladies and gentlemen. But okay, responding with that is a Soraka. We have seen Soraka several times throughout Rinda's Kingdoms tournament. Very, very potent. We've seen Soraka used before that go ahead and shut down big plays like Warren Ultimate. It makes me wonder why Soraka's being locked in here. Maybe for that sustained fighting. Obviously, champions like Renekton champions like Jax loves the backline heals to keep that sustained team fights going. So it could be a essential piece there in terms of the support execution. But, you know, you can't downplay the aspect of that silence. You know, there's only a few champions in League that actually have a silence. Soraka has an AoE silence, and if you stay put, which these champions have crowd control for, it can turn into a root, so it can be crowd control on top of crowd control.
Just the layering is what you want, but a great deterrent to the layering. We've seen it used on repeat throughout this tournament. The Morgana coming in here in that mid lane. And here's the problem. This now means that Team Evolutions are heavily leaning into this Seraphine as their main form of engage. And I hate saying that because it's a Seraphine. The Encore is the only thing, in my opinion, that can reach the back line efficiently and cleanly without sacrificing their HP. You can say a Dark Binding can be there, but I'm just not sure. Either way, we do have Arya on the Jace jungle. I'm going to cry. I swear, I am leaning into Cupid right now. Cupid, for the love of God and my wallet, please do not allow this game to go the way of Team Evolutions.
Oh my goodness. And you know, I'm just doing a quick teleport check here because you know your boy Rest loves doing it. We have 6 teleports this game. Team Evolution's like, you know what? Okay, one teleport was a little bit too scary that last game. We're going to go ahead and match teleport for teleport. So we're going to see some pretty dynamic camera happening from production here because we're going to see people come from left side, right side, all across the map. This is going to be a very macro-centric game. You know, maybe it's possibly indication that Team Evolution maybe wants to play that macro game, possibly matching that fervor that Team Cupid is known for. But will it be enough? Do they have a late game plan, a backup plan, in case the early doesn't go well, to match, you know, the fangs of Team Cupid? Can it be enough for them to possibly survive and to earn a game 4 in this series? We're going to find out, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. This game is about to begin.
It really is. It's going to be very dangerous and very high impact and high octane once again. One of the big things we've also seen that Team Cupid have consistently used their early wards just to spot out Spartan and Yulu. This is actually what leaves them a little bit high and dry in terms of river vision control. And so they actually are just kind of, I want to say, sending it. In terms of like, hey, we're going to play the laning phase. We're going to pray to God that Killer can get through very, very cleanly. Take a look at this. Both junglers on the bot side of the map right now might be looking for that level 2.
Do my eyes deceive me? Is Kilichi potentially pathing up this game? Hold on. Stop the pass. Pause the game. This is unprecedented. Oh my, I was not expecting this in the playbook. The script writers are trolling me right now. Oh my goodness. I mean, there is the potential level 2, gank. You know, there is always that. But it looks like that Team Evolutions is easing up on that wave manipulation because they know that they're going to see the Jax show up if they try pushing too early. So they play level 1, I think, definitely appropriately. There are some concessions to be made there, but it is definitely overdue, especially for this tried and true gameplay pattern that we've seen way too many times. Way too many times.
Well, not just that. I personally don't think the Xerath will ever win out against an Ahri in terms of spell trading early on. You're still looking at that level 4, level 5. Once you get the mana reel, once you get all 3 abilities up, you're looking for like a WQ combo most of the time for consistent damage. But that's also why Cupid and Tamika are just like, yeah, we'll push. We'll be fine here. And the Jax actually gets the path and possibly try against Arya. I really think that's where Killer G and Arya are going to have the most and safest time either way in terms of getting those early kills. So for Team Cupid, it's something within their wheelhouse of, we kind of expected this. We expected these kind of dangerous marks, and we're going to play into it. Eric also getting a lot of damage down onto White Snow, which Eric has actually won 9 times out of 10, in my opinion, in terms of these solo trades in the top side.
We see a very scrapping top lane happen here, which is great point, Orbital. Like, leading into that, we have the Scuttle coming soon. Both junglers completing their clear on top side. You know, this could be the very first game that we've seen in a long time where a First Blood happens with no junglers present bottom, or junglers present for the first time topside, which is such a great change of pace here. We're 1 minute off the 5-minute mark, which is where we're seeing most of those First Bloods happen, but it could very well happen in the next 30 seconds here with that Scuttle being taken. Looks like it was taken by Arya there, so no contest happening. But will it be a kill for Uncooperative here? No, it looks like he just stays alive just barely. Burning both his potions at the same time, too.
I'm just watching this with bated breath right now. Like, this is... They're getting to low HP, and I'm really, really scared. That is going to be a nice whiff on that E. So Arbiter is able to land that. It creates a small chance of opportunity, but of course that deep ward into the river is going to force Arya out and about. An empowered shock blast isn't going to land as you would like, but it is a showing at the end of the day. Team Cupid baiting this out perfectly, keeping the jungler here on the bot side.
It is such a spectacle seeing a Jace jungle actually gank, because I'm just seeing this man just basically throwing those enhanced shock orbs into the fray, basically trying to accumulate damage. He's like, he's in, he's out. My job here is done. I didn't do anything. Disconnects. It's interesting. I love to see, obviously, Riot Games shake up this meta a little bit by introducing all these new junglers, but it definitely creates these new gameplay patterns of saying, hey, how we're going to set up these ganks. You know, Jace is a champion who's great at harassing, such a lane bully, but just coming in from a ganking perspective, he really kind of lacks a little bit more tools than you would see from most junglers. I mean, obviously, he's got the cap close, he's got the slow, you know, he's got the speed boost engage, but as we've seen in the meta for jungle, you know, those tools just kind of come a little short here. So it makes me really curious as to how Arya is going to be facilitating these games and how he's going to be helping this game. You know, a little bit that's going to need to be solved here a little bit.
I love that Eric was holding on one of the minions and was just waiting for the double dash in, and Whitestone was like, oh, nope, can't do this, gotta step back, gotta wait. It's a fun little watch on either end, just seeing the mind games played against both squads here, and I really do enjoy watching it. At least it's a nice little change of pace. Of course, with a nice charm landing, Cupid is still waiting for the main damage dealer, but slow auto attacks coming out here, and Tamika here with a full HP bar as well, making sure Cupid is going to be very, very healthy moving into the second part of laning phase.
Orbital, what we're seeing here is a big matched ebb and flow, a mirror-to-mirror pathing from junglers, pathing from bot, meeting, shaking hands, going back down to bot lane, meeting, shaking hands. They are trying to facilitate this first blood here, and trying to find that opening, because it doesn't seem like it's going to be happening mid lane. They're just playing shuffleboard minions back and forth, but we're seeing a lot of scrapping action happening through the next A trying to back up, obviously. Oh, wait,
hello!
Yeah!
What?
Which...
Where did that come from? We're sitting here just chatting about the laning phase. We're chatting about what's going on. A flash in with the counter strike is just like, hey, yo, welcome to the show. Team Cupid pushing the envelope here for first blood. Not only that, light and reset, walking in and possibly flashing over the wall, but that's going to be a very nice arc binding as Killa G falls. Really nice setup by light and reset to at least answer back.
A really great response there from Light and Reset. One advantage that Morgana definitely has over the Brilliant Soul is that dominance over wave player. And, you know, they said, all right, you know what, let's go and take a stroll over top lane. Let's go and see if we can scout out some real estate here. And obviously with Morgana level 6 and the binding, that is crowd control, layered on crowd control, layered on more crowd control, which spells death for Killa G. You know, equalizing the score here, and only a 600 gold differential between both teams. It is still anyone's game here, ladies and gentlemen. It is maybe game 3, but it is anyone's story. Don't blink. Keep your hands off the dial here, guys. The game is still fresh. It could be anyone's territory to claim.
And that's what Team Evolutions, I think, is telling themselves more often than not. It's a really hard reset of that mental. Anyone that's played in a BO5 knows that you're sitting there going like, dang, this sucks. We're down 2 games, but the only way you can really bounce back is like, hey, we got to fight. We got to act like this is game number 1, and we take this in stride. That's the only way you can get kind of that mental back into fight for your wins, to fight and climb your way back in the series. Unfortunately for Team Cupid, they're also thinking the same thing. So it is that mental fortitude at the end of the day. For Team Cupid, though, it's almost an opposite direction. You can't get lax. You can't say, hey, I'm winning everything, so I can just play whatever I want to. You gotta play smart the entire way through.
I love that speech, Orbital. Like that mental self-gaslighting into saying, hey, it's just game 1. No biggie. You know, we got this, guys. It's fine. You guys can apply the same thing for you guys as viewers at home. It doesn't matter if you guys are on a 10-game loss streak. It's just your first game of solo queue. Queue up for another game. But that type of mental conditioning and reset is definitely what might save you in terms of the growth of life, to be able to hold on, because, you know, as painful it is to be down 2 games, this is the game where you need your 100%. You need to come to life if you want to be able to show yourself any type of performance that will get you into game 4. This is the game where you need to be able to hold that stoicism and to hold the line, because it needs to be held if you have any chance.
I wonder if this is going to be anything totally different. I appreciate the callback, though, because my solo queue is a whole different story. Tamika says my solo queue don't matter because it's all about the tournament here. Cupid walking forward. Charm eaten by Yulu. Good supports should always be honored here. Tanking one for their APC.
Oh, that is so great. I'm so happy that you tanked it because we could have maybe well saw Arbiter maybe disconnect if they didn't block that skill shot there. Goodness gracious. You'll love to see it from the supports there. But, you know, holding on with such a low HP bar and such a low mana bar, they're just waiting for that teleport to be up. We can see on the HUD there, it's just basically 20 or 30 seconds off there, holding on for dear life so that way they can get back to base, buy their power spec items, work towards that first item, and come back to leave with a full refresh mana bar. And like one of the struggles that we're seeing here with Xerath is because he's playing versus a Soraka Ahri, he can only really get those half procs off of Xerath's passive, which is a very essential thing for keeping Xerath healthy in terms of mana. You guys can only get a full proc if you auto-attack a champion. If it's on a minion, it's only a partial amount refunded. So there definitely is a penalty there that is being seen in real time.
Watching this pan out, though, we are reaching into that 10.5-minute mark where we have seen both teams actively start to get very, very proactive. This is when they start having those ultimates available. They start trying to make moves around the map. And then they kind of quiet down closer to, I think, the 16, 17-minute mark as well, where they're like, oh, okay, it's, you know, we see what works. If it doesn't work, then we walk away. And that's kind of the mix-up there. For Keepic, though, stepping up really, really far. Good charm to go down, but unfortunately not extra damage abound. But it's all about forcing the opponents back because Dragon is really what they're looking for.
Absolutely, and it's very characteristic too of both these teams that let Dragon go on for so long. You know, just seeing the first Dragon there and looking at the scoreboard being like, there's no Dragons being taken. That Earthquake has just been sitting there chilling, enjoying that winter freshness of Summer's Rift.
Oh, before Yulu gets deleted, the Arcane Barrage will yield one back, but missile damage bound. Killer G has to run away, though. It's still 3v2. Light and Reset watching this dance around, but in comes the line as in comes the Meteor. Stuns on the far end. But it's not going to be an extra kill. Instead, it's a deterrent as Killa was able to stay alive.
A timely response there from a line for the Sky's Descent, and also completing that Riley's Crystal Scepter. This is where the Ace is coming low late.
Oh! You're not wrong! And the wish to keep him alive! Cupid is surviving! What a win at the end! Team Cupid, hold on for dear life, claim the feat of warfare.
Oh my goodness, this is definitely what Team Cupid wants to see. And you know, obviously, we're looking for Stardust under the lane stall. We're looking for Dragons. We're looking for Tempo. We're looking for time. We're looking for CS. We're looking for gold. We're looking for all. But nothing accelerates that better by having 600 gold basically just fall from the sky right onto the Dragon's feet and accelerating him towards that next item.
Oof. Oh. Chomp, chomp goes the croc, and it is just death beyond death here. Team Cupid starting to yield individual wins across the board, and it feels like no matter what Team Evolutions do, they're always on that losing end of the scoreboard.
Yeah, Arik, in that last play we won that we saw too, you know, like the big X factor in what allowed Eric to basically seal the deal on Whitestone and hinder his healing was that early Executioner's Poly purchase. You know, it really did have big implications because both champions are very heal-centric, but one player chose to say, hey, I'm going to delay my first item because Grievous Wounds is that important. White Snow, on the other side, said, hey, I don't want to take that risk. I want to make sure I get my first item as soon as possible, and it looks like White Snow definitely did pay that price because I don't even know how much Grievous Wounds healing has been reduced so far, but I can imagine it's probably at least maybe around 500. It has a big significance here in terms of these 1v1s.
Right now, my eyes are glued to the top side. Eric's still just dancing through and through, but at the bot side is where the real kills are. Nice little root, but Yulu has the backup from the rest of the team. Mario wanting a little bit of chance to dash forward, not denied, and that is Encore to shut you down right at the Arcane. When we blast out here, Tamika will survive. My God. I can't believe Cupid kind of ran in face first, thought they could get the kill before the Encore, but it is brutal to shell it out. Are you kidding me? A line with the Sky's Descent shatters the life of Yulu.
Oh my gosh, give a cop uniform to the Cerulean Soul. He's on patrol this game, ladies and gentlemen. Lock up your supports, lock up your carries, lock up your squishies. This man is coming down with that scepter to claim anybody who comes in his way.
Ah, that is... What, Tamika? No! Arbiter with a good flash.
Zerath
Spartan keeps him
1v1.
alive.
This is some high quality gameplay. Nobody can lie about this.
We
I don't see this in solo queue. Only in Reindeer's Kingdoms tournament we're gonna see a Zerath Soraka 1v1. Crazy.
With auto attacks, by the way. All missed
Yes.
skill shots. It's all auto attacks. But we will also see Eric look to get another kill. World Ender is being utilized, but White Snow is dancing a little bit too poorly. You're trying to stay alive, but the HP bar is totally different here. And I don't like what's to come next. Team Cupic starting to run away with this game.
You know, and we do see the Seraphine, who is known and praised for having that strong and potent, like, late game. And, you know, of course, Aatrox having items, too, is a little bit of team fight menace. But it makes me really wonder what type of card they have to play with this game state. This is something we've talked about, we have feared about, that Team Cupic is known for, how they step into the late game. But the question remains, like, what can dynamically change here for Team Evolutions to really have this match to late game, to really hold a candle in terms of this opposition? I think it's Seraphine or bust, but we need the items, we need the gold, and right now we're not seeing it. It's looking a little grim from this current landscape.
They have to find some sort of magic here, and it is all about recognizing that you can't wait for the perfect opportunity. You have to make the suboptimal opportunity into a good opportunity. For Team Cupic, it's all about just play your game as you wish. And for Eric, it's all about saying, hey, I see someone's around the corner. Herald is currently being taken on the far end, but they dive off of it because Killer G doesn't want to get caught. Lightning reset, good binding on the back end. Black Shield is going to be utilized. Encore around the way, and it will be a slam down at the start, but is it going to be enough? Good heal to come through. Are you kidding me? Tamika keeps him alive for a little bit longer. However, Killer G walks in, and it's a 2v4 technically, and you're gone as well. Team Evolutions bait that out perfectly, and it's all on Light and Reset with starting of the Dark Binding.
Light and Reset's response to that Brilliant Soul flank was so timely and so well appreciated. This man has been taking, you know, high-rate robbery, as we've talked about before, as a concept through these Brilliant Soul flanks, and, you know, we just thought that he was going to hold on for a little bit, but, you know, obviously that Tormented Soil, obviously from an AP Morgana, that damage racks up on top of the magic resistance debuff that Morgana has. As long as she stays in combat, that stacks up as well. The damage is very deceptive, and the Brilliant Soul has to be careful for frontlining because that Dark Binding scales into 3 seconds, if I'm not mistaken. So we're holding that dragon in place for quite a long time.
Watching here as well. I mean, this dance is always quite interesting as well. Light and Reset having one of the most negated mid lane experiences, but still having so much impact in how you want to play. A little bit of a step up here. We are also still waiting for the first setup here, but that's a flash in with the Dark Binding. Cupic is going to try and Spirit Rush their way out, which they did, but another Binding lands. It's a double up, so Arya gets a freebie assist. And now you're looking for a third. Light and Reset resets the kill options and pushes Team Evolutions to the kill lead.
Oh my gosh, somebody called this man and tell him to turn off his Morgana Q scripts. This is just criminal that we're seeing. Obviously, like lining up, the champion pick was definitely potent here for Team Evolution, especially in how the Black Shell can go ahead and negate various critical sources. The Renekton stun, obviously the Jack stun, but just being able to secure pick after pick is just icing on the deadly cake that they are throwing right in Team Cupic's face. This is exactly what I want to see from Team Evolutions here.
Oh!
White Snow's not having a good day though, so far. That's for certain. Oh my gosh.
It's starting to become a very big problem, I think.
Yeah.
That is a sprint from bot to mid to top. We're looking at another chance as Cupic is dancing in a 1v3 option here, and I don't think you like any of those chances. And yet it is so much fun to watch. I have no other words for it except immaculate dancing and keeping your life up there. Team Cupic ensuring that things stay even, moving into this mid game, moving into the fight for the Infernal Soul.
Absolutely, Orbital. Like, very, very well said. And we're only seeing a 1K differential between both teams. We'd love to see a close game 3 here. Obviously, there's some viewers at home, rooting that Team Evo goes ahead and gets this back. But there's some people that are rooting for Team Cupid to go ahead and close this one out with a clean 3-0, which, has happened, I think, before in past tournaments. But, this is still anyone's game. We're only 19 minutes in here. Aurelian's still coming in here for another pick on Arbiter, though. Oh my gosh. He's back on patrol. Back on patrol, Alberta. One death.
They have the whole squad now. The SWAT team's out to play. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Like, look, you get a quick slam down by a line, and Cupid's like, I see him. I'll cover him real quick. And they ran it. It's an exceptional way to play, and this is also why we talked about Aries being such good batteries in the mid lane usually. The catch potential and the follow-up that you have is immaculate. So to see it utilized in this way, I think is very exciting. But now I get to posit to you. We're 20 minutes into the game. That does put Herald and Otacon, well, not Herald, Otacon into the bank now. And that's where we saw Team Cupid run away with game 2. Do we see that happen here again?
Yeah, that is a really, really good question. Both teams have their teleports up. I'm not seeing a single one down except, obviously, for Arbiter. So the rotations there, we could very well see a 5v5 unfold within seconds. It really comes down to who is going to be playing the Vision game best. We do see a little bit of an early setup here by, obviously, Team Evo here, denying both Vision and the Tri-Brush and the Crunch Brush as well. Does kind of constrict the options there for, obviously, Team Cupid. But,
Oh, no. No, not my boy. Okay, okay, he lived. He lived. It's okay. Right at the arcane. Is it going to land? Cubic, dip, dodge, dive? Never hit. Okay, now I'm depressed. You had your Garen moment, by the way.
Yeah,
I have my Xerath moment, and I'm, like, crying on the inside right now.
Oh, gosh. It's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry, my friend. He's still alive. He still has the potential to steal this Otacon with his ultimate. It's got a very, very short cooldown. They just need to stall for simply 30 seconds. It's a very, very short cooldown. But it looks like Otacon's not going to be the focal point for this type of game at this present moment, because we got the split pushing up there from Arc. We're just going to go ahead and put pressure on the Blitz Zone and potentially force his teleport. Here we go, going ahead and matching that on the tier 2. And it looks like it's going to be a little bit of a stakeout. I don't really see Otacon starting unless there's another significant pick here. Could it happen here with the
Oh my gosh!
Oh! And the flash out of position to be able to make sure that that Dark Binding does not come, obviously, Align's way, because it's happened several times already. And now with obviously like light reset on Death Timer, 1% of Death Timer might just be it. And look at how that Otacon's being melted by the bolt.
Wait, Arya? No steal to come through, but you get the kill anyway. Wish is way too late, but it's still the global buff, and you called it right. Got a little bit of silence. Oh no, not like this. Everyone on Team Cupid is kind of walking into their own doom, but this time Eric is able to get to the backline. Yet again, the Croc goes chomp and Cupid. The zoo has been unleashed. It's a Croc, it's a Fox, and now it's a Singer going down. Wrong side of the battlefield is Team Evolution's Flash Charm not going to land, so Yulu and Arya able to sprint away. But what in the world? Otacon stolen away by 2, but Team Cupid to lose 3 and take 2 in return.
The fallout from that Otacon take was just so surprising. We had kills left and right. We had the camera darting left and right. Both tragic losses on both sides, and then going ahead and tightening up the goal difference here a little bit. We have a 300 to 400 gap, which is something very, very uncommon that we see in these types of games, in this type of series. Ladies and gentlemen, objectives aside, is a very tremendously close game here. Very, very exciting. It could be anybody's ball to take in this court, ladies and gentlemen. It can't be said enough, like, how close this game is, and I'm just really excited to see how the next objective is going to go ahead and out here. Obviously, we have Jacket coming up here, and both teams, obviously with some expanded, no teleports, so we're going to probably see a present rotation of pathing directly to the pit here. Oh! Okay, that's it's okay. Soraka falling, Tamika could actually be the turning point for them getting this dragon here.
That was a trick-or-treat moment. That was Halloween extended into this late November space. Of course, Light and Reset looking for a chance of their own. Nice stun into the flash, into the Dark Fight again. Arya now out of position. So Team Cupic are looking for a chance to respond. However, Team Evolution are saying, dude, we have that win. We have gotten a kill, but it's answered back. Still overall a 2-for-1. Another E over the wall is going to stop Eric's life. But for Team Cupic, you're starting to lose out in these small skirmishes.
I feel like White Snow could hear me for the future because, like, as soon as I said, you know, that they have to manually rotate to this fight, White Snow's like, huh? Wait, did somebody talk about me for the future? He just started patting down, and that was such a great response there because this is the point of time where Aatrox wants to come to life in this team fighting and clean up, to have those resets, and that's exactly what we were seeing there a little bit.
Encore cleanse out here. Tamika finally has that nice bell to ring, but you can't cleanse for yourself, so you might burn alive. Wish around the side. Another stun. You can't walk in like that. What is Team Cupic doing? They wander into death's door and are shown the boot out. Cupic running for their life. Tamika holding on. Cupic trying to dance around, but the Ahri doesn't have enough damage. Eric, though, standing on top of Ward, right of the Arcane, landing on the backside, but they're going to try and chance a Black Shield. Hold on. Soul Shackles is only going to do so much. Another Charm of the Wall. What is this chaotic mess of a mid-game battle, Riss?
Oh my gosh, you know, we talked about this last game with White Snow flying a little bit too close to the sun with that tower dive on Sion. Now he's getting a little bit too much on the plate in terms of what he's biting, in terms of what he's trying to chew. With the Aatrox going in there, not as strong as we'd like to see at this point in the game. Only one item. I do think he has to exhibit a little bit more caution there, because as much as he wants to get into the fray, go ahead and get several heal procs off of the AoE abilities on his Q1, his Q2, his Q3. He still has to be really careful, though. He's dealing with a Renekton with Grievous Wounds. He's dealing, obviously, with a fragile build. I have to say he has to ease up there a little bit, so maybe a little bit too daring. But, you know, still, we're seeing in these fights a lot of exchanges. There's no clean victory for either team. It's very scrappy team fights. You know, we have not yet seen a clean ace. And based on how this game is going, there might be a little bit more of a waiting period before we actually see any of the aforementioned.
I would 100% agree, and if this reaches late game, I'm actually leaning into Spartan. Spartan has actually done fairly well outside of the laning phase, where we've seen these situations occur where you're able to survive, you're able to pop up the right of the Arcane, and then you follow up behind Light and Reset, who has played out of their mind, by the way. No Zanya, so you're not flashing into the middle, you're just landing Dark Binding, throwing down the pool, rinse and repeat. These numbers do stack up over time, so I like that Team Evolutions have also recognized that as well. For Team Cupic, though, it's all about that farm. It's all about getting ready for possibly Baron or Dragon. Baron right now, Dragon in 3 minutes. Huge chunks out, though, as the line tries to slow everyone down. Has that rally available. Cupic with a great jump in, though, and that's the assassination of the Spartan, who will not rise again. Stars descend as Yulu is denied, and Arya can't do anything to chase on forward. Black Shield, though, will give you credence to jump on in, but White Snow recognizes that, hey, I'm on the wrong side of the map here. The world ender might be your own world ended as you are gone, and Arya recognizing that they can't be here right now. It's just going to try and sacrifice their life, but it's another charm to slow you down, and now you're running into enemy territory. Killa G waiting, hops over to a ward to stay safe, but the trail through the enemy's side of the jungle will lead to only possibly destruction, and Powered Shock Blast not going to land on the back end. But it looks like Arya will try and sprint to safety. On the hunt, though, is, of course, Cupic, so Arya's life will be forfeit.
Just like the Riftbound card in Chase, ladies and gentlemen, the Ahri is elusive, chased, and punishing. Especially with how, like, they chose to just go ahead and dash in with the Spirit Rush, to go ahead and land that charm to start that fight. So unexpected, but then also just staying present in the fight, getting the resets, the extra charges. Like, Cupic had such a big, like, responsibility, such big play on this type of game. He's even doing it now in real time. I can't even finish talking. He's still doing it again and again. He's coming to life, getting the double kill on top of it. He is now online. That Ahri is online.
No,
with the triple kill.
Landed, bro.
Fucking. Give me a second, Cupic. Give me a second. I'm still talking. Whew.
I've seen a lollipop on a Nautilus hook. I've seen a lollipop on a freaking Blitzcrank hook. I've never seen a lollipop like that on freaking Ahri Charm. 3 in a row for Cupic as you go legendary and give your team the window of opportunity to not only take tower, but the Baron. And
Also, an inhibitor tower. A little bit of a shock blast as Tamika kind of eats that one. I think that was just kind of a give and go opportunity. But Team Cupic are pulling away so quickly here in the late game.
You know, it's just crazy. Like a minute and a half ago, we were just seeing a casual push into the tier 2. And one charm, one ability just changed the course of the game so dynamically. That's what makes me love League of Legends, because as the viewers at home, the people in solo queue, the people playing the game could just say, oh, the game is over. But you do not know that. You do not know the odds. All it takes is one ability, one play to go ahead and tip the scales, and that's exactly what Cupic showed in this last fight, into this last objective taking. It is just crazy. It's what makes me love League of Legends so much.
Well, not just that, and the skill level behind as well. I give credit to what you said before. This is such high-level players. These are all players that not only are up-and-coming challengers, grandmasters, and everything like that, they're players that have actively played in competitive circuits. They know what they're doing, and they're going to try and do it again. Hila G tries to jump in for the Inferno, but loses their life instead. So it is a Dragon plus a kill behind. A jump forward as a line. Doesn't get knocked up. Instead, it's a fight back, because now it's Team Evolution's chance to fight on back. Big chop, no healing. That'll be Whitestone to fight on back, but the skies shatter the rift, and it's a line to take time to shield their team from destruction. Team Cupic may have lost the dragon, but they will win more in the hearts of their teammates. Arbiter running for their life as their team is in shambles at the end of that battle.
Oh my goodness, and like with the amount of Stardust collected, the ultimate is basically just global at that point. Rocking Riley is giving great chasing potential for the rest of the team. You know, he's setting the table. Align is setting the table for all that follow-up to happen. Oh, and falling prey to the last shot of the Zerat ultimate too. That was pretty spiteful there. That was a personal ultimate, if I do say so myself.
It really was. However, that last kill is a constellation, as right now we are looking at the end of the game. Cupic and Eric are looking to try and end this game right here, right now. However, the revives have come through. Yes, we're 30 minutes in, but it took a long time to push the wave into tower. What a land of that Orb of Deception, but the binding is so much better. Well played, well caught, as it is Team Evolution's to barely save their nexus.
These bindings are painful. We have seen that over the course of these 30 minutes. There is not a single copy of Mercury Treads purchased on Team Cupic. So if they receive that Dark Binding, that is 3 seconds of AFK time that they're going to be sitting, basically sipping their soda, saying, hey, I can't play the game because I'm dead. I'm gray screened now. So the positioning has to be so careful, because, you know, as we saw time and time again, that one Dark Binding with follow-up means death and destruction for you. And it's a very bold move, too, to not answer the Morgana's crowd control either. I mean, we have the Zerat stun, we have the chain CC from the Zerat, you know, the crescendo. It's all this layer crowd control, and to not answer it with itemization, it's a very bold choice by Team Cupic, I do have to say.
It's bold, but it's very effective at the end of the day. That's the worst part about it. Normally, bold can be punished, but this is just outright just pride and efficiency at the end of the day. Because it's like someone boasting in solo queue, like, I can beat you, and they're doing it right to your face. It's like, dude, come on. Like, at least let me rebuttal. It's not happening. Dragging up at 2.5, but it doesn't really matter as Arya is getting challenged here. What a shot in the dark. Meteor crashes on top of the head of 2. So you slaughter Light and Reset, who has been such a pivotal one, and forces them to the Devil's KDA.
And you see on the minimap here, ladies and gentlemen, with our replay, that the vision network has really shrunk for Team Evolutions. How they choose to respond to these objectives has to be really, really carefully planned. And as we saw, it was just not planned well enough. Like having someone on Death Timer with an open Nexus, this could very well be the end.
Really, really good. Nice right of the arcane, but you only took out the support. You did not take out the auto attackers, and this is looking like a chance. Killa G watching as the team finishes off, and there it is, your champions. Team Cupic take Raina's Kingdom's November tournament.
The Cupic dynasty for Raina's Kingdom is definitely continuing, ladies and gentlemen, with a 3-0 victory. The team dynamics, the champion picks, the compositions, the late game fantasy, they have written a story for themselves over and over again. The beasts of Team Cupic, a round of applause to them. Their performance was definitely quite a insurmountable one There wasn't a single team that was able to really unshackle like their late game strategy. It's just crazy. Congratulations to all of these players for bringing another victory home. It's just crazy, the legacy that they're leaving here with Reina's Kingdom.
Of course, and the other fact is this is a captain's draft. This isn't the same team that won previously. It's only a person in name. It's a team in name. Cupid
Yeah.
specifically is the one that is drafting these teams and really bringing them to the forefront. And we'll see how the rest of the bracket did shape up. Of course, we know who got second place. It is Evolutions. In the third place, a matchup. It was I believe Team Only 35 that actually bounced back in a 2-1 fashion. I did get notice of that a little bit later, so I apologize, but there it is. And again, congratulations to Team Only 35, Team Only Forward taking four, still coming out with $100 to the name to split among five. Really well played overall from everyone in this tournament. And again, appreciative to all the players that opted to play in this as well. They came in, they spent a month to a month and a half prepping for this, and we loved every single moment of it. At least I did.
Oh, 100% I did. I was so happy to be able to rejoin the casting desk again here today with you, Orbital. And I saw you have fun. I had fun myself. The plays were great. The highlights were epic. Sure, maybe some people lost some money in their bank account, but it's okay. We don't worry about that. It's a
bro,
fantastic display.
no, no,
It's a fantastic
no.
display of all the players who participated in Reina's Kingdoms tournament. A round of applause to all of you guys for your performances today, whether you guys took the money home or not. Thank you so much for participating and bringing this tournament to life. It was a spectacle to go ahead and watch every single one of you guys from home and on the caster's desk. Thanks so much for participating. And thank you again, Raina, for hosting this amazing tournament. It's such an amazing, one-of-a-kind experience. And I hope to see you guys again in the future.
Yeah, now hold on. Before we end out, I don't want us to go there because Risk, you have played such an integral part to this entire event, casting the quarterfinals, casting the finals here too. I want you to go ahead and let everyone know where they can find you. Where they can find you on socials, on stream, or everywhere else. We're also going to give a quick shout out as well to Wrist in here. So if you can please go ahead, give them a follow. Is it Wristband? I keep forgetting. Is it Wristband on Twitch? Is that right?
Wristband on Twitter. Yeah, it's Wrist on Twitch, Wristband on Twitter.
Haha, you told me that late. I don't like you. There we go. Follow Wrist. But Wrist, where can we find you around the block?
Well, it's funny you mentioned that because you guys can also follow me at twitch.tv/wrist or on Wristband on x.com. Did they call it x.com? Or Instagram. Yeah, you guys can follow me there. I stream Garen occasionally sometimes, and I also do other goofy stuff. But yeah, that's where you guys can find me. Thanks so much, Orbital, for obviously having me as your co-host today. I really did appreciate it.
Of course, it's a treat nonetheless. And also, I want to give a big shout out, last but not least, our fearless leader piloting the entire production behind us, Ice Fire Ride, running our production from start to finish, the one holding us hostage on the desk here right now. I'm joking. Has been putting in so much work to give us all a clean feed, give us the best of spectator experiences. So if you enjoyed watching the games, please go ahead and give them a follow as well. Lastly, of course, as you said, Risk, big shout out to Raina for even making this possible and giving us a place to call home here. Hostage, there we go. That's awesome. But again, a big shout out to everyone that joined on, and also a big shout out to Lori Dory who hopped in. This was one of their first times actually casting, did amazingly well. So go ahead, give them a follow. And to everyone who watched, we appreciate everyone here. With that being said, we are done with the Reina's Kingdoms November tournament. Thank you all for participating. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you in the next